All right. So today we are going to discuss about, thank you Ankita, thanks for the confirmation. So let's discuss about the remaining two domains, mean to say. So under the SDTM, these are the domains that we would like to discuss. What are them? Special purpose domains. Under that we have 4: demographics, comments, subject elements, and subject visits. All the 4 were completed. And then we have events. Under the events, we started with address, then followed by we completed our medical history, and we have also completed our deviation protocol. And today it is about disposition as well as clinical events. All right, so let's discuss about them. So before going with that, anyone have any questions? Kindly let me know. Do any of you have any questions? All right, so let's talk about the disposition. So this disposition events, right, the disposition is the one which primarily captures the status of the subject. What is that? We are talking about the disposition. Just give me a second, let me copy this. So this domain primarily talks about the status of the subject. So what do you mean by status of the subject? We will discuss now. Okay, just give me a second, let me do these formalities. Done. Let me also open examples. All right. It's simple. If I want to talk about what exactly this disposition domain is all about and what it is going to talk about, as I told you just now, it is primarily going to talk about the status of the subject, meaning it provides all the information about who and all the subjects enter the study. It also includes protocol milestones such as randomization. That is, the protocol milestones are nothing but during this protocol preparation, what and all the various things that we are going to see. So majorly 2 things comes under this protocol milestones. Number 1, ICF, that is informed consent obtained or not. So the first protocol milestone is informed consent obtained. The other one is a randomization done or not, that is randomization. Then subject's completion status, mean to say there are multiple phases in your treatment, right? Mean to say all stages of this treatment is subject completed or not. If not, let's say that all the stages is not completed, in that particular case we are going to mention the reasons about where and all the subject haven't completed. Meaning, let's say we have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. All the 4 phases are completed. Subject is part of all the 4 phases, but the subject is not part of the follow-up. When we made a follow-up, the subject is not responded. Now I can say that it is not completed because the follow-up is incomplete. So what is the status? Where exactly the subject is not completed the status? For an example, you have got your informed consent form. You also done the randomization. Let's say you're doing the screening. One of the screening subject is denied. Can I say it is a protocol violation? Then I can say the subject is dropout. So the subject is not completed the treatment. So it is going to talk about who enters into the study, the protocol milestones, subject completion status. By any reason, if the subject is discontinued, right, then we need to also give the reason for that particular one. The subject may discontinue for the entire study, that is in the screening phase itself, he drop out, or he entered into the phase 1, from the phase 2 he got exit, or any segment of the study which includes your post-treatment follow-up as well. In a simple way, if someone want to ask about what exactly it is going to deal in simple terms, right? Instead of talking all this, if I want to talk in a very simple terms, it is going to capture subject or capture status of the subject. Simple. It captures the status of the subject, as simple as that. Then it completely depends on the sponsor about which disposition events and milestones he want to submit for the study. I'll tell you what exactly I'm talking about here, because it may look different to you, right? Meaning sponsor is the one who is going to decide what and all the different disposition events and milestones he want to submit in a study. Here is the example. See this? Here, from here to here, we will discuss in detail. I'm just giving you some heads up here. Okay, this is the another guy. Then we have one more person here, and here 104, because I'm just going with multiple subjects just to make sure how each of them are different. In this case, if you see, there are 5 events we have mentioned for the subject 101. What are they? Informed consent we have taken, right? The screening is completed, randomization is completed, treatment is completed, follow-up also done. Mean to say, this subject is having all the events, right from informed consent, randomization, screening, treatment, and follow-up, all of them. Go to the second one. Here, this guy, he's denied to go with the MRI procedure, which is a protocol violation. It happened during the screening, so he's a dropout. Only 2 stages. So here, the sponsor want to go in detail and he want to mention all the events. Go to the other one. Here you can see the sponsor don't want to give all the phases, all the approach details. He simply want to give what is the status. Can you see this one? Each one is different here. This guy, he simply mentioned whether the total status is completed or not. Done. Second guy, 102. Unlike the previous one, here he want to make sure that his subject is denied or subject taking the studied medication erratically, right? So there is a deviation. Again, the protocol violation has come to the picture. So he is a dropout. Third one, he is not part of the follow-up. Again, he's not completed the study. So here, if you go to this, we have clear details about, because the completed status is the 5th event. So we have given all the event details, all the milestone details, but here sponsor is not interested to give all the details. So simply, he just have mentioned what is going to be the status. So it is completely a sponsor related one. So what events he want to submit to the study. Is that clear, guys? In a nutshell, what exactly it is going to talk about? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? In a nutshell, what it is? Yes or no, guys? Yeah, perfect. So again, it is going to be a very simple one. It won't take time. So most of them are known to us. So simply we will proceed with this particular one. Okay. So as usual, we have the habit of writing all the we will start with what is going to be the nature of this particular one, correct? After that, we are going to talk about how we are going to store the data here, correct? And then we will talk about some few of the examples we can see, just like the Excel that I have shown. And also we are going to talk about your what is that topic variable, what is going to be your identifier variables, all these details we are going to discuss. So here is what your disposition domain, you can see that here. So you are going to have the details, all the details here, right? Categorization. Guys, I forgot to tell this to you, to all of you. Whenever we complete one of the domain, go to your, I can say, SDTM implementation guide, and in the SDTM implementation guide, try to read all the points. 90% of the times I'm giving you all the details, 90% of the times, okay? But still, just try to read them, okay? Every one of you are clear? Right. So what is the first thing that we are going to do? We are going to start writing about, maybe from the beginning we can take, not this. Yesterday we have completed which one? Protocol deviation. Let's take from here. Okay. So first we are going to talk about what is the nature. So every time we are going to write about this. So let's write about what is the nature of this particular one. What is the nature? One record per. There are two things that we are going to do here. Either it is going to be a protocol milestone. I'll tell you the difference first. That is one record per protocol milestone or disposition event. What is that? What I'm talking about here? One record per protocol milestone, or it is going to be a disposition event. So what exactly it is called? What do you mean by protocol milestones? Right? We need to understand this, right? So the general protocol milestones are, it can be informed consent. The person who is going to sign the consent, right? So the informed consent obtained or not. That is one of the milestones. Randomization completed or not. That is randomized is completed or not. These two are generally considered as your protocol milestones. When it comes to the disposition events, the disposition events are going to be, right? So first one, screening. Meaning, if at all screen failure happens, the screen failure information. Right? The very first thing is going to be screening. After that, treatment. Multiple phases of your treatment. Then, are there any adverse event happens? If yes, you are going to record them as well. And then, is the study completed or not? So the completed status. Due to any of the serious event, if the person, the subject is died, the death status. All these are part of your disposition events. There are some other events as well. For an example, because of some reason you changed the blinding. You moved from single blinded to unblinded or unblinded to double blinded, right? So that is called your blind status change. That also we are going to capture. So just you need to understand this particular one under the nature. We are going to capture your protocol milestone or disposition events. So what exactly it is, if someone asks you, the protocol events are nothing but informed consent that you have obtained, screening, adverse event, study completed, and death or falls under your disposition events. And finally, under the other events, you are going to have your blinding status change. Blinding status change. Is that clear, guys? What we are going to have under what? Every one of you are clear in this particular one, right? So we start with the what is going to be the nature, done. Then we will go ahead with topic variables. As usual, the topic variable is going to be, since it is going to be about the events, the term is going to be there. It is going to be DS term. This is nothing but name of the disposition event or the protocol milestone. What exactly it is, we are going to discuss in detail. Under the identifier variables, we have the study identifier, we have the domain abbreviation, which is nothing but the DS, unique subject identifier, which is also going to be the common one, which is going to be a concatenation of three variables, which are nothing but your study ID, site ID, and the subject ID. Right? Now, the next thing that we are going to talk here is what are the other variables? Can you see that identifier? Study ID is done, domain is done, unique subject identifier is done, Then the next thing is going to be a DS sequence. Again, what is DS sequence? Just like other one, it is going to be a sequence number, right? Any numeric number, but it must be unique at the subject level within the domain. So for each subject, we are going to write this particular one, correct? So here you can see the same one, I can use it, DS sequence, right? There. So the other identifier variable here is going to be group ID. Where we have defined the group ID, do any of you remember this? Do any of you remember this? DS group ID. Do you remember this? If you go to your adverse events domain, you can identify this. It is a group ID which is given to the group of events, right? You can see here, it will be called it as AEGRP ID. See this? It is a group ID used to tie together a block of related records. The same thing I can use here as well. You can ask me, Murli, what exactly it is? Can you give me an example? Yes, we do have the example for that. I can show you in your adverse events. Anyways, similar terms, right? Let's see that. Can you see this? In this, under this, you can see the group ID. All the vomiting, we have given 1. People who are suffering with diarrhea, we have given 2. Nausea, it is only once if the event happened, so we haven't given any group ID. So the similar events, we are grouping them with some group ID. Clear? The same thing will be happen here as well. For the related items, we can give the same group ID. This is also going to be a identifier variable. The next thing is going to be reference ID. This is part of your AE, this is part of your DV, correct? So which is nothing but simply a reference ID. What exactly it is going to deal with? The reference ID is the one, it is a internal or external identifier. If you want to have the example for this, you can have the same example here as well. Let me show you. Somewhere I remember I have given some reference ID. Maybe not here. Let's see, maybe in another one, maybe medical history, there we may have it. I'll show you, don't worry. I'll show you, don't worry. Right? So it is all about a reference ID that we have given, right? Even this reference ID is going to be a line number from your CR, what is a case report form. Even that you can consider. Nothing wrong in that. Nothing wrong. All right. Now, the next thing is going to be, these are your identifier variables. There is one last thing that is nothing but your sponsor defined one. Maybe I can copy this one as well. Remember guys, if you are good with one domain under your events, all the other domains will be having more or less similar variables, correct? So this is nothing but your sponsor defined identifier. It is printed on your CRF as an identifier, or it is also part of your sponsors operational database. It is part of your AE, it is part of your disposition domain, it is part of your what is the protocol deviation domain, and it is part of your adverse event domain. You can see here AE SPID, correct? So it is part of almost all the domains. That is all the events domains. That's what I would like to say. With this, I can say that we are good with all the identifier domains, so identifier variables, right? So let's start with our topic variable, which is nothing but the DS term. Guys, I'm going a little faster. Any of you feel like, hey, you're going fast, Murli, slow down, means I'll slow down. Okay, since these are going to be easy ones, I'm just going ahead with the little higher space, not too much, a little one. Okay, right. So again here I can say that this is DS term is nothing but a name of the disposition event. It is nothing but the name of the disposition. A simple one, I can say that it is the name of the disposition event. Correct? A simple one. So you can see here, I'll simply go with this one is DS, this one is going to be DS, DS SEQ, DS term. Now we need to talk about what are going to be the names of your disposition events. We can take the example from here. Can you see this? Informed consent update. Or I can also, sorry guys, I also need to mention this. Or a protocol milestone. Either it is going to be a name of the disposition event or the protocol milestone. Okay. What and all I can have here? Either I can say that, hey, informed consent is obtained. It is a protocol milestone. Randomization is completed. Again, it is also a your protocol milestone only. Now go with the third one. This is something like completed. What exactly completed? The screening is completed. The DS term is going to tell you what is going to be the various values that we are going to store here. You can see this. A reported term for the disposition event. Okay, this is whatever is there in your milestone or whatever the name of the event, exact name as is will be mentioned here. Again, the DS term values will map to the control terminology and stored in PSD code. The same thing as usual, it is going to follow. So what is DSD code then? Now we are going to talk about it. So one by one, in the same order we are going to do. Standardized disposition term. It is not from the medical dictionary. It is from the standardized disposition term. What do you mean by standardized? What I'm going to have there? So the controlled terminologies are going to be only two there. Can you see this? There are informed consent obtained, completed, randomized, most of them like standard names. So you can see here, automobile accident. You call it as it is, right? Just a second, guys. Then you have something called anemia, which is the adverse event, right? Which is unforeseen event, right? You are calling it as an adverse event, right? Subject is moved. At what stage? Treatment stage. So lost to follow up. Subject denied for the MRI procedure, which is a protocol violation. Can you understand, right, what I'm trying to say here? It is all about the standard term. This is not from the medical dictionary. It is the standard, I can say that, standardized event names. So here we have various things, detailed one. If you standardize it, what is going to be happen? What are the terms that you are going to get? Those will be your DSD code. So all I'm going to have here is going to be, these are the standardized disposition terms, standardized one. Okay, now the next thing is going to be, maybe if someone asks you for the examples are going to be, you can use all of this, where it is, all this. Maybe we can take some of them as well. Informed consent we can take, completed, randomized, adverse event. These four you can take. Maybe the death. These are all the examples, correct? Death, informed consent obtained, completed, your randomization is done, adverse event, all these are going to be a standardized term for your disposition terms. Okay, then. So the DSD code is also done. Let's go with the next one. Category. DS category is nothing but we have AE category, we have DV category, right? Similarly, we have here DS category. What is that? Category of your, this is going to be category of your, what is exactly it is going to be? Disposition event or the protocol milestone. Simply we can put disposition event. What category it is? Am I correct or not? What category it is? Right. What is going to be the next one? You're going to have the subcategory of that. Correct? Just use it as subcategory, which is nothing but the further classification or further categorization of your disposition event. Right? Simple ones only, guys. Whatever we have there. I'm just wondering, do you have yeah, DS subcategories also there, right? So we are not going too hard. All we are doing is what are the various variables are there, right? What is the name of that particular label of that particular variable, and followed by we are just going to talk about what exactly it is displaying there. Correct? So far, all of you are cool. We are not going anything hard. We are going on a very lighter note, and we are simply explaining this. So the next one is going to be approach. What is going to be the approach? What is approach, guys? Someone? What is approach? Event. No. Approach is not the event, Swati. No. Approach is not the event.
Grouping of the elements is called approach.
Grouping of the each phase, guys.
Elements.
Each phase. Yes, group of elements, or I can say that each phase of the study. Can I call that? Right? For an example, if someone asks you, what are the examples? What is the approach examples? It can be screening. It can be treatment. It can be follow-up. Am I correct or not? Each stage, I can call it as a approach. Most important thing that you need to understand is, if you go to this particular one, approach is blank somewhere. Can you see this? What is the meaning of this? Where it is blank, can someone please check and tell me? Wherever your category is going to be a protocol milestone, for protocol milestones, approach is going to be none. Remember this. What is that? We won't capture approach if the category is, or I can say that if the disposition event is fall under, or we won't capture approach for protocol deviations. Simple. What is that? We won't capture approach for the protocol milestones and populate as null, or approach is null for these events. Very important. Why? We don't need to, because whether it is what is going to be the approach or in which stage it is, we don't mention that for your protocol milestones. That is the only thing that you need to understand. Is that clear, guys? For protocol milestones, we won't represent this. You can see this here clearly. Wherever it is going to be a protocol milestone, there and all, we are not mentioning that. We are not going to write what is going to be the approach for this. This is the only thing that you need to remember. Clear? Right. So what else is pending? Just 3 of your time periods are pending. What are going to be? Your DS, DTC, that is nothing but your date and time of your collection. What is this? DS collection date. Meaning, what exactly you are going to, from where we are going to do this? We will populate this field from, or we will populate this particular field, which is nothing but the date, correct? From CRF. It is populated, it is part of your CRF. Right? So simply what it is going to talk about, it will talk about when your disposition details are collected As simple as that. When it is collected, remember, it is going to be in a character format, and it is going to be a character value, and the format is going to be, what is the format, guys? IS 8601. Am I correct? Clear to everyone? Is this understandable? So we have calculated AE DTC, we have calculated MH DTC, we calculated DV DTC. Now we are calculating DS DTC, right? All of them are going to be similar, right? Then what is the next thing? DS SDTC. Sorry, I placed you on mute. Okay. Now, so you can see that the next one is going to be here, DS SDTC. What is this? Start date, simply. That is start date and time. What is this? Start date and time in character format. Am I correct? That is what you are going to do it. That is nothing but what is the start date and time of disposition event. If you want to talk about it, you can say that it is going to be start date and time of disposition event in character format. Again, same, we are going to talk about 86 IS 8610 IS 8601 DA. That is still there. Correct. So one last variable that we are going to discuss here. This is start date, right? We can also go with the end date. The end date is going to be end date and time. That's it. And last variable here is study day. Everywhere we are going to calculate the study day, right? So study day. How to calculate this, guys? You can simply say study start date also, and it is going to be a derived variable. Maybe I can copy the data from here. This one. Guys, we haven't calculated this. No problem. Medical history we did. Yes. Now we can do this. Take this particular one and we can use the same here just to save some time. It's a derived variable. What are the variables we are going to do here? There are two variables we are going to take here. What are the two variables? This is the one. Correct? Rest are all going to be the same. Correct? So when your disposition start date and time is greater than your RFSTDD, that is reference start date, treatment start date, this is going to be the formula, else this is going to be the formula. Right? So these are nothing but all the variables which fall under the disposition domain. Let's have a quick recap. So what and all we discussed here. It primarily talks about the subject status. That is, who entered into my study? What are my protocol milestones? What is the subject's completion status? Is the subject completed the study or not? If he or she is not completed, what are the reasons for that? If he or she discontinued from the study, where exactly they discontinued? In what phase? In what segment of the study? All these are going to be part of it. Right? Sponsor is the one who is going to decide what disposition events he want to show in the study. Completely, it's a sponsor's call. What is the nature? One record per disposition event or protocol milestone per subject. What do you mean by protocol milestones? What are the general protocol milestones? Informed consent obtained, randomized. What are the disposition events? Screening, treatment, adverse events, study completed, and death. All these are part of disposition events. What are the other events? Blinding status change. Are there any changes in the blinding? If yes, what is the study? The blinding status change. What is the topic variable? Disposition term. What are the identifier variables? There are 5 identifier variables up to this. Up to this are the identifier variables. So what are they? So we have domain, we have study ID, unit subject ID, the sequence number, group ID, a reference ID, and sponsor defined identifier. Then DS term, the name, DS code. So this is going to be the normal name, that is nothing but a kind of a free text. But if you standardize this, that is nothing but your DSD code. Remember, it is not from the medical dictionary, it is the standardized disposition terms. Then what category the particular disposition event falls under. If you further want to categorize it, subcategorize it, what it is. In what phase of the study? Oh, this is each phase of the study. That is nothing but your approach, right? Approach will not be captured for the protocol milestones. It is null. When the disposition events are collected, disposition collection date, start date and time of disposition event, start date and time in character format, end date and time in character format, which is nothing but your NDTC. Then study start date. How do you calculate it? There are 2 variables, your start date and time and your reference start date and time. This will be coming from your demographics domain. If you combine these 2, that is, you can use these 2 for deriving your disposition study. Simple and straightforward. Any questions in this? So here are going to be the examples. We already discussed the examples here, correct? So if the sponsor want to go in a clear manner, I can go like this. If the sponsor want to give only one record directly, whether the final status he want to give, in that particular case, I can go with the second one. So as I mentioned already, it's purely a sponsor call. Any questions here, guys? Anyone have any questions in this? Let me know. All of you are comfortable? Questions? Any questions? All right. So now I'm just going ahead with the next one, which is nothing but your clinical events. That is one I'm going to discuss now. So before I go with the clinical events, if any of you have any questions, let me know. If not, I'll proceed with this. Just a second. I can take this one from here. Clinical events. This is the one. So let's proceed with this. Another simple one, right? Someone might get confused about the difference between your adverse events and the clinical events, right? Adverse events and clinical events. Adverse events is nothing but the unforeseen events, right? We haven't expected them, right? Something which is not supposed to be part of your study, but it has happened. Those are your adverse events, correct? So this particular domain here, clinical events, it is going to capture clinical events. Those are not classified as adverse events. Remember this. Clinical events will not be considered, or will not be, none of your adverse events will be part of your clinical event. That is going to be a minor change. At that minor change, we need to understand. All right, a very simple one. It is not going to be a difficult one at all. A simple, easy, but you just need to follow this properly. That's it. All right. This domain primarily captures the clinical events. If someone asks you, what do you mean by clinical events? I can simply say that clinical events are nothing but symptoms and side effects. That's it. Okay, Raja. If DTDC is character variable, the format is 8601, but it is a numeric format. No, 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 no. Remember that. Just give me a second. Just a second. Hey, Raja, sorry, I got a call, so I just place you on mute. Remember, Raja, not just this particular domain. In SDTM, completely or across all the domains, your dates are completely in character format only. Right? First thing, date is not a numeric at all here. All the dates are represented as a character format in your SDTM domain. This I have mentioned in the start of the class also. That is your initial discussions also. Second, I'm simply mentioning IS 8601, but ideally speaking, either it is going to be 8601 DA or it is going to be 8601 DT. DA means normal date, that is 2022-05-17. This is the format, right? Then DT means date and time, which is nothing but a timestamp. In that particular case, we are going to represent like this, followed by T. Then now it is 9:20, so it is going to be 21:20. That is the difference. DA means just you are representing the date. DT means you are representing both date and time. Every time instead of mentioning DA and DT, we are simply mentioning IS 8601. That's it. That means it can be in a date format or it can be in a timestamp format. Is that clear, Raja? Did you get it? Any questions? Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to understand this? Right, perfect. Now let's go with the next domain, which is going to be a clinical events domain. That is CE, clinical events domain. Okay, so let's discuss about it. Again, a very simple one. It won't be take any time, so quickly we can complete this as well. I can simply say clinical events. All right. So what exactly it will deals with? What do you mean by clinical events? I can simply say that this domain captures the clinical events. So what do you mean by clinical events? I can say the clinical events are nothing but symptoms and side effects. Simply, in a nutshell, if you want to talk about it, is going to be this domain captures the clinical events, which is nothing but symptoms and side effects. But that would not be, classified as adverse events. Remember this. That should not be considered as the adverse events, right? No adverse event should be part of this. As simple as that. That is the only thing. Okay. If someone asks you, hey Murli, can you give me some examples? Can you give me some examples? Right? For an example, let's say headache. The headache is going to be a AE term. You're not expecting this because of your, there is nothing but whatever the drug that you are giving, the drug shouldn't lead to the headache. Because of that particular drug, you're not supposed to get headache, but the subject experienced it. The subject is suffered with headache. Then it is an adverse event. Correct? Similarly, let's say that there is another thing. Let's say vomit. Vomit is an expected thing because whatever the study drug that we are giving, the study drug may have this particular side effect. This is the side effect that we are expecting. This is the pretty common side effect for this particular clinical event, so for this particular study drug. So it is going to be a CDISC. Similarly, wonderful. Let's say a fever. Thanks, Mohanty. Very good example. So we are expecting fever after your COVID dosage, right? You just went with the COVID vaccine. So one of the common symptoms for after your thing is going to be you may experience fever. Not everyone, but this is one of the side effects, right? So you're using metformin. Because of the metformin, you may feel body rashes, itching. Itching is part of your CE term. Why? Because this particular metformin that we are using, this may cause your side effect, right? Clear. There is another one. Adverse event example, clotting after COVID vaccine. Yeah, it is not expected, but you are getting. Yes, yes. Maybe I think Mohanty, I can write this one. This is a really good one. Let's say COVID vaccine. If you take COVID vaccine, then fever is going to be the CE term. Then clotting happened. The clotting can be considered as a adverse event because the first one is expected. This is the symptom, or this is going to be the side effect of your COVID vaccine. Fever you may expect, right? But the clotting is not expected one. If you get it, it is going to be a AE term. Diarrhea, right? Or vomiting sensation. Even vomiting for your COVID vaccine is not expected one. It is going to be a AE term. Body pains, right? So body pains are going to be expected one for this particular vaccine, correct? This is going to be a CE term. Make sense to everyone now? What is called your clinical event? What is going to be your adverse event? Something you are expecting that may be the symptom or side effect of your drug or vaccine or treatment, that is going to be a clinical event. Something which is not supposed to be a side effect or symptom of this particular study drug or treatment, but you're experiencing it, that is going to be adverse event. All of you are clear with this? Can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Mohanty, thank you. Very good example. Simple and easy to understand. Anyone, any questions here? Can I proceed? Right. So as usual, we are going to write the nature, all this. So let's go ahead with that. So what is going to be the nature of this particular one? Oh. So the nature of this particular domain is going to be, it is going to capture, here it is, one record per event per subject. One record per subject, one record per clinical event, if you want to have a clear idea, per clinical event per subject. That is the nature. What is the next thing we are going to talk about? We are going to talk about the topic variable. What are going to be the topic variable? What is the topic variable, guys? By this time, all of you might understand this. The topic variable is nothing but here. Here it is going to be AE term. Here it is going to be PE, clinical event term, right? We also discuss about your study identifiers, right? So identifier variables, right? So what are going to be your identifier variables? My identifier variables are going to be, as usual, you are going to get your study identifier, domain, unique subject identifier. These three will come along with your sequence, along with your AE term. So AE term will not come, sorry about that. You are going to have your study identifier, domain abbreviation will be there, unique subject identifier is there, and what next? PEQ, your sequence number. The sequence number is going to be within the domain, correct? What is the next variable? The group ID. Maybe I can copy this from Disposition, because just now we discussed, right? Up to this, same thing will be copied here. So what are the other things? I'm going to have CE group ID, that is nothing but group ID that we have given for the related events, the reference ID, and sponsor identifier, sponsor defined variable. Up to this, all of them are going to be the same. Can you see this? All these are identifier variables, right? Then we are going to talk about the CE term. What is nothing but a CE term? That also I can copy from here. This is nothing but name of the clinical event, right? So reported term for the clinical event. So I can simply put C here. So C, and this is going to be a CE term. Can someone give me some examples for what are going to be our CE terms? Here are a few of the examples, but still, if you want to go ahead with this, at the down you can see a few. You can see rash. Maybe I can copy here. You can see wheezing. Let's say diarrhea. Can I say these are going to be the different name of your clinical event terms, right? Guys, the only reason I'm just speeding up here because these are all repeated, purely repeated. That's the reason I'm going on a little higher pace. Okay, nothing beyond that. Anywhere, if any of you feel that Murli just slow down means I'll slow down. Okay, all right. And here there is something we can do here is this one will go ahead with your controlled terminology. Correct? So the CE term will lead you to the CE decode. Same stuff. So what is your CE decode again? This is dictionary derived one. These are not the standardized ones. These are the standardized one, but which these are coming from the dictionary derived codes. So these are similar to your adverse events. Here you can find it. Just give me a second. AE decode. What happened? Here it is. So this is a dictionary derived term, right? So we can go ahead with like this. So your AE term followed by what is going to be a AE code. This is going to be a dictionary derived code, correct? So what is going to be the dictionary that we are going to follow? We are going to follow MedDRA. Can someone tell me what is going to be our MedDRA dictionary version? Last class I have mentioned it. 22.1. Perfect. Koti Reddy and Mohanty. Yeah, perfect. All right. What's the next thing that we can discuss here? CE category. What is CE category? Category of your clinical event, the same stuff. Correct? So if you want the examples again here, you can pick it up from here. Use it to define a category. Further, if I want to categorize this, I can go ahead with the C. Am I correct? Same stuff, just domain name change. The abbreviation is going to change, but rest of them are going to be the same. Right. What is going to be C PRESP? Pre-specified. This is nothing but a pre-specified thing where I can see this particular one. It is part of almost all your domains, correct? So pre-specified events. You can see this. So what is pre-specified clinical events? These are already specified or not. This drug may cause this particular one or not. All right. Then, if it is why, then this particular clinical event was already pre-specified in your CRF. Same stuff will be keep on repeating. All right. So what's the next one? C occur. Remember this, where you have seen the C occur? Is this again happens or not? The occurrence is there or not? It is part of your adverse event. It is also part of your medical history also. Correct? So let's copy from here. What happened? Don't we have occurrence here. Just a second. Let me open medical history. It's supposed to be what we are missing. Just give me a moment, guys. I remember we discussed this. That's the reason I'm bit. Areas occurrence. All right. Here we have discussed this. Just give me a second. Substance use. It should be there. SV, CM. We are under the CM now. Might be a miss something. Just a second. Here it is. That's what in medical history it is there. Right, we discussed this just 2 days before. But why it is not part of the notes? It's supposed to be there, right? MHR. I searched with E occur. Correct? I searched with E occur. But still it should be there. Why we haven't discussed this? Oh, I haven't write this here. But I remember I explained this. Here it is. I remember this, but still it is not part of our notes. That's the reason we missed it, because I strongly remember that we have discussed this 2 days back. Here it is. In the medical history, we defined whether it is going to be pre-specified or not, whether the occurrence is there or not. You can see the same events repeated for 2 patients here, correct? And when you check this particular one, you can see the transient ischemic attack, the occurrence is there for this particular subject, and same it is not there for the second subject, right? I remember explaining this particular example. That's the reason I'm 200% sure about this particular one, but somehow it is not part of our domain, the domain nodes. Maybe I'll update this. Okay, right, I supposed to update this, but I missed it. I'll update it here, no problem. So we are talking about CE occurrence. So from here we'll discuss tomorrow, guys. Anyways, I just got the break. Yeah, I remember I did discuss, but it is not part of your notes. No problem. So from here we discuss tomorrow. So we just got some deviation, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more variables are there. So all these 10 variables we discuss tomorrow. So I can say that by tomorrow we can complete our events. So we complete this, and tomorrow we proceed with the interventions. We go with EX and EX-EC. That is exposure and exposure as collected. Let's target these 3 by tomorrow. Or let's complete this and go with the AE coding tomorrow. We go with AE coding. All right. So 10 more variables, some deviation. So let's stop here and discuss this by tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow I'll share the notes for your clinical events. I'll share the notes for the disposition now, and for the clinical events, I'll share it by tomorrow, right? Maybe I can quickly share right now. So disposition example, class notes, and it's done. Yeah. All right, let me update it in your drive as well so that you can also download from there. Right? That's all for today, guys. Let's connect by tomorrow and complete it. Take care. See you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Hey, hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation? Guys, can I have a quick confirmation?
Yes, Murli, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thanks, Mohanty. Thanks for the confirmation. All right. So we were discussing about clinical events. That's the domain that we have started yesterday. So on a very nutshell, we can say that the clinical events are the one. So this domain primarily capture symptoms and side effects of your study treatment are the study drug, correct? Or simply, it is going to capture all the events which are not classified as adverse events. Adverse events is something like which is not any unforeseen conditions or anything that we are not expected to happen, but that event has happened. Those will be classified as your adverse. Anything which is not adverse, primarily the symptoms and side effects of your drug that you are testing or the treatment that you are giving, clinical events, correct? So here we have seen we have taken COVID vaccine is one of the example. So fever, body pains are the expected ones. These are going to be the side effects of this particular vaccine. So these will be called as your clinical events, whereas clotting, vomiting, all these will be of your adverse event. These are not expected. These are not the ones which are, the side effects of this particular drug. But still, if you're facing it, meaning something is wrong, which is not related to this particular drug, but you're experiencing it, you can call it as a adverse event. Then we talked about nature, that is one record per clinical event per subject. What is going to be the topic variable for us? The topic variable is going to be CA term, right? So more detailed discussion of the CA term, we can see it down. So the identifier variables are nothing but your study identifier, your domain, unique subject identifier, your sequence number, group ID, reference ID, and sponsor defined identifier. All these are your identifier variables. Then you have your topic variable called CE term. The CE term is nothing but just like your AE term, MH term, your DS term. Here you have the CE term. Remember, guys, one thing I would like to tell you very clearly. One thing I would like to inform you to all, remember this. You don't need to go with each and every domain, right? Every domain you don't need to go with a clear understanding. Don't consider it as a wrong advice. I'll tell you the reason for it. Let's say under the events domain, if you learn one event, if you're very good with one event, all other events are going to be similar only, correct? Let's say you started with adverse. So if you're well versed with adverse event, right, meaning what data will flow under this domain, if you're clear with that, the terms are the variables that you are going to use it under your clinical events. Can I say similar? Almost all the variables, most of the variables are repetitive, right? But you need to understand what kind of data flow here and what kind of data flow here. The first one is for unforeseen events or sudden events. The second one is going to be the symptoms, or it is going to be the side effects. Then medical history. Again, the same. Terminology is going to be the same. But what data will flow here? The previous medical history From the time you sign your consent form to till before you start your treatment, between that particular period, you are going to record all the things, right? All the medical history. You need to say what kind of diseases or what is the illness that particular subject faced. Is the subject faced with any of the accidents before? Correct? This and all comes under your medical history. Disposition. Again, what is the status of the subject? Is the subject completed the complete clinical trials or not? If not, at what phase or at what stage he or she left the trials? Correct? What stage the trial the particular person has missed it? Is the particular missed because of the protocol deviation, or it is going to be something called what is the other one? One is the protocol deviation, and another one is going to be, can someone please tell me? Yesterday only we discussed. What and all the disposition domain is going to be recorded? Guys, some answers please. If you give answers that I can get some confirmation that you are remembering this particular subject and you are just following it. What are they? Disposition events or the protocol milestones? What are the disposition events? Any screen failure information, treatment, adverse events, study completed or not, death. All these comes under your disposition events. Protocol milestones are going to be either the informed consent is obtained or not, randomization done or not, will fall under DS. Correct? So we have done around 5 different domains here: adverse, medical history, clinical, disposition, right? When you look into this, you can understand one thing. Even we discussed about other ones. Sorry, I haven't mentioned it. DV, protocol deviation. Why the deviation has happened? That is also we discussed, correct? Right? Is the deviation, what and all the deviations that have happened within the your clinical trials. All, if you look into these 5 domains now, if you are well versed with one, the remaining 4 are going to be straightway and easy only. Correct? Almost all the similar terms, almost all the definitions are going to be the same. Everything remains going to be the same. There won't be much difference there. Correct? So concentrate on one domain in each of this particular category. It doesn't mean that the guys don't read or don't practice. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving you the reason. I'm just giving you, right, all I can say that suggestion to smartly learn your SDTM domains. It is difficult to go with all the domains, difficult to remember all the variables, labels, and all, right? But if you are well versed with one, then automatically others are going to be simple and easy to follow. Remember, even how good you are, how strong you are in your, what to say, domain. While you're writing the code, while you're defining your variables, you open your SDTM implementation guide, then only you're going to do anything. Okay, so don't worry about it. All you need to understand is try to concentrate, try to learn at least one particular domain in each of this particular event properly. That will help. Clear, guys? Whatever I'm saying is that making sense? Right? It is not something I'm discouraging you to learn all the topics, all the domains, but I'm telling you how smartly you can do it. All right. Having said that, let's go with the other one. CE decode, that is nothing but it is going to be dictionary derived code for your CE term. A CE category is nothing but category of your clinical event, what kind of category it is. Even if you go with further categorization, that is going to be a subcategory. Pre-specified is nothing but, sorry about it, just give me a second. All right, sorry guys. Now this is pre-specified, whether nothing but is this particular one is pre-specified in your CRF or not, right? So yesterday we talked about CE occurrence, there we stopped. CE occurrence is all about, even the same one we also discussed in the MH occur, that is nothing but medical history. Whatever the one, the event you're talking about, is it having reoccurrence or not? Will it have, will it, like you're going to ask this by your patient or your subject, right? Is it a occurrence, reoccurrence is there or not, right? So that you are going to ask, that you are going to define. That is nothing but the clinical event occurrence. Meaning, let's say that because of this particular medicine, the patient, the subject is getting rash, right? The subject is getting rash. Let's say today you have taken the drug, morning 500 mg of the pill you have taken, right? So maybe within half an hour after you consume this particular drug, you got the rash. Again, evening you are going to take this particular drug, again 500 mg, and as a result of that, again you are going to face this particular rash. You are going to experience this particular rash on your body. This is going to be the occurring one. The nature of this particular drug is that when you consume it, you are going to experience it. So it is nothing but your CE occurrence. Again, the control terminologies are going to be yes or no. Only two options are there. Is it going to be an occurring one or not occurring one? That's it. Only two things. All right. Let me open your this one as well. SDTM implementation guide. Because we are going in that flow, right? As is we are going, right? Just see where we are. Domains, not 4.1.3. It will be not the special purpose domains. DM, subject elements. Yeah, not the SV, not medical history. The exposure. Just a second, guys. Test demographics. Page down. Elements. I'm little off today. Please don't mistake. These are special purpose. Just a second, guys. See. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. What was the last one that we have discussed? We discussed about CE occurrence. Okay. So after the CE occurrence, the next thing that we are going to discuss is going to be, if you want to have an example for this particular one, for an example, how do I understand this particular one? Let's say you can just go with one of the unique subject ID. All right. Then go with your CE term and then just see whether it is a pre-specified event or not, right? And let's say CE occurrence. What is the CE occurrence? Right, let's go with this. So simply we can say that there is a patient called 111 subject ID. CE term is going to be like, let's say, headache. You can experience headache for this particular one. We talked about rash, right? Let's go with that. Right? Is it pre-specified or not? Yes, it is the nature, it is pre-specified, right? For one of the subject, let's say subject 111, it is reoccurring. For this particular one, it is occurring again and again. Whenever they take this particular study drug, it is happening. So there is another subject. For them also, it is going to be a pre-specified one. There is no difference at all. But when it comes to the occurrence, this particular person, because of the nature of the body and all, because of the resistance that he or she have, it is not a recurring event. The term remains going to be the same. Both of them are going to be the pre-specified things, but one subject is getting this occurrence is happening again and again, whereas for the other subject it is not happening. For the other subject it is simply not occurring. Correct? So this is how you can understand it. Is that making sense, guys? How do you define your CE Akka? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Right? The next one is going to be your CE stat. The name itself is going to tell you what is the CE stat. Completion status. Done or not. Only two things. Right? That is, you have collected all the things or not. That is, all the questions in the pre-specified list answered or not. All right, whether all the questions in the pre-specified list, that is, status of all the pre-specified list answered or not. So what are going to be the control terminologies again for this? Either it is going to be done or it is not. It is going to be not done. Only two things. Most of the times we are not going to mention done. Only we are going to mention if all the questions are not answered. Right? All the questions are not answered in the pre-specified list. We will mention it as not done. It is almost similar to your medical history one. So you have MH stat here, right? Same one. Either you are going to mention whether it is going to be done or it is not going to be. It is not done. Only two things. But main thing that you need to understand here is, right? You need to understand one thing here. There is going to be a time variable. We are going to discuss that anyways, right? Note, just understand that. If SDTC, what do you mean by that? SDTC is nothing but the start, date, and time in the character format. Correct? Clinical event, start, date, and time in the clinical trials. If it is equal to missing or is missing, then your CA stat is nothing but not done. Straightforward. That is, you don't have timestamp. You don't have time details of when this particular clinical event started. The start date and time is not there. Straight away you can mention that it is not done. Okay, but here you also need to understand one thing. That is, whenever it is not captured, you can see MH reason not done, right? Why it is not done? The same thing you need to mention here as well. Wherever your CE state is not done, then you need to enter the reason for it. Why it is not done. Captures a reason for clinical event not done. Remember this. Same thing we are going to repeat again and again. Most of the time it is going to be a free text, right? So what are the things I can do? I can go with all these three. Either patient refused to give the information, patient left the site early, or forgot to ask. All of them are valid only, right? Just like your medical history, whatever you have given, the same thing you have to do here. Again, the next thing, CE body says that is nothing but what is this? Body system, or it is going to be a organ class, the same one. So it is there in every place, correct? It is there here also. MH body sys. See, here it is, right? Who is going to do this? Used by the sponsor from the coding dictionary. As per your MEDDR, you are going to write it. Contains standard of care information. Copy this. The same thing you are going to mention here as well. Remember, that's the reason I just told you a couple of minutes back. If you know what kind of data is flowing in the system, that is more than sufficient, because all of them are going to be similar. Then you have CE severity. So what is CE severity? Where I can get this particular one? I can have this particular one in your adverse events. In the adverse event, you have AEC, the severity, or what is the other thing? The impact. Either you can call it as a severity or you can call it as the impact of this one, intensity of this particular one. So what is going to be the terminologies? Either you can mention this as going to be the mild or moderate or it is severe. Correct? Instead of this, we can call it as a clinical event. That's the only difference. Correct? What else we have? Then we have CEDTC. Date of collection. It is there everywhere. CEDTC is nothing but, if you go to medical history, you have MHDTC. Correct? If you go to your AE, you have AE. What is the one? Here we have multiple things. For AE, you have multiple things. Right? You are going to calculate star SDDY. Then you are going to calculate your what is the other one? Start you are going to calculate, end you are going to calculate, again you are going to calculate the references. There are a lot of date and time periods we are going to calculate here. Correct? You can see study start date, all these things you are going to calculate here. But when it comes to this particular one, it is similar to your MH. It is going to talk about when you have collected this particular one, right? I can copy the same. Instead of medical history collection, I can simply say that date and time of clinical event collection. Right? The same thing I can also put here. Clinical event collection date. Done. What is the next thing? This is what just now we have discussed while explaining this here. It is going to be clinical event, or I can say start date or time of clinical event. Am I correct or not? It is going to be start date and time of the clinical event. Again, it is going to be a character format. It is going to be in IS 8601 DAR in DT. The same one, if I go with the end date, it is going to be this one. End date and time of the clinical event. Am I correct? What else is the next one? CEDY, study day of event collection. Study day of event collection. It is going to be medical history day of event collection. Then you are going to have adverse event day of the collection. All these things are going to be same kind. So again, how you are going to calculate this? It is going to be derived based on two terms. Let's take this. Here it is going to be not MHDTC. Instead of that, it is going to be CEDTC. That's it. I wrongly copied this, but no worries. Done. So your reference, your treatment reference start date and time in character format, you're going to get it from the DM domain. From the DM domain, you're going to get this one, and here you're going to get the remaining things. What is this one, Mohanty? This is not going to be in 8601 DA format because these are going to be the number of days. Either it is going to be a positive or going to be a negative. Am I correct?
Murli, no, no, just correct it. It is road 8610. Remember all those.
Okay. Okay. Here I have given correct one. The other one I have given wrong. Typo. Maybe I need to correct here as well. Thank you. So if you see all these, it's a copy paste. With the DA I have given correctly, but DD I have given in a wrong way. Correct? But fine, it is done. Maybe. Thank you for giving this correction. Sorry guys, today we have a lot of production events, so I keep getting the calls. So that's the reason I'm placing on the mute. Sorry about it. All right. So what was the last thing we have discussed? CEDY. Now let's go with the next one, CESTRF. This is going to be just. So it is going to be a reference point. That is nothing but we generally go with ENRFs, right? The ENRFs are going to be our end reference to the relative point. So this relative time period is going to be given by a sponsor, correct? So for that particular one, you are going to calculate. If you go with the previous ones, we calculated MHENRF, correct? We calculated AEENRF. Similarly, here we are going to calculate end relative reference as well as your start relative to your reference period. Remember, either it is going to be a start relative to the reference period or end to the reference period. Both of them will be defined by your sponsor. The reference period will be defined by the sponsor. It is going to be continuous, right? End relative to your reference period. Both of them, please remember, these are going to be the discrete ones, and we are going to have ongoing or before or after. These are the ones that we are going to get for this, right? You can see this is going to be defined as your reference period. Both of them will be defined by the sponsor itself. Okay, then most important thing that you need to understand here is going to be either how the values are going to be. The values are going to be like either the values are ongoing or missing. Only two things. Either it is going to be an ongoing one or it is going to be the missing values. Right? Then how I'm going to define this particular one. So when it is going to be ongoing. So we have two different timestamps here, right? What is the first one? If you have your start date and time, when your clinical event start date is there, so this is not equal to null. At the same time, your end reference time period is there, right? This is equal to null. That is, you have a valid start date, but your end date is not defined yet. Then I can say that it is not end, it is still happening. I can say that your CNREF, that is CENREF, is going to be CENRF is going to be ongoing. So this is going to be, we have discussed this particular one in your adverse events. We have discussed this in the NH, medical history, and here also we are discussing it. Is that clear, guys? What it is exactly? It is going to be end relative to your reference period. Most of the times the values are going to be ongoing, right? So how it is going to be? If you don't have a valid start end date, but you have a valid start date, the meaning is it is continuing. For that, we are going to define it as ongoing. Clear? All right. What is the next one? We have the reference points now. That is your CESTRTPA. This is nothing but end reference, end relative to your, sorry, start relative to your reference time period or reference time point. TPT is nothing but your time point. R means reference time point. ST stands for start. The same thing if I write it for EN, that is going to be end. That is clinical event end relative to the reference time point. Right? So mostly we concentrate on the second one, but anyways we'll write both of them. What is that? Clinical event, or I can use this one. Start relative to the reference time point. This one, end relative to the reference time point. Only two things. Start a reference to the time point, end reference to the time point. Okay, end relative to the reference time point. So how do you define them? How do you define them? So this is pretty much equivalent to your what to say, from where I can get this is from the adverse events. This relative reference time point. Here it is. You can use the pretty much the same thing. Whatever you can have here, the same thing you can use it there. Everything remains going to be the same. End relative is going to be same. So how it is going to be? This I can mention it as timing identifies the end of event as being before or after. So what are going to be the control terminologies? If the clinical event happened before this, right, then you can say that your end reference time point is going to be before or after. Same thing, guys, it will be keep on repeating throughout. All of them are going to be repeated. That's it. So what we have discussed here, there are 4. If your clinical event happened before the treatment, then it is before. If clinical event happened after your treatment, then it is going to be after. You have the starting point, but you don't have the ending point ongoing. This one, see. Right. You don't have any information about your end reference, then it is not known, that is unknown. If both your clinical event as well as your this one, what is that? Treatment is happening on the same day, coincident. That's it. Clear? Whatever we defined in the AE, the same one we are defining here. Again and again we are discussing this. Right. We have one more. CENTPT, that is end reference time point. That is end reference or your clinical event end time point. Clinical event end time point. This is the last one. That is nothing but when was the last time it happened. That is when was the last time subject visited. That is going to be your end point. Am I correct or not? You can see this particular one. It is going to be end reference time point. This is the final visit. Most of the time it is going to be final visit. Right? So if you want, just quickly you can look into this particular example. Maybe I can show you the example also. You don't find difficulty here. This example is pretty much straightforward. You can see this. I have a patient, clinical domain, sorry, your clinical event, then followed by your what is going to be the unique subject ID, your sequence number. You can see symptoms: nausea, vomit, diarrhea, severe head pain. Is it pre-specified? Yes. C occurrence, you can see nausea is happening again and again, but vomiting no. And for this particular one, the status is not done. Since the status is not done, you need to enter the reason code. Maybe it will enter in the second line. Oh, it is not entered. Ideally, guys, you need to enter the reason. Whenever your status is not done, you need to enter the reason for that as well. Right? Severity, you can see moderate and severe, and you can see the start dates as well as the dates. So pretty much the same ones are repeating again and again. So that's the reason I'm telling you guys, whenever you are looking for the domains, make sure learn one domain properly in that. The remaining you can put automatically. So if you see, we have completed special purpose domains as well as the events domain, right? So I'll teach you the coding part for your adverse events domain. I have the data sets and everything ready. I just prepared it properly now. Then from tomorrow, we are going to start, not from tomorrow, tomorrow I'm going to go with your adverse event code. And then from Monday onwards, we will go with the interventions, right? Everywhere you don't need to go with everything, even on the interventions also. Any idea what is called intervention is? Anyone? What is called intervention? You took the drug, right? Treatment, but indirectly, let's say that either treatment or drug, when you take it, what is happening to your body, right? after the drug, how your body is responding. Again, each one you're going to, let's say exposure will have some data. Exposure as collector will have the different data. That is, you need to understand only the data flow. The rest of the time, variables are all going to be the same again. Most of the things are going to be the same again. Only thing you need to understand here is going to be what data will flow under each of this particular domain. If you go to standard implementation guide 3.3, you're going to have even the food domain there. What kind of food the patient has taken, and because of that, what happened. Even that is there. But you don't read it at this particular point of time. I'm just telling you. All right. So today I'm stopping here, guys, because I just completed the clinical event. Tomorrow I'll go with the coding, so we can spend coding tomorrow. And from next week we can go ahead with the interventions. Friday I won't take the class. I'm supposed to go somewhere, so I'm not able to take the class on Friday. Tomorrow I'm going to give you the, once I complete this particular AE, I'm going to share the raw data sets. Remember, the raw data sets are not going to cover everything, all the domains. I'm going to tell you what domains it is going to cover, how to see that, right? You need to understand what domains you can work on. Even that is important, correct? I will explain that and I can give you the data sets so that you can work on that on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And by Monday, you can submit them. Clear? So that is what we are going to do for the domain. Anyone, any questions? All right. So I'm going to wind up the session today here itself. And tomorrow we can continue with the interventions followed by your code. First we write the code, then we can go with the interventions. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to share you the clinical events notes right away. Thank you. All of you are able to hear me? All of you are able to see my screen? Can someone please confirm? Team, yes or no? Okay, Mahipal, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Wonderful, guys. Thanks for confirmation. So I have shared the code, so not the code, the data, and I have also shared your project details. Hope all of you are able to receive them. If anyone haven't received it, please update me. Okay, this is going to be the project that I have given to you. All right. So under the project one, project details, I don't know whether I have shared it with you or not. I hope I have shared everything. Right, so just check this. This is the project. You need to read this in detail just to get an understanding about what kind of project that you are dealing with. And then you might have received the raw data. So here you have all the raw data information. And also I have shared you the SDTM specs, correct? This also you might have received. And finally, you have also received your CRF, correct? Under the docs, you can see something called CRF. This is the one you might have received it. So these are the various details I have shared with you so far, correct? So today we are going to discuss in detail about providing a protocol, a CRF, your specs and raw data set, how to deal with your SDTM data, how to create SDTM data set. We have done one already for the demographics domain, correct? But whatever we have done for the demographic domain, we have done we have considered a lot of assumptions there, correct? We have made a lot of assumptions because that was the first domain. And we always know that we need to get the domain details, variable details as per your specifications, correct? So by the time, since it's a very first time we were writing the code, we have done without any of specifications or of your other things. We consider everything under the assumptions. But today we go properly, right? Proper way of writing your, or proper way of developing your SDTM data sets. All right. So what I'll do is today, since we are talking about the AE, we'll start with the events, right? Under the events, we start with AE today, adverse events. Okay, I will develop the code for this and I will share this across with you so that parallelly you can also do for the remaining ones. And remember guys, your protocol is having these domains. You can see AE, CM, CO, DA, DM, DS, DV, EG, EX, FA, like this keep on going, correct? So what and all you can do. So today I'll explain you with your AE domain. Apart from that, you can see we have MH, DV, DS, and CE, correct? You can see here you have disposition domain and protocol deviation. For both of them, you have the data here. You have medical history data here. So medical history, DV, and DSAE, these four are part of your particular project, correct? Whatever you can see it in the specification, all of them are part of the domains that you need to develop. Okay, so out of the 5 events, you can develop the code for the first 4. I'm going to give you the data. I'm going to explain the code end to end for AE. Then you can proceed with medical history, your protocol deviation, and disposition, right? Disposition events. Then under the special purpose domains, by using a different data set, I have already explained the demographics, but you can give a try based on this particular one. If you couldn't do this, sometime in the next week, I'm going to explain this as well. So that you can do along with the DM, CO, you can do comments, and you also have your, let me check whether you have your subject elements and subject visits. Yes, you have your subject elements and you have your subject visits. So both of them you can do it. So I'll explain the code again for the demographics if you couldn't do it, and then you can proceed with that. If you are able to do this, guys, you will be more than sufficient to start writing code for any of the raw data set. Okay, so as I committed before, this is going to be a very good project for you. You have a very detailed CRF, you have a very good raw data for it, and your project is going to have multiple domains to cover. So this is going to be a project number 1. In this project, I'm going to explain at least one code for one domain under each of this particular category. And you can go with the remaining one. You can share the code with me. And if you have any questions or anything, we can always have a sessions and we can discuss further. Remember, how good you are going to write this particular code, that is going to be deciding factor for your, your career growth in the clinical domain, right? So concentrate more, try to follow as good as possible, ask me as many questions as possible, and practice properly, right? With this, I'm going to start your AE domain. So remember, guys, consider your specifications as the most crucial thing for you. Right, consider this particular one. Yeah, specifications is the most crucial thing. So what and all I require? First thing you need to cross check. First, you would need a CRF, annotated CRF you require. Number 2, the details about your project. Having always good details about the project will be really helpful. Number 3, check whether your raw data is there or not. That can be a raw data set, or it can be CSV, or it can be anything. But 90% of the time, we are going to have the raw data sets, right? Number 4, specification itself. Number 5, this is purely optional. Any inbuilt macros, that is, if it is already developed, you can make use of them, right? I'll tell you what exactly it is, how to develop the macro also, I'll tell you. Right, but it is optional. But as long as you have your first 4, you're more than sufficient to start with your coding part. All right, so let's start with that. Let's see whether we have all of those or not. You have your specification Excel here. You have your ACRF here, correct? You have your project details here. Maybe protocol also I'll open. This is your protocol. An in detail protocol is also there. You can also have a look at this, how the protocol is going to be, how the details are going to be. You can see that. And all your project details are here. So to start with this, we have all the details. We can simply say that, yes, I have my enough details to kickstart with my project. All right. So your protocol is going to give you pretty much information about what trial it is, what study it is, right? What is the investigation drug or study drug it is, all the details, inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, any medicines that need to be prohibited, right? Every piece of information will be available. Remember, this is one of the real-time project. It happened around 4 years back, sorry, 5 years back, all right? So we are not giving something which is what to say, out of somewhere, but we are giving a project which is already done, which is already created somewhere. All right. So now, so first thing first, I want to develop the code. So I'm going to start my, just give me a second. Yeah, I would need to start my SAS. For that, I'm just going with this. Just give me a second. Where exactly it is? I want to see. Here it is. Just I'm launching SAS, guys, nothing else. Yep, SAS is ready. All right. So all I'm going to do is I just want to have the data sets. All my data sets are in the raw project one raw data. Here is what my data sets are. So I'm just going to create my first library. And before going to create this library, you have the drill. What is the drill? Either you can write just like this. Here, how I'm writing, you can write it. Otherwise, you can also write it in a proper way just by giving all the details. I mean to say, what is the code is all about? What exactly it will do, right? Who is the person who started this particular code? Means who is the creator? How many modifications it has done so far, correct? All these things also you can do see like this. So I'm just copy paste this particular one because we already did this particular one for your DM, that is demographics. So I'm going to use that particular one here. So I'm just going to say that the program name is, let's say, either you can say project or it is going to be, primarily I'm writing this one for the SDTM, correct? So SDTM.SAS. Sometimes you can write your project name here. You can write your, either you can use your what study it is, that study name, AE-study name you can use. You can name in any way which the people around you, the people in your project can understand. Okay, so what is the objective? The objective is to read a raw adverse events data set, right? Data set, and create a SAS data set, create a data set as per SDTM implementation guide 3.2 guidelines. So who created this? Let's say myself. Murli is the one who created this particular one. When it got created on DM. We did it on 29th, so it is going to be 23rd May 2022. Modification history. Suppose some of you have modified it after me, you can use this, right? Maybe I can also comment on this particular one. Maybe local list. Just give me a second. I just want to share this, store this particular one. I need to create a shortcut for this as well. Where exactly it is? Users. Okay, no problem. Let me create it on a desktop. Later I can do it. It is going to be AE SDTM code. I'm just going to save this AE SDTM code. All right. The same thing I'm going to write it here. AE underscore SDTM underscore code.sas. This is my program. All right. And input data sets, primarily it is going to be AE1. My data set name here is going to be AE1. I'll show you that. And where exactly my data sets are going to be? My data sets are going to be in this location. See, AE1 is going to be my adverse event data set. Okay. Where do I want to store this? For an example, let's say that here itself I want to create output data set. For an example, all my SDTM complaints one, I want to keep it here. I just call it as a SDTM. So this is the place where I want to store it. So what is the data set name? Output date, output file AE. Correct? Any considerations you want to make it, you can write all the notes or considerations here. For now, I'm not writing anything. All right. So just my program name here. My program name is this. All right. And after that, I'm going to write the details about who is the programmer and other details. Once we are good with this particular one, we will start our original code with the options. Suppose if I'm writing the macro options and all, I'll start with the mlogic, symbol gen, as well as mprint. But here I'm just going ahead only with the no formatter. That's the only option that I'm using. Done. So library definitions we need to go with. So this is going to be my input data, that is raw data set. So I'm just calling it as libname raw. I'm going to have my raw data. Similarly, I want to have my final data set stored somewhere, SDTM, and it is going to be correct. Right. So now my library definitions also. Yeah, I supposed to see two definitions here. One is raw, another one is SDTM. So if you go to the raw under the AE1, here is what your data set is. Correct. So you can see 362 variables, 362 observations are there. This is going to be a primary data set, and you can see you have 127 columns. So this is going to be the data that you're going to work on. Clear? All right. So I just keep this as a note. This data set I use again and again. So I just keep this open. Okay. Then, first thing. So what we are going to do, I want to understand what are the variables which are already part of this particular data set. So I'm going to start my coding here, right? To start my coding, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm calling, okay, I want to see the variable. Anyone who joined, kindly be on the mute. Thank you. Right. The first thing that I'm going to do is, this is my raw data. I want to see what variables are there in this data set. Right. So I'm going to write a proc contains data is equal to raw.ae1. This is my data. Out is equal to, let's say, AE data set or AE or raw variables. I want to see the raw variables. I don't want all because 126 variables are there. And at the same time, once you convert this into the proc contents, there is going to be a lot of data. I don't want all. I just want only the name as well as the label. So I just use the keep option for that. Followed by, I'll go with no print because I don't want to print it again in the results view. Just I want to have it in a raw data set. Created. Go here. Can you see now? I got all my variables. You can see this, right? All the variables. So for my reference, what I want to do is I want to export this. I want to export this. Why I want to export this? Just to make sure I want to use this particular data set, right? I want to use this particular one to check my variables. All I want to do is I just want to check my variables. Done. Close this. Go to your raw data. Here is what your raw data. You can see this, right? So why I want this? Already I have told to you, I want this particular information only for one purpose. That is, I want to ensure that all my variables from my input data set I want to see. Right? I can understand what variables are part of this. That is the only reason I'm taking this. Okay. All right. So now I have my input data also. Right? All my raw data and the corresponding variables are there. So what is the drill? We have a lot of variables in the AE domain, right? So how to proceed? First thing, go to your code. You remember code, right? Expected variables, permissible variables, required variables. Required variables are the one which should present in your output data set, and no missing values should be there. That is nothing but it should fill with the data. Correct? What is expected? These variables are expected to have in my output data set, but if some of the variable doesn't have the values, missing values are allowed. Permissible, if it is present in your CRF, it is there in your protocol, you are going to have it in your output data set. If these are not part of your protocol, you can obviously omit that particular one. No harm about it. Am I correct? These are the definitions for your data sets. All of you accept? Sorry, these are the variables. These are the definitions of your code. Correct or not? You remember this, right? We discussed about it already. Correct? All right. Now, so what should we do here? First, we start with the required. If you're good enough, you can start in any way, but it is always open your implementation guide, open your raw data set, and open your specification Excel. Make sure you are dealing in a proper way. First, required variables. These are mandatory variables with no null values. Correct? So start with required variables. Right? This is nothing but based on the code. So for AE domain, these are the required variables. So first one, study ID. We all know study ID is nothing but a study identifier. You can see the calculation part, it haven't mentioned here, but you can see it is saying that the origin is going to be CRF. It is a CRF. It is part of your CRF. Open your CRF. This is your CRF. In the very first page itself, you can see study ID, right? NABBC ending with 3102. Correct? This is nothing but your study ID, right? Open your raw data set. In the raw data set,
yeah, Murli. Hello.
tell me.
Hello.
Tell me.
Yeah, Murli. These variables can we copy from the DM domain?
We can do it. We can do it. We can absolutely do it. See, the next thing that I'm going to do is that only, because
Okay.
the reason why I haven't do that is we haven't, let's say that you, Mahipal, you are the one, let's say I'm your team lead. I have assigned AE domain to you. Let's say Priyanka Reddy, to her, I have assigned a DM domain. Let's say you are working on 2 different time zones, right? Just I'm saying that. So Priyanka haven't started the DM domain yet, but you would like to have all the details from the DM domain because that's going to be the base domain for you. Correct? But you want to work independently so that instead of depending on her, let's create your data set because you have the specifications with you. Later you can cross check with her data set whether it is getting matched or not. If it is not getting matched, in that particular case, you can always cross refer what methodology you have used and Priyanka have used, and you can finalize which one is the correct one. All right. And you can also see that in the unique subject identifier and all. Here we mentioned that it must match with DM. Answer to your question is Mahipal, yes, we can obviously.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can go in detail like this. Okay, then you can see the study identifier, the calculation part is missing. So I'm just checking now with the DM domain. So here is what your DM domain is. Here is what your study identifier is. Here is also it is missing. It is not given there. But we know that it is part of the CRF. In the CRF it is there. And here also you can see that it is your project details. Whatever is project here, the project is nothing but your study identifier. Right? And when I check this particular one here, if I go to yes, and you can see there is a variable already exists with a name called study ID, and its label is internal ID for the study. I check the internal ID for the study here. Internal ID for the study site. It is different, correct? It is not matching with your study ID. So always just make sure that whenever you are creating your data, whenever you are creating your data set, let's say data, this is going to be a raw data set. I'm creating adverse event based data set first. I'm calling it as AE based. You can give naming convention as per your wish. Always try to create in a comfortable way so everyone can understand what is that particular data set name is implying. All right. So here I'll say build base AE data set. Okay. Comment is over. Now here I'll start with the first one. My study ID is already present in this particular data set with a different name. Correct? Study ID is already present with a different name. So what I'm doing is whenever you have the variables present in your raw data set already, it's always better to rename them. Rename is equal to study ID is equal to study ID 1. All I'm doing here is, since my input data set already have this particular study ID, I'm renaming it. Ideally, what I want to create for study ID means it's supposed to have your project name details. The project is the one which is supposed to have your details. That is where your study identifier is. So now I will say my first variable is study ID, which is equal to, I have a variable called project. This project variable is the one which ideally have my study identifier, correct? So study ID is equal to project. So now whatever the variables I'm creating, I want to keep them in my output. So keep is equal to project, sorry, study ID. This is the first variable I have created. Guys, are you able to understand what I'm trying to say here? All I'm doing is I'm just going one by one. So here I'll start with my very first one. Study ID is the first identifier variable that I have created. And for that particular identifier variable, I have assigned the project one. The project variable is the one which have that particular details. We can see that from your ECRF. Correct? So we are taking this particular one as your study ID. The first thing is what? All right. Now, what is the next thing that I need to do? So now you can see there is something called domain. So how the domain need to be created? You can see that domain is an assigned variable. Under the calculation part, it mentioned that set to AE. Just directly assign this as AE. Domain is equal to AE. Second variable is also done. Cross check whether it is already there here or not. Under the D, I don't have any variable called domain, so I don't need to rename it. If it is already exists, I may need to rename. If it is not exist, you don't need to rename it straight away. You can use that one. Correct? Now, so two variables are done: study ID as well as the domain. Now, what is the next thing that I want to do? The next thing that I want to do here is I want to go with your unique subject ID. And unique subject ID, we know the calculation already. That is nothing but here it mentioned that it must match with the DM. So now we are going with the DM. Under the DM, you can see that for the unique subject ID, this is how you want to calculate. So how it is? It is going to be concatenate study ID hyphen, take the first 4 digits from the subject hyphen last 3 digits from the subject. So ideally, how do we do it? Concatenation of study ID, site ID, and subject. But here they have specifically given it must be a study ID hyphen, first 4 digits from the subject hyphen, last 3 digits from the subject. So we need to check whether the subject variable is there or not. Can you see there is something called where is subject? This is study ID. Just a second. Study ID. Yeah, here it is. Subject name or identifier. Can you see that? Subject variable is exist. Check that whether subject is present or not. Can you see this? Subject name or identifier. This is going to be a variable name subject. Correct. But what they have mentioned that your unique subject identifier is the one that is USUBJ ID is equal to, it's a concatenation of what are the variables? Your study identifier, here it is, we just now calculated, comma, first 4 digits of your subject, correct? So SUB_STR substring of, it may have some leading or trailing spaces because it's a character 1. So strip of, I'll go with the subject, first 4 digits 1, 4. Am I correct? Right, the first 4 digits of your this one, correct? 2 brackets open here, 2 brackets closed. But concatenation, you need 1. Yeah. So study ID is that substring of, strip of, subject of 1, 4. Right. It is not end, right? We have one more. What is that? The last 3 digits of it. Substring of, strip of, subject, comma. I want to take length of your subject, the total length I'm going to get, -2. Suppose if the total length is going to be, if the total length is going to be 7, -2 means 5. That is 5, 6, 7, last 3 digits I'm taking. Am I correct? Automatically it is going to pick that. So first 4 digits will be picked up by this one. The last 3 digits will be picked up by this particular one. Am I correct? So here 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Here also 1, 2. Oh, 1, 2 here, 1, 2 here. Okay. Now let's keep this particular one in your domain here. So far just 3 variables I'm creating: study ID, domain, and unique subject identifier. Let's see whether we are able to do it without any errors. Yep. What happened? There is something wrong. Let's see what is the error. Somewhere we have, okay, strip function has too many arguments. Let's see what are them. Strip of, okay, strip of subject, it has to close here. Strip of subject, comma 1, 4. So this one is closed here, this substring is closed here. So this is not required. Similarly, strip of subject, this one is closed here, length is closed here, 3 is closed here. For the substring, I'm going to get 1, remaining 2 doesn't require. Yeah. Here also for substring 1, here for the length. Yeah. Now let's see. Okay, no errors first of all. Open it. Now can you see this? Your study ID is here and something is missing, that is Let's see what is missing here. Strip of subject, comma 1, comma 4. After your study identifier, that is 101. After that, only the 4402 has come. You haven't get the last one, correct? Okay, I'll do one thing. First, I'll create subject ID just for our reference. SUBJ ID, am I getting or not? We will see first, and then we go with this. So what is SUBJ ID? Without this, if I take the remaining one, it is going to be the subject ID only, correct? Let's see. So catx substring of strip of subject, comma 1, comma 4. That is the first 4 characters. After that, again, substring of strip of your subject, comma length of strip of subject minus 2, comma 3, substring closed, brackets closed. Let's use this particular one and then we can come back to the other. Yeah, now it is proper. You can see this. So how can I see this particular one now here? You can see I go with the raw data one more time just to show this to you. Under the raw data, AE1 I have opened. First one, if you see, this is going to be my subject name. My subject name is going to be this. Sorry, subject ID is going to be this. What they have mentioned for the study ID, subject ID. For the subject ID, take 4 digits from the subject hyphen last 3 digits from the subject. So first 4 digits hyphen last 3 digits. So it must be 4402 hyphen 001. Is it the same thing we are seeing here? 4402 hyphen 001. Is it the same that we are seeing? So we can say that yes, we have extracted the subject ID properly. Now we will go with the unique subject ID. For the unique subject ID, what they have mentioned? They have mentioned that your unique subject ID is the one which is your study identifier concatenation with the remaining. So this is your subject ID. You can see concatenation study ID hyphen. From here, whatever you can see, which is nothing but your subject ID only. Correct? So all we can do here is I'll go with the unique subject ID now. My unique subject ID is equal to concatenation of hyphen followed by your study ID followed by the rest. Am I correct? Now this is going to be our first 4 digits. This is going to be our last 3 digits. This is going to become my unique subject identifier. Done. Now it is proper. Can you see this? Up to this is going to be my study ID hyphen first 4 digits of your subject hyphen last 3 digits of your subject ID. Done. All of you are clear up to this? So what we have done so far, we have created the first 3 of your variables. Remember, AE sequence is going to be the sequence number that we are going to assign to the data set that we are doing manually. So let's complete our data set first. At the last step, we can create your sequence ID. So this one, make sure we are having pending. We do this later because it's a sequence number, adverse event sequence number. This we can do later. Once we have finalized our data set after merging with everything, after complete our all the analysis, on the final data set, we can create the sequence number. How to create the sequence number? For each subject, it should be unique at the domain level. For each subject, it must be. For each event at a subject level, it should be unique. Meaning, if I look into this,
Start your subject ID.
yes. Not first dot directly, but we will increment the counter. Yes. Here you can see 1, 2, 3. 3 are going to be the events for this particular subject ID. So if I create the sequence ID for it, AESCQ is going to be 1, 2, 3. Correct? That is how it is going to be. Here you can see for this particular one, there are 5 events. I'm going to get 5. But anyways, we can do that as a last one. So for that, we can just keep a note. We are going to do it in the final stage. So these 3 are over. Now we have AE term. So go to the specification Excel. So here is what my AE term is. Let's see where it is. AE term, a reported term for your adverse event. No information about it, but it is going to be a topic variable. Correct? But if I go to my variable list, I can already see AE term here. See, a reported term for your adverse event. It is already there. When it is already there, what we are going to do? We rename it first. That's what I told you, right? So under the rename, AE term is equal to AE term 1. Why means I want to do any calculation, I can do it. So first, let's check this AE term, what it is. Is it really talking about the adverse event or not? Where it is? Here it is. Reported term for the adverse event. So feeling of cold in infusion site. All right. Then I have high level of GGT. Right. Forearm tenderness, dizziness. All this can be looked like your reported term of your adverse event only. So which is already exists. So now I renamed here while reading itself as AE term 1. So now my AE term is equal to, I'll just want to upcase this particular one. I want to remove all the leading and trailing spaces. So now I created AE term for the renamed variable of your AE term by eliminating the leading and trailing spaces, and also we have created the, it is already in an upcase, but still we don't, if it is already in upcase means we don't need to do it. Sometimes if you want to do a prop case or something, you can do that, but it is already upcase, so I don't need to do that, waste of time. Just remove the leading and trailing spaces. Now here is what my data set is. Now you can see I have my AE term property. All right, the next one. Once I have my AE term, right, the next thing that I want to do is the, let me close this, come back to this. AE decode. What is AE decode? Dictionary derived code for your AE term. Correct or not? It is a dictionary derived term. So to know whether it is available or not, I just go to this particular one more time, because in the specification Excel it is not mentioned how to calculate it. It is a synonym qualifier, mean to say that some other variable also have the similar meaning. Correct? So I'm just going to check the variable list. When I check the variable list, can you say this? Reported term of the adverse event. This is reported term of the adverse event. Here also reported term of the adverse event, but I have something called PT. Can someone tell me what is called PT here? Anyone?
Preferred time.
Exactly, it's the preferred term, right? Now I check that particular one, preferred term. So if I scroll right a little, here it is. Can you see this? Here it is saying that infusion site coldness. Infusion site coldness. But if I scroll down left to this, I'm just checking these two. Feeling of cold in infusion site. It is going to be in the site, the person is feeling the cold. Here you can simply see that it is going to be infusion site coldness. Mean to say, here you can see that here I have more detailed thing, right? It is going to be a verbatim of your what is specified in your CRI. But here you can see that it is going to be the controlled terminology, not the controlled terminology, derived or standard terminology. Am I correct or not? So I can consider that this is going to be the standard terminology for my AE term. So whatever my reported term for the adverse event in your preferred terminology, it must be my AE derived code. So I can simply come here and I can mention that the variable that I want to derive here, which is going to be a dictionary derived variable or dictionary derived code, which is nothing but my AE term PP. So simply I'm going to remove the trailing and leading spaces of it, and I can consider this particular one as my, what is that? I'm going to consider this one as my dictionary derived code because it's a synonym qualifier, correct? Now let's run this and you can see the difference. So now you can see, you can just check your data, it is going to match. Dizziness domain is going to be the dizziness. You can see that abdominal scar infection, simply it is going to be a skin infection. Forearm tenderness, it is going to be pain in the extremity. You can see most of them are going to be the standard terminology, correct? So you may have a very detailed information here, but when it comes to this, it is going to be the standard G. So that is going to be a derived code. So far, if you see this, if you see this particular one, we are able to derive all the required variables except your sequence number, because we decided that this we are going to do it at the last. Then follow preparing expected variables. Now from the core, go with the expected variables. So now again, I'm coming back to this. Required is done. My next priority is going to be the expected. Here is what my expected variables are. Copy all of them. Just have a record here. Then go with AELLT. It is already, it must be there. It is not there. Okay, let's see what it is going to be. The LLT is here. Can you see this? A reported term of the adverse event LLT. So I can simply say that AE term underscore LLT is nothing but my AE LLT. Am I correct? So the first one is this. Just copy this. I can simply say it is going to be, just remove the trailing and leading spaces if it has, and do this. So you can see that LLT code, the LLT code is already here. Reported term for the adverse event. Here is what it is. Am I correct? So I am simply going to take these particular variables because these variables are already available. AEPTCD. PTCD is nothing but preferred term code. Am I correct? So for the preferred term code, if I go here, I also need to check the what is it? Oh, sorry guys. For LLT code, I missed something. See, for LLT code, that is for LLT, it is a character, no issues. Correct? It is going to be a character, so no issues. But for the other things, for an example, especially for this particular one, AELLT code, its lowest level term code must be a number. But here, if you see from your base data set, if you go to that LLT1, here it is. Reported term event LLT code. This is the one. Correct? It is a character. Can you see this? I need to match even the variable, what is it, data types also, right? But here I haven't matched it. I have taken this directly, which is wrong. Which is wrong. Not here. Here. Which is wrong. So let me tell you what needs to be done. So I'm just going with AELLT and AELLT code. AELLT I don't have any issue. But when it comes to AELLT code, it's supposed to be a number, a numeric value. So I need to convert this to the numeric. So how to convert? Input of, remove your leading and trailing spaces, give the format. The format is going to be, we want to have it as a 8 digits. The length supposed to be 8 digits. So convert it into 8. So 8 of it. Now check this. Guys, are you able to understand what I'm trying to say here? If you look into this, AELLT, I don't have an issue. It is a character. But when it comes to the AE code, it must be a number. It must be a numeric value. The length must be 8, and we did the same. Clear, all of you? Because when we are following this, we need to follow all the things properly. You can ask me, Murli, in that particular case, you also need to take care of the lengths, right? You haven't taken care of the length. So if AE is supposed to be 200 characters, like you haven't taken care of that. I do this at the end. I do this at the end. Don't worry. So now I need to go with AE PT. That is nothing but AE PT CD, not the preferred term, only PT. The preferred term code alone is sufficient. So preferred term code is nothing but how to calculate it. You can see it's a preferred term code. Here it is. Event. This is one AE term PT code. Again, I need to convert this, correct? Because it must be a numeric with a length of 8. So all I can do is I just copy the previous one. Once I copy that, I can replace this. This is going to be my preferred term code. Done. Okay, so preferred term code is also over. Then you have HLT. For the HLT also you have the data here. AE term HLT. Take that particular one. So let me do this for the 2 of these directly. That is, I can simply copy this and this. Only difference is going to be instead of LLT, I'm going to get HLT. Am I correct? Every one of you here, instead of this, I'm going to get HLT. Okay. There is a question from Raja. The question is going to be for AE LLT is equal to LLT. We will give directly. It will work or not? Do not use strip function? Okay. See, we don't know how this raw data set is prepared. Correct? It is coming from someone else. Some other team is providing this particular data to you. Who knows that that particular team have taken care of all the leading and trailing spaces or not? We don't know, right? You may have some leading spaces, you may have some trailing spaces. So just to avoid that particular one, I'm using the strip function. It is always a better data cleaning technique. We want to have a clean data. Only for that particular reason, we are going with the strip function, right? If you don't use it, no harm, but unnecessarily you're going to have your leading and trailing spaces there. Is that understandable, Raja? Why we are doing it? So I have been keep on telling about this, why we are doing it. From the beginning, I'm telling you why I'm using the strip function. Not only this here, guys, wherever you want to do some calculations, there also make sure you are using this. All right, but these especially the length calculations and all. Suppose here you can see I want to take subject. From the subject I want to take the first 4 characters. If your first character is a space, you end up with the wrong data. That is the only reason why we are doing this. Okay, now HLT is also done. Then I have these 2, HLGT and HLGT code. So these 2 also readily available. AE HLT, is it a character? Yes, it is. HLT is a character. It's a term, right? It's a detail. All the terms will be characters. Term codes are going to be in the number. Okay. So it's a group term, right? Group term and group term code. Term is going to be always in the character. Then by 8. Who has given 8? Oh, this one. That's a very good question. It's supposed to be a copy. It's a copy paste issue. It's supposed to be HL. Thank you. The question must be why you converted that into a numerator. That must be the question. Anyways, now we are good, right? Okay, now I'm going with GLT, the group code. So here instead of HLT, I'm going to have GLT. Done. So let's keep these two variables also in our list, GLT and GLT. Okay, let's see. So this is my habit of checking every time I write something whether it is coming properly or not. But HLGT is not, we got missing values, maybe we used the wrong one for GLT. Okay, let's see what is the variable value for the GLT. Okay, it is HLGT. It is going to be HLGT. HLGT. Here also HLGT. Now you are supposed to see the right. Right? I can also see all your codes are right aligned, which are nothing but the numbers. All your characters are left aligned, which are nothing but your characters. All right. So what we have done so far, we have done creating the data for identifier variables, and in your expected variables, we have done up to this. Now go with AE body system. That is nothing but which organ it is, what body system it is. Correct. So let's see how to calculate this. Is there any details we have given here, which is going to be same as AE SOC. Mentioned as same as AE SOC. AE SOC is nothing but your primary system organ class. So let's check whether AE SOC is there or not. See why we are doing this. Why can't we? AE, okay, SOC. Here it is. AE term SOC, which is nothing but reported term for your adverse event code. So we already have it. So what is the meaning now? I can take this particular one, that is AE SOC, and I can call this particular one as my AE SOC, can be called it as my AE body sys. Correct? So simply to take this particular one, AE BOD SYS, which is nothing but my strip of this particular one, because in my specification Excel is mentioned like that, same as your AE SOC. So I'm taking it as it is. Similarly, this is nothing but this AE BOD SYS. So just to avoid the spelling mistakes and all, I'm copying it as it is. So the next one is going to be the same but with a code. So for this particular one also, it is same as AE SOC CD, which is nothing but organ class code. The organ class code is here. Am I correct? AE term SOC code. So do that. So this is equal to, but it is going to be the AE SOC code, which is supposed to be a number like this, because it mentioned in your specification Excel as your number. So take that particular one. How to do that? All I can do is I can copy my previous code. Here it is. Take this particular one. The only modification that we are going to do is this. So now I have my what is this? That is organ code as well as organ details. Done. So are we progressing good? We are just trying to understand how to go with the each variable. But you can see here these two just now we have calculated. So my AE SOC is nothing but AE body system. This is nothing but this one. Or alternatively, you can do like this, because in the protocol, sorry, in your specification Excel, it mentioned that this, correct? Now do it in a reverse, because they mentioned as calculate your AE SOC, that is going to be your body sys. Calculate your AE SOC code, that is supposed to be a AESOC code, correct? So we did it in a reverse way, but still both of them are going to be fine. Guys, you understand what I'm trying to say here? They mentioned as your AE BODCS is nothing but AESOC. Where they mentioned here, same as AESOC, correct? So we calculate AESOC first, and then we use the same here, right? Just to follow the flow, nothing else. So you can see these two are going to be same, no changes at all. All right. What is the next thing that we need to do? We will go with the AESCR. AESCR is nothing but, what is AESCR, guys? Anyone?
AE severity.
Exactly. Anything we need to do with that particular one?
It has the control terminologies.
But just to
What
understand,
are those control terminologies? It must be why,
Yes and no. Yeah. Why?
no, that too specifically it is going to be a single character. Correct or not? You can see.
Yeah.
Here also, it's going to be a serious event. My control terminology is going to be N and Y. It is going to be a single character. The length supposed to be equal to 1. Am I correct? Even you can see that in your what to say, CRF also. If you want to see those details in the CRF also, it's supposed to be present. Meaning, I'll open one more. Just give me a second. I'll also share this. I forgot to share this particular one, but I'll share it. So this is the updated one. Suppose if I go to AE now, here I also have the details about in which page of your CRF it will be. For an example, we are talking about AESCR, serious event. Is this a serious event or not? Right? So character 1, yes or no. You can see page number 63. Go to your 63 page. Now you're supposed to see your AE serious details here. Let's see whether these are available or not. AE term is there, start date, end date, pattern of AE, outcome, sequence number, how to calculate this. This is 62. Okay, 63. Can you see this? This is severity. Here it is. So you can see the page number is 63. Here you can see the page number 63. It is saying that here seriousness details are going to be yes or no. The boxes, that is, these are the unedited boxes, right? It can be yes or no, the regular one. But the control terminologies are going to be, it can be Y or it can be N. Correct? So the same is present here also. Y and N. The same is present in here. This one also. Correct? So what we need to do? We need to take the severity, seriousness details, but here it is, the serious event, AESCR. If it is already present, what we do? We can rename it. That's what we are doing from the beginning. So first rename it. AESCR is equal to AESCR1. And check what you have under your AESCR1. Directly check what we have. Once check this, we can see how to change it. What happened to this? You cannot open. Okay, so already opened. That is the reason it is saying that you cannot open one more. Okay, no problem. So now we do this. Rerun. Let's check your what happened. AESCR1 supposed to be there, right? Okay, AESCR1. Rename is the last one that is going to happen. Okay, let's use AESCR directly. Okay, it is not there. So ideally it's supposed to be ACR1. When I do this, why we are not getting this? Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry guys. The very first one itself is that. Can you see this? Because all these are derived variables, right? We are creating the derived variables. So from this, from your input data set, you can see serious event, the seriousness of your adverse event. You can see no or yes are coming. Correct? It is not as per your control terminology, right? So what we need to do? We need to go with the control terminology. So how to go with that? How to go with that? There are two options. One, you can write your conditions, or you can also write your formats, build formats, user defined formats. Anything you can do, guys. Why we are doing this one means again and again we can use it. Okay, so for the seriousness, let's say proc, I'll go with the proc format. All right, the value, it's going to be a character one, right? Character. This is for seriousness, SCR. I just call it as a SCR. Okay, then what are the values? If it is going to be no, then it is N. If it is going to be yes, then it is going to be 1. Am I correct? Done. Run. My format is ready. Okay, my format is available here. My AESCR is equal to format of which one we can use? Format can we use, or which one we prefer to go with? Anyone? It is going to be format directly. If you want to apply, I can apply my put condition. So my AESCR1 comma SCR, right? This is the one we have used, right? Okay, SCR, but it is going to be a
Dot.
character format, so I have to use the dollar. Done. Now I'll remove this. I'll keep AESCR. Now run this. First check any error, no errors. Go with this. At last, you're supposed to see a AESCR. Correct? Length also automatically assigned to 1. Clear, guys? All of you? Even in the next data set, someone else also want to use this particular one. There also you can use the same format. Wherever you want to define yes and yes with y, no with n, there and all I can use the AESCR. Clear? So far we have done with up to this. So again we have AE actions, that is adverse event actions are there. You have AEREL, you have start date and end date calculations. These 4 also required formats. So we do this by tomorrow. After this, follow preparing permissible variables. With that we can finish it. Clear? All of you are able to follow, guys? Is it easy or difficult? What is the way we are proceeding here? All of you are able to follow? Just for our reference, I'll just also go with permissible variables here. So these are the permissible variables. So these you can have it, or if it is not part of your this one, you can ignore it, right? As long as it is part of your protocol, as long as it is part of your CRF, we can use it. Otherwise, we don't need to go with that. So from here, we can take over by. All of you are clear up to this? Any questions or anything you're not able to follow, please let me know. Questions, guys?
So far it is clear, Murli. Thank
Any
you.
questions, please stop me and ask me. DM domain also I'll explain, guys. Otherwise, this one, whatever the protocol that we are following, this one DM domain is a bit difficult. it has a lot of dependencies. So once we complete AE, we'll also go with the DM, so that, as I mentioned to you, you can happily work on the COSC and SV, MH, DV, DS. Except the clinical, the remaining for all, we have the data here in this project. So I'll explain DM and AE so that you have an option of going with 3 plus 3, 6 domains. Totally, out of 9, 8 domains, you are comfortable with this. All right, then we can go with the interventions, findings, and trial domains. Okay, all right. So I'll stop here. We will proceed with the remaining findings by tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Murli.
Take care. Hey, hello everyone. Hope all of you are able to see my screen. Hope all of you can hear me as well. Can I have a quick confirmation? Team? Yes, thank you. Thanks for the confirmation. So, if you remember, yesterday we have started our discussion with how to prepare your SDTM dataset, provided you have your annotated CRF, your project details, raw data sets, specification Excel. When all these are available, how to convert your raw data set into a SDTM compliance data set. That's what we are discussing, right? That is simply AE domain coding. So yesterday we first started with the required variables. We understand that there are a couple of required variables. Those are nothing but, here it is. What are them? We'll start with the study identifier, domain, subject ID, unique subject identifier, AE term. Correct? So there is one more variable that we have here, but ideally your subject ID is not a your identifier variable. Just to understand this, we have written this particular one. Correct? So once we have completed that, we move to your expected variables. Under the expected variables, just give me a second. All right, sorry. So we started with the expected variables, that is the variables will be part of your domain data set, but null values are allowed. Whereas your required variables are the one where these supposed to be present in your data set and no null values are allowed. Correct? That is no missing values. And when we started with the expected variables, we have completed few of them. Let me also bring them here because this is the yesterday's one. As is, I'm just keeping here. So under the, let's go with both the required variables first. These are your required variables. Let me copy them here. So under your required variables, we have completed all of them except your AE SEQ. This is pending, correct? We decided that we are going to do this at the last because this is going to be a sequence number. Then we started with our expected variables. Again, in the expected variables, let me go here. Here is what my expected variables are. Under the expected variables, there are total of 16 expected variables. In the 16 expected variables, we have only 4 of them pending. Am I correct? The last 4 are the one which are pending. What are them? So from AE action, that is adverse event action, AE REL, start date and time in character format, end date and time in the character format. These 4 are the pending ones. So first we will complete this and then we will go with the permissible variables. Okay, so what is the one that we want to do? Now we want to go with the AESN. Okay, so what is the drill? We go to the specification Excel first. Here is what AESN is. Here it is mentioned that action taken with study treatment. All right, and you can also see the format. Out format is going to be, you have ACN value, so it is going to be ACN. Let's see what are those ACN details are. And if you scroll left, here also you have, this is in is nothing but what you have in your data set. Out is nothing but what's supposed to be the data, what's supposed to be a variable name. Okay, now here also it is saying that it is AE-SCN. So let first we check whether this variable is part of your input data set or not. You can see that it is already available here. I have seen somewhere, just give me a second. AE-SCN, here it is. Action taken with study treatment, meaning this variable is part of your data set already, that is raw data set. So here it is. Let's see. So what is the name? Action taken with study treatment. So let's see where it is. Just give me a second. Action taken with study treatment. Not here. Adverse outcome, severity. Here it is. Can you see this? This is going to be your variable, but it already have the same name. When it has the same name, what we are going to do? We are going to make sure that we are going to rename this particular one. Once we rename this, then we are going to convert that as per your controlled terminology. Because if you see in your input, that is in your study treatment, you can see it's supposed to have the control terminology. The control terminology is like this, correct? So the first thing that we are going to do is we will rename this AE-ACN is equal to AE-ACN1, correct? So the renaming part is completed. After the renaming part, the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to apply the conditional terminology or control terminology. So what is the control terminology for this? Even here in our class notes also we have discussed this, correct? You can see the control terminologies are here. But here in the specification itself, it is already clearly given what are the control terminologies that we're supposed to use for it. This is the control terminology that we are expecting. What is that? If it is going to be a drug withdrawn, then it's supposed to be in the capital letter. So what we can do is I'll just rename this, replace this particular one because double quotes are there. Yes, here is the value. What are them? If it is a drug withdrawn, this is the one. Interrupted, does not change it, not applicable. And if nothing is there, then it is going to be unknown. That is, null means unknown. There is a question. What is that? AE-ACN is also called concomitant medication. No, Raja. It is going to be the action. You can see here, it is going to be the action taken, right? Concomitant medication is nothing but other medication also comes to the picture there. If you have given any other treatment, that also comes to the picture. So you should not consider your AE action as a concomitant medication. Both of them are different. You can say under the AE action, your concomitant medication is going to be a subset. It is a subset. In that way, you can understand. Okay. Right. So now what we are going to do, we are going to write a simple proc format again. So what is the second proc format that we want to do here? The second proc format that we want to do is the same one I'm writing. So here I'll say that this is also a character variable. This I'm doing for the action. So I simply put ACN. What is the control terminology? The control terminology is here. So my control terminology is, this is not null, right? Null is nothing but missing value, right? So here are the ones, correct? If it is going to be a drug withdrawn, I want to do this. If it is going to be a drug interrupted, this is the one. If it is going to be does not change, sorry, those not changed are not applicable. If nothing is there, it is unknown. So let's run this. Let's see. Okay, proc format got updated. The next thing is going to be, we'll scroll down. So we have AE-SCN1 here. That AE-SCN1, I'm going to use it to create this put of AE-SCN1 $ACN dot. Correct? And this I supposed to keep it under my final variables. Let's run this now. Just a second. Yeah. Done. Go to your test. Oh, sorry. Your AE base. Here it is. Go to the last one and I'll see what is going to be the data. Yeah. Does not change. Hey, there is something which is wrong. Drug withdrawn is still there. Correct? Drug withdrawn is not applicable yet. Let's see why. Just give me a second, because we can see that drug withdrawn is not applicable properly. We need to know the reason for that. So okay, so there is a difference between these two. Oh, DRE. Oh, okay. In this, if you see in the control terminology, the spelling is wrong. It is BURG. Correct? That is the reason it haven't get updated. So just it's a spelling mistake. Make sure drug withdrawn is like this. Okay. Now let's update your proc format first. After that, go ahead and update your final data set. Now we're supposed to see the right data. Always, the moment you completed it, let's have a check and understand whether it got applicable properly or not. Right? So now it is proper. Drug withdrawal not applicable. Everything is there, right? And you can see not applicable is also there. Wherever it is going to be the blank, that is going to be not applicable. So all of them are available. Clear? So we have also completed your AE action. Okay, there is a question to me. The question is going to be, we have a variable named AESCN underscore CV. Can we use as is? We always going to follow your control term. Sorry, we always going to follow what is given in your specification Excel. In the specification Excel, my in name is going to be this. That is, in your input data set, your variable to handle your AE action is going to be AEACN. So we're supposed to take only that. Though you have your data which is almost relevant. It is almost irrelevant. You can see action taken with study treatment coded value. It is already a coded value, but still, what is given in your specification Excel, that we are going to follow as is. Am I clear? Perfect. All right. The next one. So we have done with your AE action. So the next one is going to be AE-REL. What is AE-REL? Always go here and check, understand your labels first. It is going to be adverse event relation towards the study drug, whether it is related or not. Correct? So now we are going to check this particular one in the specification Excel again. In the specification Excel also it is mentioned that it is going to be the same variable name, but the label is going to be casualty. So now here we are going to check where this casualty is. Here it is. Can you see the casualty is already there? So similar thing here also, you can see the casualty coded value is there, but we are not going to take it because in the specification Excel it is clearly mentioned that you're supposed to use your in dataset variable as AE or EL, and you also need to go with the controlled terminology. So here is what my control terminology is. Use it as usual. So the first one, okay, values will be represented in the uppercase. That's the reason we are going with this particular one. We need to ensure that wherever we have the double quotes, we replace this with a single quotes. And here is what my controlled terminology is. Correct? So take this particular one, go here. This is what for your REL. So again, go with the formatting. So I'll create a user defined format even for this. So here it is. We will go with value. So it is going to be for the related value. So we just go with REL. Here is what my data is. I'm done. Right? So now AE REL is also done. Format is applied. Go to the end. And here also it is with the same name. So what we are going to do? We are going to rename it is equal to 1, and then we can take this particular one here and we apply our format. So it is going to be put of $1 REL dot, correct? And then this AEREL we are going to keep it in your data set, that is keep variables. Done. Check for warnings. I don't have any warnings here. Go with your data and check your final data set, and you can see it is properly applied. So your AEREL also done. Sometimes some people prefer to go with your conditional statements also. That is, you can write if else statements and you can do that as well, but it is always good to write the format because you can use it again and again. Correct? Wherever it is related, you can use it. So it is better to go with your formats. That's the reason we are going with the formats. Now, the very important one and the tricky part is here. What is this? We are going with AE SDTM, that is adverse event start, date and time in character format. So first thing, how it is mentioned in your this one. Can you see this? They mentioned it is going to be calculated. This is what your variable is. Maybe I can highlight this here. You can see for these two variables, my input variables are going to be here. So let's go one by one. I want to calculate AE SDTM. To calculate this particular one, I need to use two variables. One is going to be AE SDTATC and AE SDTM. So first understand what these variables are. So I'll come here and you can see clearly. Here is what your AE SDTM, which is nothing but start time of your adverse event. This is one variable. What is the other variable? SDATC. This is the other one. That is start date and time of adverse event in the character format. So from my input data set, these two are the variables I supposed to use. Correct? This is what they are saying. Okay, but you can also see that these are all your start date and times. These are all your start date and times only, right? So what I'm going to do is, just to show you, I'm going to take all these variables. I'll create one simple test data set first. Let's say data test set raw.ae1. I'll tell you why I'm doing it. Okay, I'll paste this all these variables and I will run this just to show you the data. So go here. These are all your start date values. If you see the first one, it is going to be start date and time of our adverse event. It is having the date. It is also going to have the time. But if you see properly, the time is not at all updated here. All the time is going to be zeros only. So first of all, I cannot use this. Am I correct? First thing is all of you are able to understand why I'm not able to use this, because this is nothing but your start date and time. Clearly mentioned that it is going to be a start date and time, start date. But this particular one doesn't have your time details updated. No time details got updated here. I couldn't use it. What they have suggested to users, they suggested to use this one and this one. This is the time, this is your date in the character format. And you can see that these three pretty much is going to be the same, correct? 2016 Feb 23. But they have asked us to go with these two variables. So let's go with these two variables first. That is, this one doesn't require. They ask us to go with the character format followed by the time variable. So let's use these two alone and see. So now here I have the date, here I have the time. So what I'm going to form here, wherever I have both date and time, I'm going to create a timestamp, correct? Wherever date and time is not there, that is time is not there, I'm going to create only the date, correct? First of all of you are clear? So what is going to be the format? The format is going to be IS 8601, either DA or DT. DT is your timestamp, DA is going to be only the date. So your timestamp will come if the time exists. If the time value doesn't exist, I'm going to have only the date, correct? So all of you understand why my specifications Excel is important to us. I think Priyanka, now you get it, because if I don't have this information, what are the variables I should use it? Because my date looks alike, correct? If I look into this, my date is almost looks same to me. The other two variables also, the other variable are also having the this one, your start value here. This is pretty much looks like my timestamp only, the start date and time. But I cannot use that because it doesn't have your values updated, correct? If you don't see your time event here, you might have taken this particular one, right? But your specification Excel clearly mentioned that you're supposed to go with your character format of your date and your time values. All right, right. Again, we need to do some validation here. What is that validation? First thing, go with the test. I have some conditions here. What are those conditions? The first condition is going to be, I need to make sure that I should not have spaces in between, because I have the space here, I have the space here. After removing the spaces, I need to convert this into YYMMDD10, which is nothing but your IS 8601A, right? Both of them are same, right? What is that? If I go with YYMMDD10 dot, which is equivalent to your date in this format, YYYY-MM-DD, which is nothing but your IS 8601DA dot. So when I should go with this date, I need to go if, oh sorry guys, just a second. This one I should go if time is missing. What is that? If time part is missing, I should represent this in YYYY-MMDD format. Okay, first one is very clear. Second, if time part exists, what I should do? Can I directly take it? No. There also I need to do something. What is that? Let me show you a few things. Here, they clearly mention, even though it is 0800 morning 8 AM, but still it has 0 at the beginning, correct? No worries. What if my time format, the total length is lesser than 5? That is, what if my first character is missing, instead of 09.30, if they have mentioned simply 9.9:30, it is going to be different, right? While converting it, I'll end up with the wrong data, right? Am I correct or not? So what should I do now? I need to check my data first. The data cleaning I need to take care. I need to understand my data. I'll show you here, don't worry. So all I'm going to do now is, in my time, this is my time, correct? If strip off, I'm just removing the leading and trailing spaces. And also, I'm calculating the length. Length of strip of my time is not equal to 5. What is the meaning? It should not have, the total length must not be equal to 5. Meaning, wherever I have the total length, if it is not equal to 5, and at the same time, I also need to make sure that it is not equal to 0 as well. Correct? That is nothing but it should exist. See, if the length of this one is greater than equal to 1, or it is greater than 1, or it is greater than 0, and if length of this particular one is not equal to 5, meaning I'm not considering the missing time values. At the same time, I'm just looking for only if my total length is lesser than 5. Why I am doing this? See, something went wrong. Let's see what went wrong here. Okay, I use two things. Yeah, check now. What happened? Okay, something, the first condition is not getting applied. Okay, I'll do one thing, just give me a second. It is not equal to 5. This is perfect. If strip of this particular one, the time not equal to this. I'm checking both of them. Yes. Now can you see that? What exactly happening here? Can you see these ones now? I can see 3.51, 5.5:30, 8:30. That is nothing but for these 5 records, the leading 0 is missing. It's supposed to be 03:51. Correct? So what I'm trying to explain here, under the time, when I'm talking about your time, there are two conditions. First, if the time is missing, no issues. If the time is exists, check the length. If the length is lesser than, if it is lesser than 5, right? If it is lesser than 5, and I also need to check one more, colon exists or not. Sometimes it may be some value also, random value also, correct? So if the colon exists, and if the before colon whatever the value is there, if that length is equal to 1, then I need to add a 0 in front of that. That is, I need to concatenate 0 in front of that. Am I clear? Every one of you are able to understand this? That is, check whether the colon exists or not. How to check whether the colon exists or not? I can simply say this is not equal to 0, or here I can say scan of strip of this particular one, comma, checking whether the colon is there or not, and 1. What is the meaning? I'm checking everything having colon or not. Number 2, whether the length is not equal to 5 or not. What happened? Just give me a second. Invalid argument. Why it is invalid argument? Oh, I have written this code. First, I need to use the word number. Then we need to go with your variable. That is your what you are looking at. Now I supposed to get it. The same data I got it. So what we have done here is I'm checking in the time the colon is there or not. If the colon exists, I'm checking what is going to be I'm checking the total length. If the total length is not equal to 5, obviously my first character is missing there. All of you are able to follow this. Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? Every one of you are clear? Right. Now, let's write the code. Because I'm checking all the data first, whether all the conditions are getting met or not. Because that is what the data validation that we are going to do. So first thing, here, if I'm looking at AE start time, that is what they have asked us to consider, correct? So now I'm going here and I'm going to check where is my AE start time. This is the one. If it is missing, I don't have any issue. If AE start time is missing, then if it is missing, straightforward, my AE SDTM, that is nothing but my variable, just a start date and time in the character format, is equal to again here there is something that we need to do. What is that? This is the variable they asked us to consider, which is in a character format, correct? This is in a character format. So the first thing I need to do is this one is also going to have your spaces. See, this is also going to have the spaces, correct? First, I need to remove the spaces. To remove the spaces, I'm going to use the compress function. Compress of this, it is going to remove all your spaces. The first part is done. After removing all the spaces, what I need to do? It is in a character format. I need to convert this character format into the numeric format. And then I need to reapply my format, correct? So I will convert this into input of, this is actually in a date 9 format here. So date 9. So what I have done here, maybe I can write this particular code here and I'll show you. So the first thing I have done here is I simply converted my value into a numeric format. Let's see. Step by step you can see. Can you see? I converted this character value into the numeric value. See. This is in a numeric value. It is AE SDTM. Correct? What I need to do now, after converting this, I need my date value in a character format in SDTM. Correct? If you go to your this particular one, it is supposed to be a character value. So again, what I need to do, I need to convert that into the character. So I'll put a put function now, put of this whole thing, comma, it is dd take dot. Right? Now check this, which is nothing but IS8610 only. Both of them are going to be the same. Can you see now? Right? And also check your data, your variable type. It is going to be the character, and you can see that it is AE SDTM. Clear? So the first one is clear to all of you, how we are converting this, right? But remember, this one I need to do only if my time is missing. If the time is not missing, I need to add the timestamp. So my first condition is going to be, I would like to apply this only if my time is missing. Correct? So if missing of this time, then only do this. Now check this one. Clear? Only where the time is missing, there only it is getting updated. This is what we need. So can I say that now I'm going to copy this particular code from here simply, and I can apply this here in our main data set. Clear? All right. What is the next thing? Else, if this is not the condition, because I also need to check for your other one, right? What is the other one? Time. Else, if not missing of this, if not missing of this, else if not missing of AES time, then do. I'm going with the do operation here because I want to do two things here. The first one, okay, if it is not that, again I want to check one more condition here. What is that? If my total time, that is my length of, directly I'm going with this, length of scan of your AES start time, comma, the first word in that, right? That is all I'm calculating is my length of AES start and time first character is equal to 1. What is the meaning is equal to 1 means? I have only, okay, let me put this one here. I'll copy this. I'll put this one here. I'll show you the data first and then I'll tell you what I'm trying to do. Something is not fundamentally correct. Okay. I'll do one thing. I'll take only this one because I'm using else if, right? I'm taking only this particular one. All I want to do is I want to see if it is equal to 1. Still, what is missing here? Just a second. I'm missing something. I just want to figure it out what is missing because only those I want in my output. Then output, I'll write this. Still, 1 second please. Something we are missing. If length of scan of AEST time, 1 is equal to 1, only those I want in my output. That is what my requirement is. If why I'm not getting it? I'm supposed to have only 5 variables in my output. Scan of AEST time 1, colon. Okay, let's see what I'm getting here. I'm calling it as length. I'm just storing in a variable first and see what we are getting there first. Test. So here I have 2 as well as 1. I'm looking only if it is equal to 1, correct? Then I'll go here. I'll say if length is equal to 1, not equal to 1. Right. So now you can see all these having your length is equal to 1. At the same time, I also need to take care one more, that is if length equal to 1 and ST time not equal to missing. Now I'm going to get my final value. Yes, these are the ones. So what we need to look at here, if this is what, for all these I want to add a leading zero, because the first one you can see the scan of your timestamp before the colon I'm taking it, and the length is only equal to 1, means I need to concatenate a 0 to it. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm making sure that it should not be missing, correct? That is, or also I can take this particular, copy this, else if AE SDTM not equal to missing for all the cases where the time is exist, then if the length of scan of AE SDTM comma 1 is equal to 1, for these I need to add a 0, correct? So how I can do that? This is equal to concatenate 0. Where is this concatenation operator? Yes, strip of this. Am I correct, guys? All of you are able to understand what I'm trying to do here? All I'm trying to do here is, wherever if my time is not missing, and in my final value, if it is going to be like this, that is, my time has only the length of 4, I'm concatenating a 0 to that. That is what I'm doing. Okay. Yes, if it is not the case, so it is not missing. If it is not missing, but still we have this case. In that particular case, first we are going to apply this, then I'm going to say my AE SDTC is equal to, because I have applied this now, after I have applied this particular one, I want to make sure that this one, this whole thing is going to be my date. This whole thing is going to be my date. Concatenate with T, that is nothing but timestamp. Concatenate. What's the next thing? Strip of this, because I have already applied this particular one. Done. Can you run this now and see? So first check, are there any? Okay, all good. Go here and check it here. Oh, we haven't applied this in the keep statement. Let's put it in a keep statement. Not this. AE SDTC. All right. And now check this particular one. We're supposed to have the proper data. AE base. Go to the last one, where the timestamp is. Nowhere timestamp is applied. Okay, let's check what went wrong. This is went wrong. We use else if. Now check this. Now we're supposed to have this one in our output. Why? Any idea, guys, what went wrong here? What went wrong? Okay. One thing I can think of is, after this one, I think the length is the one which is playing a role here, right? So I'll do one thing. I'll apply the length, or I'll write it in reverse. Just a second. Yes, it is applying. Now we will go with this. Now I will give you the reason what went wrong also. Now you can see both of them are properly applying. So what went wrong here is, because ideally we also need to take care of the lengths, because I told you in the yesterday's class itself, all the lengths I'm going to do it at the end, correct? So here what happened is, before we go with this, we first we have written this statement. What is the statement that we have written? We went with this one. This statement we have written first. So what happened here? Wherever AESTM is missing, my SDTC, this is a character variable, and this character variable is created with a length of 10. Correct? The length with which it got created is 10. Right. Then when you apply this particular condition, so what is going to be the total length? 10. T is going to be 11, followed by 5 characters here, 16. My length is going to be 16. But my variable already got created with a length of 10. I want to store a variable value of 16 in that. So character values, what is going to happen? Simply it is going to get truncated. That is the reason it got truncated. Now what we have done? First I have written this condition. So my AE SDTC got created with 16 first. After that, I want to store a value of 10. Nothing wrong in that. All of you are able to understand? So why the same code haven't worked before and why it got worked now? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Right? So guys, everything we need to go, we need to understand, we need to debug if something goes wrong. Right? Now we understand we are not able to see the whole value though the code is correct. Then we understand that the length part is creating a problem here. There are two solutions. One, I can assign the length at the top. Instead, what I did, I just flipped it. First, I have created a variable with 16, so the maximum length is already assigned there. Then we go with the normal one. All of you are able to follow, guys? Can I have a quick confirmation? It is very, very important. Whenever we are going with this, we need to do this. Remember two things. One, I could have prepared the entire code before the class and I can simply copy paste here. Instead, I'm building the code here so that if something goes wrong, we also can understand how to debug it. That is what we are actually doing now. Am I correct? Any questions? Right. Now we have the other variable here. The other variable is this. For this, instead of starting, I'm going to use the ending date and time. That is the only difference, right? Can I apply the same logic here with only one change? What is the change? Wherever start time is there, instead of the start time, I'm going to use the end time. Am I correct? Instead of start time, I'm going to use the end time. Instead of SDTC, I'm going to use ENDTC. That's it. And here I'll see this. What is the variable name? Proper variable name, and I can come back. This is AE ENDTC. So now one variable that I need to change is the first one. Instead of AE SDTC, it is going to be AE NDTC. That's it, right? Because I have the same variables already exist here. So all I'm doing is I'm just simply taking those variables and I'm just going to perform the same logic, because whatever the logic I'm applying for this one, that is start date, the same logic I'm going to apply for the end date also. Only change is going to be instead of start date and time, I'm going to use the end date and time. Correct? So now this is going to be the logic. So just simply going to apply this particular one in my key variable. Done. Run. Clear. AE base. Go to the last one. Here also I can see clearly wherever end date or time is there, it is there. Here you can see it is missing because I don't have the end date for it. It is totally acceptable, right? Start date must be there, but if it is not end date, there is no end date, it is acceptable. Correct? All of you are clear up to this? Can I have a quick confirmation? Can I say that we are done with all the raw variables, required variables? Only one is missing, which is nothing but the AE sequence. We will do that. Under your expected variables, all the variables are completed. Clear or not, guys? Any questions from anyone? How we are doing it? How we are debugging it? Any other questions on this? I'm happy to answer it. Anyone have any questions? Team, you're not at all speaking. Questions are there or any clarifications required? Anything, please feel free to ask me. All right. So with this, I can say that up to this, we are good with almost all the variables. Now we are going with the next set of variables, that is nothing but your permissible variables. What are permissible variables? If it is present in your ACRF, it is present in your protocol, we are going to have it in your final data set. If it is not there, not an issue, we can exclude that particular one. Correct? So let's see AE group ID. I'm coming here for AE group ID. So maybe I can filter out with our core values. The core is going to be permissible. Here it is. I need to check with my AE group ID. 1 second. Yeah, here it is. And you can see that here clearly AE group ID in name is missing, means it is not there in my input. Correct? There is no input variable representing it. Obviously, the meaning is it is not part of your protocol. So what I can do? Simply, I can have this variable as missing. Got it? Second, AE ref ID. AE ref ID is nothing but your record position, which is nothing but record number. It mentioned that it is going to be a record number. So what I can do now, wherever I want to represent this AE ref ID, there and all, I can simply use my record number. Correct? So first let's check the data and then we can come back on it. So I need to go with AE ref ID. So my AE ref ID is in my input data set. It is a record number. So check for the record number. Cache quality requires change date and time. No. No. Somewhere it must be present. We'll check that. Oh, okay. Why unnecessarily we are wasting time? So we have an option of data test set raw dot your AE1. I want to go with only one variable. Keep is equal to, what is the variable here, guys? The keep variable is going to be record position. This is the one that I want to see because it is already there in the input data set. Run. See. Proc. Print. Run. Yes. So this is the record position. Correct? I can see that clearly. Record position data set is there. So record position variable is there. This variable is the one which is representing my data. So if you go there, I can clearly see this is my record number. It is already in your numeric format, and this is the one that I would like to use it. But what is going to be the format for this particular one? Let's see that. The format for this particular one here is, it's supposed to be the numeric, length is going to be 8. This is what we are looking at. So simply I can go here and I'll say that record position is the one that I would like to use to represent my AE reference ID. So my AE reference ID is equal to, just to remove all of our leading or trailing spaces, if at all it is there. I don't think so we have that here for because it is not going to be a character variable. So it's supposed to be the numeric variable that we are expecting. So I don't need to do that as well. Simply I can do this. AE ref ID. Because it's a numeric variable, I don't need to do any changes as well. Done. So this is also completed. Go with the next one. Then AESPID. What do you mean by AESPID? Can anyone tell me? Anyone?
Sponsor ID.
Yes. Sponsor identifier variables or sponsor identifier one. This either they will come from the sponsor database or it is going to be mentioned via CRF. So do we have any details about this here? I don't have it. You can see that there is no input variable for it. Since there is no input variable, what we can do, simply we can say that from here to here, you can see from SPID to AELOC. For all this, we don't have any values. From my input data set, we don't have any values for that. Since we don't have any values for that, for all of this, we can directly assign my output as missing values. Am I correct? Because it is not there in your CRF, it is not there in your protocol. Obviously, you cannot define them. So for all this, I can straight away apply my output, that is my values, as missing. You understand, right, what I'm trying to do here? Because we don't have a value for it. Means we don't have values in the input data set. But all you need to understand here is whether these are character or numeric. All these are character. So simply, I can copy this, I can use this here. Done? What's next? We can go here. Up to this is already done. So now we need to go with the AESEV, which is nothing but severity. So how it is defined? In the input data set, the same name is there, correct? And you have the control terminology for that. What is the control terminology? The control terminology is going to be like this. So when we have the control terminology, what we need to do? We are going to create a format for it. Correct? Replace. So go here, remove this particular one. These are going to be my final values. Let's copy them and create one severity format. So where can I create it? Already we have the user defined formats here. Let's go there. And so my value is going to be severity, and here are the values for the severity. Correct? Done. So now I can add it here because it is already there in my input data set already. So what we can do, I can take any one of this here, put it. It is going to be AE severity. It is going to be severity 1, and it is going to be SEV. But before that, I need to rename it from my input data set. Correct? So here is what my rename list is. Under the rename list, I can add this particular one. AV severity 1 is equal to this. And I also need to add this in my final output. Am I correct? Guys, you understand what I'm trying to do here? I'm just going a little faster here because these are quickly can be done. That's the reason I'm going a little faster. So hope all of you are not mind. Can you do now? Can you see this? What is happening? We're supposed to have the uppercase, right? Have you applied the uppercase or not? Oh, we haven't run the proc format. That's the reason it is not showing. Let's run the proc. Now go with this. Now we can see everything is properly applied, but here also there is a problem. No problem. Everything is proper. Now we can see all of them has the proper. Wherever the missing values are there, missing values got applied. Wherever we want to apply the control terminology, we are applied this. Then the next one, severity is also done. Then you are going to have action other. Correct? What is action other here? Do we have any control terminology for this, or do we have any input variable? No input variable for this. There is no input variable for the relationship to the non-study treatment also. For these two, there is no values present in your input data set. So for these two, it is going to be values are going to be null. Correct? That is missing values. Apply missing values for them. Done? and add these two into my final list. That is, in my variable list, I can add them. Right? What's the next one? AE, PA, TT. What exactly it is going to talk about? This is pattern of your adverse event. The same name is already present there. The pretty much same name is there. So we can use that particular one. And I don't have any control terminology for this particular one. So simply copy this and you can use that particular one in your output. So it is already there in the input. So what I can do is I'll simply use uppercase of this and I'll use 1. That is, since it is part of my input variable, I'll rename it and I will use it. Done? Right? What's the next thing? I can also go with AE out. Let's see what is there for AE out. So for AE out, again, it is going to be outcome of your adverse event. It is as is present in my input. So all I'm going to do is take this particular one, come back to this. I'll use the same logic here as well. All I'm going to do is this. I'll call it as 1 because the same name is already exist in my input. I will rename it here. So keep this one here is equal to this. Clear? AE out is also done. So what is the next one? Whatever S comes, all these are going to be nothing but my CDS, that is adverse event CDS. Correct? Do you have any congested, or it is going to be disability or death, hospitalization, life-threatening or other medical events? All these will be CAN is nothing but development of cancer. Correct? So all these we are going to check what are going to be the equivalent values in the input, and we can take them as is. So first I'm keeping all of them in my output. Right? And then I'm going to write each one of them here. Remember, all of them has the control terminology. Why? These are going to be yes or no's. Correct? These are going to be yes or no's. So we're supposed to have the control terminology for them. So let's see them. So I'll go here. First, I'll check for AESCAN. Here it is. For the cancer related one, I don't have any input. So it is supposed to be blank. Correct? I don't have anything related to this. I'm going to have it as a blank value because it is not there in my input. Correct? What is the next one? This one, conjunctional anomaly, which is nothing but birth defect. So I have the same value in the input also. Correct? And it is supposed to be, what is going to be the value also? We are going to check this. It is going to have the same value in the input. So, but it is going, we need to apply the control terminology for this. Correct? My output value is going to be CONG. My input is going to be AESCON. So what I should do now? First, I need to see how these values are going to be in my input data set. Let's see that. Where it is? What is the name? Here it is. Conventional, either these are going to be zeros or ones. If it is going to be 0, it is going to be no. If it is going to be 1, it is going to be yes. The same thing also mentioned here. Can you see this? The code itself they have given. Correct? Let's use it as it is. So what is the code? The code is going to be, if it is going to be AESCON, that is going to be your variable. That is, if my input variable is going to be AESCON, and if this value is equal to 1, then this value is equal to yes. If not, this value is equal to no. Am I correct? That is what we are doing here. right? Then how about the disability? For the disability, this is the value. What is the value for this? AE, if this is equal to 1, in that particular case, this value is equal to Y, else it is going to be no, right? What about the death event? This is the one. This is disability. Death is different. Where the death is. Here is what death. If it is going to be 1, then I need to proceed with this value is equal to yes, else this value is equal to no. Then hospitalization. Here is what the hospitalization is. So again, we are going to write the same thing. If this is equal to 1, then this value is equal to Y, else this value is equal to no. Then life threatening. Here is the variable. If this is equal to 1, then your life threatening is equal to yes, else this value is equal to no. Then where is the other one? Disorders, right? Where we have that? Here it is. This one I don't have any input, so simply it is going to be missing. Finally, other medical events. So other medical events, it is going to be this, the others, AESOTH. So if AESOTH is equal to 1, I have a doubt. What is this AESOTH? Let's see. This is death, life-threatening. What is the value for AESOTH? It is other reason. Let's see where is this other reason is. This is also zeros and ones, so no worries. We can proceed with this. Then this value is equal to yes. Oops, just a sec. Is equal to yes. Yes, this value is equal to no. Right? So pretty much all the things related to your serious events has come to the picture. Let's run them. I'm supposed to have only yes and no at the output. Something went wrong. What is that? No, not that. So, okay, a couple of things went wrong. Those are not only the one or someone mentioned where it is. Here it is this, and also this will be this one, right? I'm supposed to have the statement. This is a different statement. The other one is a different statement. Correct? Yeah. Now it's supposed to have the right values. Now go to your AE base and check your values. Now I can see only the no's and yes are get updated. Perfect. So how many variables are still pending? Just give me some more time today, guys. Maybe we will complete this and we can wind up, but not the complete coding. Up to this is done. Let's see what and all other things we can do here, and we can wind up the session. So this is going to be this treatment, right? So what is this value? This one, concomitant treatment. So there is going to be a value for this. There is going to be a control terminology. Again, it is going to be no means no, yes means yes. So here I have to write a format for this. Am I correct? So let's see that. What is the value? CONTR. Correct? Let's see whether CONTR is there or not. CONTR. AE. This is the one. CONTR is the value that we need to take. So what is the CONTR value? Concomitant or non-drug therapy. Okay, let's see, where is this? Concomitant or clinical coded just a second. Casualty not here. Conditional other specify concomitant, where exactly it is. Okay, sorry guys, let's write it here. What is the value for this? This one. We have one more, the underscore CV. Let's see both of them. Just want to check both of them. Here it is. Okay. So it is going to be no means n, yes means y. This is the value that we're supposed to get it. Okay, we can do this now. So we can go to the code, we can write this is the value that I have to take. For this particular one, I have to use a method like this. So AECONTR is equal to AON. This one I can simply call it as CONTR. Okay, for CONTR I have to write the values here. First rename, done. After that, here I have to say, I can use this one also. I don't need to apply another one. Already yes or no is already there, right? I don't need to go with another one. I can use the same because both of them are same anyways. I can use it. Correct? Yes or no only, right? So that is the advantage of writing your user defined functions, right? Otherwise there is no need. Correct? So this one is supposed to be part of my output. Done. Okay. Right. So what's the next one? Toxic. So let's see, is there any related value for this? I don't have anything in the input. I can straight away remove this particular one, that is missing value. I can apply for this. Let's keep it in my output and also apply a missing value to this. Okay, up to this we can run. Here is what my final data set is. So why I'm stopping here is, guys, see, yes or no already come. This one I don't have value, it is going to be null. I'm stopping here. The reason for that is I thought I can complete it, but the next values that we want to concentrate, these ones, study days are there. Study days are there. For this we need to pick the data from, because I need the reference start and date and time, that we need to get it from the DM data set. So we need to do the merging and all. So what we can do is we finish these three and we can keep these two alone pending for the tomorrow, because we also need to apply the links, we also need to create the sequence numbers and all. These are pending. So these we can do tomorrow, but let's finish these three variables. The duration and all we will finish it. So duration and these three, you can see that ENTR, PT, these three, we don't have any values from the input. So I can simply take these three values and I can ensure that these three values are nothing but null, missing values. Correct? Let's apply them. All right. And then I can have this in my output. Right. Okay. So now we need to go with three more. What are them? Sorry, two more. Two more variables are there. Those are derived variables. I need to derive those variables by taking the data from the DM data set. So these two are pending that we can do, because the reason for this particular one will be these two have the dependencies from the other data set, which is nothing but which one? DM data set. The sequence is pending, so totally 3 values. These 3 values we can do it by tomorrow. No, AE duration is not the date. AE duration is not the date, number of days. And it is not a calculated one. If you remember, the AE duration, if it is mentioned in your CRF, we are going to take it as it is. If it is not there, we don't take it. Right? That is the duration of your adverse event. You can also see that here. This is duration of your adverse event. It is going to mention number of days. It is not the date. Right? You can clearly mention in the derivation also, it is not a derived one, captures from the CRF. If it is present in the CRF, we take it as it is. Guys, this meaning if you are asking these type of questions, I encourage asking this, but what I can understand is you are not reading. You are not reading. Right? Don't what to say? Don't stop asking the questions, but all I am saying is these are the ones which are basic, which is already defined. So these questions, when you are asking me, please make sure that you understand the concept. Okay, so totally 3 variables are pending for us. What are the 3 variables? One is going to be a sequence number. This we are going to do it at the last. We also have your AE, study day and end day. These 2 we are going to calculate based on 2 things. What are them? For calculating this one, it is going to be like your AE start date and time in character format, and your RF, that is nothing but reference start and date and time in the character format, which will come from the demographics data set that we need to use. So for the next step tomorrow we are going to do is, we already have a demographic data set. Sorry, we are going to use that particular one, and we are going to bring your data point to the current data set. We are going to match it, and then we are going to calculate it. For the second one, we need reference end date and timestamp. So that also we are going to bring it from the DM data set. Once we have these 2 on the final data set, we are going to create based on the subject ID. We are going to create your sequence number. With that, we will be completing our data set. But still, the labels we need to apply. We also need to take care of the lengths. We need to go with the proper lengths. Whatever the lengths are mentioned here, you need to create all your variables accordingly. So that also we are going to do. Clear? So by tomorrow we can complete the AE. Complete AE will be done. So then tomorrow itself we are going to pick up the DM dataset. That is also important because I want to explain that as well in detail. So once we complete that by this week, you will be good with these 2. That is, then I can give you this. Already I have shared this particular one to you, right? So you can start writing your code for CO, SC, and SV, MH, DV, and DS, because clinical data set, this project is not covering that. Correct? But the remaining here, you can write the code for the 3 domains. Here you can write the code for the 3 domains. Clear, everyone? All of you are comfortable? Any questions? Are you able to follow first of all? In general, I don't go in detail. This much detailing I generally don't give, guys, because most of you are very new to this. So I want to go in depth. So that's the reason I'm trying to explain on a very slow pace. I'm explaining this. All right. So all I need from you is write the code for the remaining ones. All right. Then you will be very good with what is required for it. CE domain nodes. I haven't shared it with you guys. I hope I have shared it, but if not, I can do it. I'll do it. Not an issue. I'll do it. Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.
Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Everyone, can you hear me and can you see my screen? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, Murli.
Perfect. Hey, Mohanty. Yeah, I think you're the one user here. Okay, perfect. Welcome, India. All right.
Thank you, Murli. Thank you so much.
All right, that's cool. Okay, so where we are, guys? So we started writing the code for adverse events in a very detailed manner. We are going with correct? And here we have been given with another CRF, we have the project details, raw data set, and the specification Excel. These details are available with us, and we started building the SAS data set, right? So this is our code. So from yesterday, not yesterday, day before yesterday, we have been writing this code. So far where we are, just let me read on this. Done. Let me see any errors, no errors here. So this is my base data sets that we have prepared so far, correct? So we have almost all our required variables except the AE sequence. We have to derive that. We have all the permissible variables except stdy and endy, that endy, and we already have all of our whatever is applicable, all of your permissible variables also we have drafted, correct? These are all the variables in our list. Now the pending ones are going to be, here are the pending ones. What are them? Sequence, anyways, we are going to do it at the last, but before going with the sequence, we have two permissible variables. What are them? AE STDY and another one is AE ENDY. But if I want to calculate these two, the first thing is, these are the days, correct? These days we are going to get only if we have the reference start date and time. Am I correct? Only when we have a reference start date and time, which is coming from your DM data set, only when you have that particular one, we can calculate it. Yes or no? Everyone accepts that? Right? It is not a straightforward one. It is not coming from the single data set. It is actually coming from the two different data sets, and the second data set is going to be a DM data set. Only how do I know that? I know that you're telling this particular one, but how do I know that? We have already the derivation, right? So let's go with the derivation. So if you want to see the derivation part, you can see it in the where you can find your derivation part, guys. The derivation part will be in your theoretical notes. So where is your theoretical notes? This is the theoretical notes that we have discussed. Can you see this? AESTDY, that is AE study start day, is nothing but it is AESTDTC minus RFSTDTC plus 1, provided my AE start date and time in character format is greater than or equal to reference start date and time in the character format, which is treatment start date. Correct? So this treatment start date and this treatment end date are the ones that I needed. Okay, here we written the wrong formula. This is END. Maybe I'll correct it now. Yeah. Am I correct? Right. So I need two variables. What are them? RF SPDTC, that is treatment start date and time in character format, treatment end date and time in the character format. These two are from the DM data sets. You can see that here itself, I have already provided this data. If not, I'm going to do it one more time. So can you see here something called SDTM data? This is the data where I have all my data. In the project one also, I stored all my SDTM compliant data set. That is after conversion, whatever the data sets are there, those are already here. I'm using this particular one here. You can see here. I'll go with libname SDTM. I'm calling it as base, SDTM base data, because it is already converted data. Why I need it? Let's say that we are of two programmers. Maybe just like every time we will go with two programmers. For an example, myself and Mahipal, right? So let's say I'm working on AE domain. My team lead, but our common team lead has given this DM domain already to Mahipal. Mahipal completed that particular one. He have already completed the coding and he have already created the data set. And that particular data set, he put this one, yeah. This is the data set which Mahipal got generated with Mahipal coded, and here is what the information is. Here I can see reference start date and time is there, reference end date and time is there, and I also have my unique subject identifier. So can I take these three fields now? Because for each unique subject identifier, I'm going to take my start date and end times. That is the reason we are bringing this particular data set here. So there is an already coded data set DM, which is present in my SDTM base. I'm calling this here as a DM itself. I don't want all the variables, just 3 variables are more than sufficient for me. What are them? Reference start and date, start date and time in character format, unique subject identifier, and the third one is going to be my, maybe write it here, unique subject identifier, RFSDDTC and RFENDTC. These three are the variables that I'm looking at. Correct. Let's bring only these three. See now. Here is what your data. Correct. But remember, I'm using this particular one for one purpose. What is that? I want to calculate the duration. Right. So for the duration part, I'm doing some mathematical calculations. So AFSDDTC or RFSDDTC, these must be in the numeric format because I'm doing the mathematical calculations. Correct? So let's convert them into mathematical one, that is numeric values. Here, there is one more challenge for us. Your end date, I don't have any issue. It is single. But can you see this particular one? The start date, it is a timestamp. I need only the date, not the time. So what I can do now? Can I write like this? Can you see this? RFSDTTC 1, I'm calling it as 1, is equal to scan of RFSDTTC based on the T timestamp. That is what we are extracting. Can I do this? So what I'm going to get here, if I do this, I'm going to get my start date and time and my end date and time, only the date format in the character format I'm going to get it. Right? So what happened to the other one?
Yeah, Murli.
Hmm.
Yeah, here we can use substr. Can we use substr?
Obviously you can use it, but if you want to use the substr also, yes, the method is going to be the same. So you are going to start from the 1, totally 4 plus 4 8 plus 2 10, 1 comma 10 I can use. Yeah, both of them I can use. Okay, so I can write a condition here. The condition is going to be, maybe I can use this as it is. This is what my DM data set is. Now I'll say data DM1 set DM. So here I'll do my calculations. That is, I'll do both of them, no worries. For RFSDDTC, I'll do one approach. For the other one, I'll use the different approach. Okay, so both of them can be used. Thus, on T, I'm going to subtract with 1. So the other one that you have asked is for ENDTC. Instead of this, I can use substr. I'll go between 1 and 10. Ideally, both of them should be the same. Okay, but when it comes to the other one, RFENDTC doesn't have any timestamp. It doesn't have any timestamp. What happened to this? ENDTC, we got it properly, but this one, what went wrong? Oh, it is a format. It doesn't have it. It is a format. T is a format. It is not a character data. So we don't have that particular one. So even under this, I supposed to use the substr only. The reason is it is a format we have applied on top of it, and that formatted value you converted into the regular one. So that's the reason you couldn't find a T there. This is what my DM1 is. I have the timestamp, but still it is in a character format. What should I do now? Input of this whole thing. What is the format, guys? Anyone? What is the format? Can I say YYMMDD8 dot? It is the YYMMDD8 dot format only, right? Can I go with that? All of you? Simply, I take this particular one. Here I'll use EN. So now I supposed to see these two variables in the numeric format. What happened again? Maybe format mismatch. Yes, the format mismatch come to the picture because my data set here, it also have the hyphens. The total length is 10, but I have given YYMMDD8 dot. So what should I do here? One other thing that I need to do here is use compress. Compress of this whole thing. The one that I need to compress is hyphen. Am I correct? So now hyphens will get compressed and I'm going to get my final data. Let's hope for the best this time. I'm supposed to get the output. Not DM1. Now you can see all of them converted into the normal values because this is a date format, right? So what should we do now? We need to apply the format for them, correct? But here I also going to do something, that is, let's say format RF SDTC, RF ENDTC, both of them I want to see it in the which format we can see? Anyone? Can we use the date 8 format itself directly? Now see this. Let's change the format. Yeah. So what is the difference between this one and this one means? This is your end in the character format. This one is in the character format. But the same one, we converted into the numeric format and we have stored here because I want to do the calculations. Is that clear, everybody? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? So I can also do one thing now. What is that? Just simply copy this particular one and paste it here. That is what we are trying to do. We are trying to do this particular one. We are trying to keep this particular one in the output itself. Correct? So here I'm going to rename it. So I'm going to say keep is equal to unique subject ID and then RFSDDTC and then RFENDTC. What is the advantage now? I don't need this data set now. I'm doing this here itself. Under the DM itself, I'm going to have my unique identifier. At the same time, I'm also going to have my RFSDTC and RFENDTC in the character format. Is this clear? Just to show you the data, I have done this. Now all of you are able to understand this. I can also do something here itself. Do the renaming. Rename is equal to RFSDTC is equal to this. RFENDTC is equal to this. The renaming part also we are doing here. Now, the same variable we are reading, but we converted that into the character form, numeric format. See this? It is in a numeric format. All of you are clear what we are doing here? Can I have a quick confirmation? First, To explain, I have written multiple steps. After that, simply I replaced that particular one with the easy steps. In the initial data sets itself, we can do this. So now you can see this is going to be I'm going to sort this particular data set on a variable called unique subject identifier. Similarly, I have here my base data, right? AE base. This AE base also I'm going to sort now. Sort data is equal to AE base by the same unique subject identifier and run. Then here we can also do one thing. While calculating, I'll do that anyways. See, I just have sorted both the data sets. Why I have sorted both the data sets? The reason is going to be I'm going to merge them. That is data AE underscore final. My final data set it is going to be the merge of AE base in is equal to A, my DM data set in is equal to B. And see, from the DM data set, I'm not bringing all of them. I just need only the reference start date and end date. Only those two I have brought them. I don't want full join. I need the left join. Why left join? You can see here. My AE base has 362, whereas my DM only has 330. We cannot guarantee that all the 362 here are going to be the unique subjects. Correct? Maybe may not be having all the subjects of DM present in the AE. So I'm just bringing only the left join. My AE final is here. Now RF SDTC, RF ENDTC is also added to that. Correct? What else I need to do here, guys? Here is what my AE SDTC. Here is what my AE NDTC. Irrespective of whatever it is, I only need to take care of what I need to take care of. I only need to take care of my date format only. The date part only I need to take it. Here I have the timestamp. Again, I need to do the same drill. All of you accept or not? So can we do that particular drill here? What is the drill? To calculate this particular one, what is that? To calculate my AE data, maybe instead of final, I can say that AE base with DM data. I can write any name. Final, we can write it later, right? So here, what I want to calculate, I want to calculate this AE SDTY, AE ENDY. For these two, this is the calculation. Now, AE SDTC is already part of your AE dataset. RF SDTC, you have already brought it. And also you can see here, RF SDTC is in a numeric format. Am I correct? Whereas your AE SDTC, it is not converted into the numeric yet. Correct? It is still a character. What should we do now? What should we do now? Can we convert this randomly, dynamically? Can we calculate and use it as it is? See, I'll tell you how to do this. Now I'll say data maybe here itself we can also calculate, but later I'll do this. I'll show you first, then I can do this. So here I call it as AE final. What I need here, all I need is I want to calculate two things. What are they? As long as these two are not missing, AE SDTC and your RF SDTC, if these two are not missing, I need to calculate AE SDY. Am I correct? So if not missing of, if it is not missing, and not missing of. This one is also not missing. Then do. If these two variables are not having missing values, then do this calculation. What calculation it is? Again, you have one more part in that. What is that? This is the one. If AE SDTC is greater than or equal to this one, then calculate your value like this. But the problem here is RF SDTC is already converted into the numeric value, but AE SDTC is not converted yet. So how to convert this? Can I use this formula, guys? What is this? My whole formula is going to be wherever my AE SDTC first 10 characters are there, take that particular one, and you have your RF SDTC. If it is greater than or equal to that particular one, then calculate this. Will it work? Can I have a quick confirmation? Every one of you. Take the first 10 characters substring based on and compress this. Convert that into the numeric. If that numeric value is greater than your RF SDTC, this is your calculation. If not, if that is not the case, else, what is the second one? My second condition is here. If it is lesser than, then the meaning is this whole part is lesser than this particular one, then ASDTY is equal to this minus this. Done. Now check this. I'm not creating any new variable, but some error. Just let me check. Only one error under the else. Oh, this is a condition, right? Else if input of compress of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's check. Yep, done. Now go ahead with your AE final. Can you see the number of days are getting calculated? You have minus, you have plus. It is working fine. Here you can see all these are missing because my RF SDTC for this is missing. Wherever it is missing, it's absolutely fine. If it is not missing, we are calculating this. Correct? The same logic I can also apply for AE ENDTC. That's it. Instead of SD, EN. Done. Everything remains going to be the same. Now check your AE final. Wonderful. We are getting the data. So now you have STDTY as well as ENDTY data is also there. Wherever it is available, we are taking it. Now we go one step ahead. Why unnecessarily creating this data set and do all these calculations? Instead, why can't you do these calculations here itself and call this as a AE final? You merge it and do there itself like this. No errors. Correct? Now go with your AE final. Still you got the same data. Why unnecessarily I have to create one more data set? I don't do that. Clear, everyone? I'm showing you the easy steps first. Then I'm trying to go ahead with the regular one as well. Now you have your why we use compress and why did not use YYMMD detail. Okay, Ankita. This one, right? We can use it. But all I want to do here is while I'm converting from character to numeric, right? I have only this hyphens. That is the reason I'm compressing the hyphens, making sure what is going to be my final date, and then I'm using the respective value for it, that is format for it. If you're 200% confident about your data, that your data is in a proper this format, YYYY -MM -TD. If you're 200% sure that your data is in this particular format, you can use YYMMDD 10 dot also instead of compressing. You can do that. It is just a sanity check. You're making sure that however we convert out our data, we are coming back to the data in the same manner. Because if you see this, here is what. How we converted, we are coming back in the same way. That is the only thing that I'm using 8 dot. There is nothing wrong if you want to go with a 10 dot also. I don't say that no, Ankita, you shouldn't do it. No, you can do it. Nothing wrong. Am I clear? This is my way of writing. I want to compress the data, see all this, and go with the applied format. Otherwise, you can also go ahead with the 10 format. Nothing wrong in it. Right. So what and all are completed so far? Can I say all the permissible variables are done? What is pending now? What is pending now? Only one. What is that? Yeah, sequence number. So let's calculate the sequence number. So raw sort data is equal to AE final by the sorting we are going to done based on your study identifier, correct? You are going to do your unique subject ID, and then AE term, and then now the question to all of you is why I am using only these 4 variables? For what reason I am doing my AE final only for these variables? Can anyone tell me?
Yeah, sequence number.
No. Sequence number is fine. But why should I sort the data only on these variables? Did you get the question? I'm just using the same name here because I want to do this here later. The question to all of you is why I have picked these 4 as my sorting variables. To calculate the unique subject ID, sorry, to calculate your sequence number, nothing wrong in that, right? But the question is going to be, why should I do that? Why can't I go with other things? Anyone? Okay. What is the nature of your because of calculate all event of one ID? Yes, Ankita, I can sense what you're trying to say. For this only, at the beginning of each of the domain, we also go ahead. What is going to be the nature of this particular domain? One record per adverse event per subject. For each subject, for each adverse event, we are going to have one record. Correct? Now see this. Sorting on your study ID or not doesn't make sense because study ID is going to be only one. Correct? That is nothing but your only one study ID. This is unique subject identifier is the one which is going to decide your subject. So one record per subject, then per adverse event. How do I define an adverse event? I can define an adverse event based on my AE term, which is going to be my topic variable. What is going to be the name of the adverse event? What is the start date and time of the adverse event? Am I correct or not? Why I shouldn't take end date and time? Some adverse events have the end date, some adverse event doesn't have the end date, but all the adverse event must and should will have your start date and time. Correct or not? There is no case scenarios where your start date is missing, right? So to define my adverse event, I'm taking this combination. To define my subject, I'm going with the subject identifier. That is the reason I have calculated, I'm sorting my data set on these 4 variables. You need to know why, then only you can understand the subject. Ankita, I think what you're trying to say is the same, correct? So I totally got it. Questions, guys, others? Team, is this understandable? Why? This questions has to come from you. You should ask me, Murli, why you are doing only the calculation on this, not on others. You should ask me. But I am raising the question myself and again I'm answering it. But that's absolutely fine. As long as you are understanding, I'm comfortable. Right? Done. Here now I will go with the final data. That is, now I will go with data AE underscore final. This is my AE underscore final. This is a SDTM compliant one. And here I'll say set is going to be this by these 4 variables, because I want to create the first dot and last dot now. So then what is going to happen? If first dot of, on what I'm going with, for each patient, if it is a first dot of subject ID, then what I'm going to get? If it is a first dot of subject ID, then your AE sequence number is equal to 1, else your AE sequence number incremented by 1. Yes? All of you accept this? Right? Now run this. It is going to be my AE final now. Go with the AE final. I can see the sequence number for each of it. Here I can see the sequence number of 7. Maximum I got 7. That is from here to here. Let's check. Can you see the subject ID is going to be the same? The subject has 7 instances. Is this correct or not, guys? And again, you can see that I don't need subject ID. Subject ID is not part of my variables. Correct? Subject ID is not required. I can drop it. If you want, I can drop the subject ID because it is not required. This you can drop it here itself. Here we don't need to do this. Subject ID is no more useful. Correct? It is not part of our variable list. Right? So this is what your final data. I'm just running everything together. Here is what my AE final is. I have all my variables as is. Correct? Now, this is one part of the code, but it is not end yet because we have completed all this. We started with the required variables. All the required variables are done. All the expected variables are done. All the permissive variables are done. All of your derived things also done. Still, what is pending? Still, what is pending? Lengths are not matching yet. Correct or not? Lengths are not matching yet because you also need to take care of the lengths. We haven't taken care of the lengths at any part of your code. Correct? We simply write the code, but we also need to take care of the lengths as well. Correct? So now concentrate on that particular piece. So how to do that? This is what my initial thing, right? Data. So here itself, before your set statement itself, write your length. Write your length statement accordingly. Go with that. Is length of what and all the variables I can go here? What and all the variables I can go here? Can someone please tell me? What are the variables? Now again I'll go with the specification Excel. This is my specification Excel. Not this. This is the one. First go with the required variables. Write one by one. Under the required variables, for all of them, the length is already mentioned. For all of them, correct? Study ID should be 20, unique subject ID should be 22, AE term is going to be 600. Oh, that is in length. Here is what I had to say. Sorry, out length I need to check. These are the ones, right? Out length 22. Then you are going to have 22 for numeric. I don't need to assign anyways. By default, it is 8. AE term 200. AE decode is equal to 200. Correct? So for now, what I can do is I'll simply hide these two. These are my lengths. Copy them, paste it here. What are them? $20 $2. And then I'm going to have unique subject identifier 22 dot. AE sequence, I don't need to mention, it is a numeric. By default, it is going to be 8. And AE decode followed by AE term, for them it is going to be 10. Is that correct, guys? So the first set is over, the required variables are over. What is the next thing that I'm going to do? I will go ahead and I'll do this for the expected variables. Again, under the expected variables, I only take care of what and all I have to take care of? These and all, right? Where and all it is 8, I don't need to worry about. Correct? Where and all it is going to be the other one that I need to check. Correct? So this code is 8, I don't need to worry about it, but AELLT, I need to take care of this. It is a character. AELLT 200 dot. What's the next one? AEHLT 200 dot. Then AEHLGT, and then AE body sys, and then AE SOC. What else? AE, this one, SCR, serious, AE action, and then all these AE-REL. This is also character. But SDTTC and ENTTC, these two are going to be lengths, date values. So we don't need to worry about it. So here, this one 200. This one is also 200. AE SOC is also 200. AE SCR is going to be 1. Your AE SCN is 51. AE REL is 27. Yes? Yes or no, guys? All of you are comfortable what I'm trying to do here? Can I have a quick confirmation? Because I'm going to assign the lengths as well. I should not mess up with the lengths. Lengths also going to be very important. I should not mess up with them. All right. So that's the reason I'm going ahead with that. Right? So initially itself we'll assign it. Before reading itself we'll assign it. It nicely going to take that particular part. So length part for the expected variables also done. Then I'm going with the permissible variables. Here is what my permissible variables are. So group ID, again, here I need to do something. only what is applicable, only for them I'm going to apply this. For numeric variables, I don't need to. Correct? For the numeric variables, I don't need to. So only for the character, that too. Oh, these are two different tables. Okay, just give me a second. Permissible variables. Under the permissible variables, these are going to be my various values. The first thing is going to be AE group ID. AE group ID anyways blank, but still it is going to be a character data. Let's take this. AE group ID dollar 10 dot. What else? AE reference ID, it is a record number, it is a numeric, I don't need to worry about it. AE ID. Your AE ID is a character. So irrespective of whether I have the value or not, I'll take this. So from here to here, I can take it as it is. So this. Correct? So now let's take about it. AE ID. What and all the numerics I don't need to worry about, right? So the numerics are going to be, oh, it is going to be a control terminology, yes or no. This is character only, so we need to take it. So this is going to be dollar, put dot after it, dollar 25 dot. Guys, you understand what I'm doing here? Can I have a confirmation? Everything I want to have it as per the proper compliance. That is the reason I'm taking care of everything here, nothing else. 25s are done. 20, 24. This is 54, correct? AE pat is 54. Yep. AE out is 66. Now all ones comes to the picture. This is going to be my final value, which is going to be 20. But still we have few more. What are them? These three, correct? Let's also do these three. So with this, we are good with everything. We are properly have completed the coding for, no, still there. I'll tell you what is still there. 20. And 25. So the length part also completed. All right. Now, alternatively, what we can do is, alternatively, these are all my keep variables, right? Cut them. Here, define them. Define macro variables. Macro variables. So, keep variables. What and all going to be my keep variables? I'll simply say percentage let keep underscore VARR, keep variables is equal to this. I define them here. Now I can call this particular macro variable directly here. Done. Clear, everybody? Now my length variables also there. My renaming variables are here. and all other data is also pen here. Everything is final. Now run this program as is. No errors anywhere. Your final data set is here. Everything as per your SDTM. If you want, what you can do is just go with one proc contents. Proc contents data is equal to AE final. Now you can see your data with the proper length and everything. What happened to this? Oh, T is missing. Can you see now? All the lengths as you defined is come to your output. Correct? 51, 25, 8, wherever numeric is 8, length is 8. By default, it will take 8. For all other things, it is going to be whatever the length is there, that length we have taken properly. Still, one last thing is pending. That is a simple cosmetic change, and that cosmetic change is the labels. The labels part we haven't do yet. Correct? Labels are still pending. Can we go with the labels now? Every one of you, can I get a quick confirmation? Can we go with the labels? If you do the labels, that is going to be the end of your coding, right? So how to do the labels? So here also I can write it directly. Here also I can write it if I want, one way. The other way is I want to store my final output into the SDTM, right? This is what I mentioned to you, right? So data SDTM.AE. This is my final data set in the final library. Set AE final. Lengths also there. Everything is in proper order. All I'm going to do now here is I'm going to write my variable labels. That is the only thing that I'm going to do it. So I'll show you the sample. Label. What are the labels? I can use the specification Excel again for it. Any one of the specification Excel, I can use it. Here is what your variable labels are here. Can you see this? Can I say all these variables are there? 51. Copy this, paste it here. All I'm going to do here is for each of this, I'm going to write the labels. Okay. Study identifier. This one I can simply copy paste this. Right? If you are using some nice editors, you can also do this. Sometimes what we will do is we will write the macro for it. We can keep a macro. That macro automatically applicable on your things. It is easy. Anything you can use. Generally, writing a macro is going to save a lot of your work because you're going to work on this domain again and again. That's the reason all the key variables we written at one place, right? And all these patterns also we just keep it at one place so that you don't need to worry about writing this again and again. Once you write it, it will be useful again and again to you. So it is going to be like only once in a while we are going to have this. Hey, we haven't calculated the epoch, correct? Sometimes we need to calculate the epoch as well. How to calculate the epoch, guys? By anyone, can you tell me? Can you calculate the epoch? Team, can someone please tell me? To calculate the epoch, I need SC domain, subject elements domain I need. Then only I can do it. So for now, I don't need to go with this. Okay. So here is what my data is. just let me put it in a proper order, and then I'll also write it for the other parts. Just a second. All right, done. Only end double quotes when need to put, I'll put it in a while. So here, this. Just a second, guys. There are a lot of work that we need to do here. This is going to be a manual work, but still worth doing it. So labels are ready, right? A few things we are missing here still. What are them we are missing here is unique subject identifier is all done. Some question marks we are missing. Some question marks we are missing. Those question marks I'm trying to identify. But almost we are good, but just I'm still going ahead with that. Some serious events are there, right? Okay, here it is. Does it involves cancer, any birth anomaly, this disability, death, requires hospitalization, life-threatening, occurred with overdose or any other medical event? These are all going to be your question marks. Those question marks I'm just putting here. Now even we have the labels. Now if you check my final data set, which is going to be in my SDTM, the first big data set that we have in here. Now you can see everything is in a proper way. Yes, this is your final data set. All of you are able to understand now? So any questions or any doubts from anyone? Provided the data, 51 variables we have written here. Isn't it a wonderful one or not? Slowly, one by one, carefully we have written it. Any questions from anyone, guys? I just want to know if any of you have any questions. I'm happy to answer them. Anyone? Guys? Can I consider all of you are comfortable with us? All right. Okay. I'll share this particular code with you. This is end of your adverse events. So I already have shared the data with you, right? So with that particular data, you can happily work on these three. What are they? You can happily work on medical history, disposition domain, as well as deviation protocol. All these three things you can happily work because of with your data. Adverse events is done, you can work on these three. So tomorrow I'm going to write the code for DM. Of course, DM we have done for the other small data set, but let's do it for this particular data set one more time. Okay, so our demographic data sets we'll write it tomorrow, so that you have a comfort of having total of 4 plus 4, 8 domains you are pretty comfortable with. Theoretical part is over for the 8. At the same time, your practical part is also completed with that. Is that okay? Everyone, can I have a quick confirmation? All right. So I'll share the code right away after this particular class. Let's go with this. Okay. See you tomorrow, guys. Take care. Tomorrow is going to be demographic domain. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Take care. Bye. Hey everyone. Good evening. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation? Can I have a quick confirmation? Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So let's start with DM, because yesterday we have completed this adverse events, right? So after that, what I have said to you. So once we have completed your adverse events, we can do MH, DV, DS, because these three are also part of our project, correct? So how can we see that? You can see that in your specification Excel, correct? So let me go there, see this project and project one. Under the specification Excel, you can clearly see that you have disposition domain, you have protocol deviation, and you also have your medical history, correct? So you can do that. So let me tell you how you can proceed with that. Suppose if it is going to be medical history. So you know the drill, right? So what is the drill here? All you need to worry about this is going to be, maybe you can also hide this. Just I'm telling you for your reference. You can hide this one as well. So these are going to be your fields, correct? And here is what your calculation is. Even out also I can hide it. For your easy thing, I'm telling you guys. I don't need these two. Origin also I don't need it. So now here is my data. My total data is, and if I go with my core, first we will go with the required. This is my required thing. So study ID is already present. You have your unique subject identifier. It is going to be concatenation of study ID hyphen your subject ID, and you know subject ID calculation that you can also get it from your adverse event, or you can also get it from your DM. It is already there. Domain is also there. So sequence number is the one which you are going to do it at the last, correct? Once you complete your complete data set, you are going to do that. MH term, it is already available in your input data set. Let me show you. I'm just trying to show you what is present so that you can easily do this by tomorrow, that in your free time. I'm just guiding you what needs to be done. So your medical history is there, correct? So you know your project is nothing but your study identifier, correct? So you have your subject. The subject is the one you are going to take the first 4 characters hyphen the last 3 characters is the one which is going to form your subject ID. By using the project and subject ID, you can do the first variable, and that first variable is nothing but your, what is the first variable? Yeah. Okay, let me take this. Guys, please carefully follow this. I'm going with medical history. Under the medical history, I'm going with the required variables. That is, the code is required. Study identifier. The study identifier is nothing but your project. Whatever is project, that is nothing but your subject identifier. Correct? So you can simply take this one. Domain. You need to set your domain to MH. Directly you can do it. Unique subject identifier. In your specification Excel, it's clearly mentioned that concatenate your study ID and subject. Your study ID is this, or you can take this one also, correct? This concatenation, your hyphen concatenation. What's the next thing? Subject ID. So how to calculate the subject ID? Subject ID is going to be first 4 characters hyphen last 3 characters. This calculation you can also see in the which one? Our AE, because in the AE we clearly calculated that particular piece, correct? Just give me a second. All right. So what is next one? Your MH sequence, which is nothing but your sequence number. This you can do at the end after all the calculation. At the end, for each subject, based on the nature of your domain, you are going to calculate this. This is going to be a sequence number. Correct? Then MH term. The MH term is going to be simply you can upcase your MH term. Already MH term is here. Let's see where it is. Site number, CRF, report term for your medical history. This is nothing but your MH term. It is already, you can see that it is already upcase that particular one. So you don't need to do anything. Simply you can take that and you can use this particular one. MH term, it is already available. I can say that all the required variables are readily available for you. Simple and straightforward. What is the next thing that we can do? I don't see any expected variables. Bit strange. Okay, go with the permissible variables. I go with the permissible variables. Whatever is present, you can take that. If it is not present, you can leave it. Correct? So few of them are present. These two are already present. Let's take these two. So here you can see that MHEN, that is end relative reference time point. For that we have MH ongoing. For that, if based on this particular one, you are going to do the calculation. It is readily available. And your MH decode, that is dictionary derived term. It is MH term underscore PT. PT stands for your preferred term. Correct? So it is already there, just populate in the uppercase. These two will be readily available. So the remaining, if it is present in your input file, that is in your raw data set, take it. Because I don't see these are present, you can directly use it. That is, you can put what to say, hyphens, not hyphens, missing values. Directly you can put it. Correct? If it is there, well and good. If it is not there, you can directly put the missing values. Only for the approach, you can see that this entire medical history will be happening at the screening side. So you can say that the approach value will be set to screening. Correct? So SDTTC, NDTTC, MHDY, these three we need to calculate. So how to calculate this? MH start date and time and your MH end date and time can be calculated based on your formulas. What are those formulas? Based on the reference date, you need to calculate. Reference date, you need to pick it from your DM domain, right? The drill remains going to be the same. Can you guys do this? Everyone, can you guys do this? Any questions? Anyone, any questions, kindly let me know. Do you, any of you have any questions? Please tell me. If you tell me, I can answer them. That is the only reason I'm asking. Anyone? So if you don't say anything, then I will be in an assumption that you're good with this and I can proceed with my data. Okay. I think all of you are comfortable. I'll proceed with this. Okay. So I'm expecting this to be completed. All of you will be finished this particular one. I'm expecting this at least by coming Monday. It's up to you. I don't force you. All I need is if you, all of you are able to complete it, I'm really happy. Okay, that is the only thing. So if you can complete it, I'll be the happy person. You can share the code with me. You can ask for the review. You can follow up if I don't respond to you on time. You can do all that. But all I need from you is complete it. That's it. Just complete it. All right. All right. So let me go with the next one because I feel all of you are comfortable with this. So with that assumption, I'm just going ahead with the next particular one. Okay. So just like your EMH, you can also do your disposition domain. Right? The drill is going to be the same. You're going to first proceed with your required variables. Just go to the code. filter out your required variables, and for the required variables, what is required, you can get it from your either from the CRF or from your raw data set or from the or based on the derivation. Similarly, you also have the DV here. DV is going to be a very simple one. You can see that it is a very few of them available. You can simply take that and you can complete it. At any point of time, if you have any question, you can open your implementation guide and you can also go through that. Clear? Right. So this is going to cover these three domains. I have completed the coding for adverse event. I have given the direction for how to proceed with your medical history, and DV and DS I haven't explained it purposefully because you have enough knowledge to proceed with them. If you find difficulties, let me know. Okay. Now, so we are our thing will also cover your DM, COs, SE, and SV. Today, I'll also give you the demonstration for your CO, SC, and SV, and I'll go with the detailed coding for the demo. Okay, so now just go with the comments domain. Here is what your comments domain is. Again, a very simple domain. You know how to go with the data here. Just check that, and any questions, ask me. Same is the case with SE, a bit equivalent to your comments as well, because you don't find much of the variables here. The same is going to be the case with the SV as well. But remember, the calculation parts are very, 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 very important. Check that and accordingly proceed with that. Clear? Right? So what are the variables that are required to you? Only those proceed with. The remaining variables you don't need to worry. If you see this, these variables you don't need to proceed with. This is not for you. You need to go only up to this. Clear, everyone? Any questions? Please let me know if you have any questions. All right. I'm just thinking, carry on, fine, okay. Okay, now the first question to all of you is, how many of you go through the code that we have done yesterday? Any of you reviewed the code? Any of you try to create your data set on your own? Or anything you tried like that else? Just wondering. Any of you? Right. Please try to do that. That is very, very important. Please try to do that. Okay, because it is the most important thing, and only when you go through the coding you can understand what needs to be done and what are the modifications required. All these things you can do only when you go through the code on your own. As long as you are okay, just give me 1 second. There is a question. In any raw data set, extra information is there, are used supplementary domain? Yes. Any extra information, yes, it will go to the supplementary domain. You can use it, but even those details are given here. What I'm trying to say is, you can strictly go to your calculation part that is mentioned here. That is more than sufficient. That is more than sufficient. Okay. If anything required, I'll tell you. Most of the cases, whatever is required, you can see this particular Excel. It is more than sufficient to go ahead with that. Every piece of information is already given here. Everything, right? You can also see this. Every piece of information is available, right? You don't need to worry about it. You can just go ahead with your data sets, the respective Excels. In the Excel, whatever is mentioned, simply proceed with that particular. Okay, and I also going to share one more Excel with you guys. I haven't sent that yesterday. This is the another Excel. This is going to have little more details about the data sets. You can use any one of this, or you can keep both of them for your reference. Okay, it has a little more information like this. You can see the examples kind of stuff is clear. You can use any of this. You can use this or the other. Okay, so can we go with the DM data set today? Can we go with the DM domain and see how we can do this? All right, so let me proceed with this. Guys, please try to speak. So AM is already done. Sorry, AE is already done. Yesterday it's already completed. Maybe I can use this as a reference. Up to this, I can use it. Correct? So I can say that it is going to be DM followed by SDTM code. The objective is going to be I need to read demographics data set and create a data set as per your. Okay, what is going to be the difference between RF SDDTC and RF X SDDTC? Raja, this indicates that you are not going to the nodes at all, right? So if something related, immediately I can answer it. But this one you can see, if you go to our clinical SAS, if you go to your demographics domain, this we have discussed multiple times. And even beyond that particular one, if you go to your notes also, you can find it. Few things I'm expecting all of you to go through this, because the theoretical part, why we spent so much of time there is, we want to have a clear understanding about the variables, its labels, and how to derive them. Then we can go ahead with the coding. If the base is going to be strong, it is so easy. So just to show you, Raja, we also have I remember that all the variables, all the date variables examples also I have used. Can you see this? This is what you asked, right? RF X SDDTC. Correct? So now you can see it is going to be like, in any case, right, instead of the regular treatment, whatever is going to be the study drug is, or whatever is going to be the intended treatment is, instead of that treatment, we have provided some other drug or some other treatment before we start our actual treatment. That treatment start date, you can call it as the RFX SDTC, which is nothing but first study treatment. Why we need it? The examples also I have given. There are two cases. I remember Sanchi was asking some question. By the time we have explained that with multinational center and also multi-center study. In the regular cases also you can see. My study drug is going to be fever. I want to go ahead with the fever. That is for fever treatment we are giving, right? But that subject is having some vomiting sensation. So to control the vomiting sensation, we have given one drug first. Once the subject becomes normal, then we proceeded with the regular study treatment. So ideally, I'm supposed to start the treatment only for fever. Since subject is having vomiting sensation, we have given some supporting treatment to him. That supporting treatment start date is nothing but your RFXSDDTC. This will occur most of the time. Your RFXSDDTC and RFSDDTC will be the same most of the times, right? Only under the circumstances like this, or if the same subject undergoing with the multiple phases of treatment, and one treatment is happening at one site and another, the next phase of the treatment happening in a different site, then it will be different. In all of them cases, it is going to be the same. You can see the examples also. Clear? Any questions? Because I remember giving the examples. That's the reason I have opened this particular. All right. Always keep your notes open, keep your SDTM implementation guide open, and go with your raw data. That is the ideal way of starting. Okay, now we are going to do the same. So here I have my SDTM implementation guide. I have opened this particular one. I have my raw data set. I have my examples. And I have my specification example. And now we can proceed with the data. Okay, so let's start the code. Any other questions from anyone? Feel free to ask me. Don't mind if I say that, hey, why you are asking this question? I have already explained. Though I give that particular statement, I won't stop explaining it. I'll explain it again. This is just a, I can say that, concern from my end that you need to go through all the data points. You need to go through all the notes, right? Raja, don't hesitate to ask me the same question, even maybe in the next week also. Don't worry. You can ask me. I may ask you saying that, I may telling you that, Raja, this I have already explained, but still I'll continue with the explanation. It is just a concern that you guys are not ready. Nothing more than that. Okay. Yeah. Don't hesitate to ask the question, guys. That is my primary thing. Okay. Ask me as many times as possible, but share me some input from your end. So I'll be happy. Okay. Perfect. So you're going to write the code for this by today. The data set that I'm going to use is DM1. Here it is. Where it is? Here is DM1 data set. The path remains going to be the same. Output path also going to be the same. No other changes. Only one change is I want to see all the variables. I just go with DM, right? So this whole thing I'm going to save it as DM SDTM code.sas. Clear? Can I run this just to see my data? So now I go here, I'll go to my work library and go with which one here, guys? Yes, DM raw variables. Here are my variable list. So why do you need the variable list? Just to make sure what is going to be the variables which are coming from my input raw data set. Okay, I'll simply going to export this, guys. I'm going to export this particular one to make sure to refer all my variables whenever I need. So I'm just going to keep it in the desktop itself. I'm going to call this as DM raw variables. Okay, DM raw variables.xls. Okay, save, replace, yes, and okay. I'll just call it as DM. Finish. You can also use proc export if you want to do some practice. Okay, instead of doing this, you can also go ahead with the proc export also. All right, so where is, here it is, my variable list. Okay, so here is my variable list. Let's take this just to make sure it is visible. We will go with this. Just a second. All right, now it is properly visible. Okay, also change to done. So my data set is ready. Okay, that is my variables are ready. These are the variables which is present in my input data set. What and all we can do here? I just open my this code. Which code? My raw DM1. This is my input data set, right? I just keep it open. Then here you can see, before I go with the formats and everything, all these things, I'll simply go with this first. Don't worry, I'll tell you why I'm taking this also. I'll tell you, don't worry. So it is going to be DM1. Renaming part, study ID anyways. Okay, renaming also we'll do one by one. For now, we don't do any renaming. Study ID is equal to project, we know that. Correct? Study ID is equal to project, we know that. Domain is going to be DM. Unique subject ID is going to be your study ID, you need to concatenate it with the subject ID. Subject ID is the one, here is what you are going to calculate it. Correct or not? So these three I can use as it is. While doing so, can I also these three? Lengths also I'm assigning directly. Now itself I'm assigning. Okay. So DM1 is the one I'm taking. DM base is the one which I'm developing here. Under the length, these are the ones I'm using. Under the renaming, now I'm going to make use of this. Under the renaming, what we are going to do? The first renaming we are going to do here is going to be study ID is the one which I'm going to rename. Correct? Because study ID is already exists there. That is the reason we are renaming it. That's all right. My raw data, from the raw data, I'm renaming study ID to study ID 1. I'm creating a new variable called study ID where I'm assigning my project. Project is the one where I have my study identifier. Domain I'm directly assigning to DM. Unique subject ID is the one I'm just creating that by using the conditions that are given in my SDTM. Here you can see concatenate study ID hyphen take first 4 digits from your subject hyphen last 3 digits from the subject. The same thing I'm doing here. Study ID, the first 4 digits, then the last 3 digits. Am I correct? Just to make sure we are doing in a right way. Run. What and all the variables I want to keep it? Study ID I want to keep it in my output, domain, and then unique subject ID. That's all right. These three are the ones that I'm taking first. So I'm just going with these 3 data sets. I'm calling it as a demographics data set. Let's see, are we having the right data or not? Right? Check now where it is. This is what my work. From the work I can see DM. Oh, it is DM base, right? Oh, DM only. Is it DM or DM base? Which one? It's supposed to be DM base. This one. Can you see now? Study identifier is there. After the study identifier, you have the domain. After the domain, you have the unique subject identifier. Why I'm going with all these three? So again, we can go with the drill. I can only go with the required variables first, but also I can do simply I'm taking this particular one. Okay, or because it is there already. Otherwise, as we did yesterday, we can go to the DM domain. In the DM domain, we can go ahead with the required variables only. Right? These are the required variables. These many required variables are there. Just check, guys. All these required variables, take it. Study ID, domain, unique subject ID is over. Now I can go with the subject ID also. How to calculate the subject ID? Here it is. Take 4 digits from the subject and 3 digits from the subject. Just I need to put the hyphen between them. But if you see, the subject is already present. Somewhere it should be there. Here it is. So what we need to do, if it is already present, we need to rename it first. Correct or not? So first do the renaming. So under the rename, I will say that there is a variable called subject. So subject is equal to subject1. Then I need to have the length for it. The length for the subject is 10. The length for the subject is 10. And here unique subject ID is 40, guys. Correct? They have given the length as 40. So now I need to go with 40. Oh, sorry. What is the next thing? I need to go with the subject ID. SUBJ ID. What is the length? The subject ID length must be 10. This I need to keep it in my keep variables. My subject ID is equal to, can I take this whole thing as is with only one change, and that one change is going to be, I simply can remove my study identifier. Correct? So what I'm going to have now, the first 4 digits of the subject, then the last 3 characters of your subject separated by hyphen. This is what I'm looking at, correct? So now run this. Now go to your DM base. What happened? Something went wrong. Let me check what went wrong. Close. Ah, I understand it. We renamed
So
it.
did not
We
do
renamed
sub.
it.
Okay.
We renamed it. We renamed it. Nothing else. We renamed it. So what we can do now is, instead of renaming that here, let's have this as it is. That is subject. This is subject ID. So we can have it as it is. We don't need to rename. That's it. I wrongly understand subject as a subject ID. It is already there. Now you can see I'm creating subject ID based on the subject. So I don't need to worry about it. So my first 4 variables are done. Then I need to go with the site ID. What is site ID calculation? Where it is, where the site ID is? Here it is. Site ID supposed to be a character. You can see it is going to be a character, right? It is there in the first page. It is telling there, it is mentioned here as it is there in the first page. So just I'm also going to check here. You can see study ID, which is going to be the input name is going to be the site ID. So wherever you have the site ID, take that particular one and make sure it is going to be a character with a length of 8. Correct? So I need to check my site ID first. So from the raw data set, check where is my site ID is. So site ID, here it is. It is mentioned as internal ID for the site. So I need to check internal ID for the site. Here it is. This internal ID for the site is nothing but my site ID, right? It is in a numeric format. So what I need to do, I need to convert this first. So how to convert? So to convert, before we convert this, make sure it is going to be site ID. The length is supposed to be 8 dot. I assign the length first. I keep it this here. Then my site ID is equal to site ID. I need to derive it from the variable called site ID itself. In the input also it is going to be site ID. So I need to rename it, right? Now I need to rename it. There is no other go. So site ID is equal to site ID 1. Here I can call it as put off. I'm converting it. My site ID 1, I'm converting best dot. So I don't need to check the length. Anyways, it is going to be 8 dot. Either I can use the 8 dot or I can simply put best dot of or best dot. Okay, or no need to do this, simply go with 8 dot also. But before that particular one, anyways, it doesn't have any of the leading or trailing spaces. Just I'm trying to remove after converting. If I get any, I want to remove them as well. See, this is my site ID. Go with the length. It's a character and 8. So everything is done. 4 variables are created. Why we renamed it and all, you understand, right? Then go to the next variable. 6 is the variable, and for this we have the calculation. It has the control terminology, and the control terminology is here, and it is saying that there is a variable called sex already exists. Here it is. Correct? From here they want to see, though there is going to be a coded value, your specification Excel saying that you need to derive it from the variable called sex. So go here and check how your data looks like first. DM1, I close this, so I just open this one more time. So go with, let me check what is the label that they have applied. Oh, it's sex itself. Okay, here it is. Right, it is character 18 dot, but here it is going to be, it's supposed to be having the values of male and female. So under these cases, guys, we don't know all of them are male and female or not. Maybe we can have different names also. So just to go with the scrutiny, what we can do is we will create one test data set. We will use raw.dm1. Okay. Or we can also do like this. Proc SQL select distinct, because it is going to be a grouping variable only, right? So I can go with distinct sex from raw.dm1. Why I'm doing it? I just want to see what and all the values that are exist under the variable called sex. We know that it is going to have not more than one, sorry, not more than two. See, female and male, only two of them are there. Just I'm cross verifying it. Now I can come back to this. My specification Excel says that here is the data that we need to look at. So what we can do now, can we go ahead and we can write one format, user defined format, so that we can use it anytime we want. Let's create it here. All right, build LBC. It is going to be sex. Here we can say the values are going to be, it is going to be female. I can call it as F. What is this? Proc frequency will also show the values. Definitely it will show. Yes, you can use it. Right? All the occurrences, everything it will show. Yes, you can use it. If that is the case, that is nothing but the question is going to be how to check the distinct values from your variable. I can go with the proc frequency. I can go with the proc means also. Using the proc means also we can do this. Right, we can go ahead with the first dot and last dot and I can calculate it, or I can go with the proc SQL. All these options are available. You can use anything which you are comfortable, right? Generally I will go with the proc frequency whenever I want to do some numbers. That is nothing but how many false and how many of them are male, how many of them are female. Indirectly it is a frequency, right? Wherever frequency required, I'll go with that. If it is not about the frequency, if it is a distinct values, since it is a grouping variable, right? We know that there will be only limited values there. I use the proc frequency. Sorry, I use the proxy. Okay. Now I come back to this particular one, and here I can directly use this method. What is this method? I know that I want to calculate a variable called sex, and I want to have this length as 1. It's a character. I want to keep this under the keep variables. I want to rename it because this variable already exists in the data set. Rename it. Done. So now I have renamed it. I have applied a format here. I run the user defined format here, and finally I'm going to run my data set here. No errors. Go to your, okay, this one I keep on closing it. We shouldn't close this one. Where is this DM1? Let's keep it open, and now I'll go with my DM. Now you can see control terminology has come to the picture. Correct? Now what's the next thing? ARM code. This is nothing but ARM code only, right? Treatment code. Okay, so what we have, how to calculate your ARM code? So it is going to be a planned ARM code. So they mentioned that if modulus of equal to 1, it is going to be LEF dummy randomization. So please include a large programming note to indicate his assignment will be replaced with the actual randomization when it is available. Okay, let's go with the ARM first, then we can go ahead with the ARM code. Okay, first we go with the ARM, then we can go with the ARM code. Okay, so the ARM is going to be this. Maybe here also we can see Here is what arm is. Here is what your arm code is. Okay. So first let's go with the arm. So the arm is going to be LEF is equal to this, MOX is equal to this particular one. What is the input variable that we are bringing? We are not bringing any input variable here. So let me check this. Is there any? Okay, there is no arm and there is no arm code. So just keep this aside, guys. I'll explain this in a while. So you also have the actual arm. You also have your actual arm code. All these four I'll explain together now. So let me finish country because this also requires some formatting. So once I complete this, I'll explain all the arms together. Okay, so let me go with this. So country, there are going to be a lot of information available for the country. So we need to consider all of them. So country, it is going to be populate from countries or sites. Okay. We are going to have where is your raw data set? Demography, youth, okay. They mentioned something called populate from countries or sites, or it must be a document there. Projects, doc, this Excel is missing, guys. I need to figure it out and I'll give you, because I need to export this. Meaning of this particular one is there is a document which is having all the countries and sites information. There is a document. The document is missing here. I need to figure it out so that I can share it with you. It is not there. Maybe here. No, it is not there. I will share this, guys. I will share this. Okay. So just wait for a while. Maybe somewhere I can see that, but where exactly it is present, I don't know. So I'll check this and I'll give this to you. Okay. Because all we need is there is going to be a document with all the country names and the list that we're supposed to use it. Okay. But that is missing. Can you see this like this? This is also not. Okay. Not here. Not here. I'll share the list. Don't worry about it. What exactly is going to be the list? I'm going to share it so we can go ahead with that. Okay. So 6 of them we have done. 5 of them we yet to do. No worries. Just keep this aside. Then go to the next set. Whatever is readily available, we go with that. And whichever requires little more attention, that we do little later. Maybe by tomorrow we can do that. Okay. So no worries. So now, next set of variables I'm going to take here are going to be expected variables. So the expected variables, I believe all of them, most of them are going to be the dates up to this, except the death flag and death date and time. Remaining all going to be your dates up to this. The 6 of them are going to be the dates. Then death date and death flag, if I want it, I need to get this information from your AE dataset, adverse events dataset, that yesterday we have done, right? From there we have to get this. And then age we can calculate it. We have something called a dm1.age that we can use it directly. Age units by default it is going to be, if the age is not missing, it is going to be years. Race is going to be the one where we need to go ahead with the formatting again. So these three we can directly do it now, which are nothing but our age, age units, and race. Let's do these three. Because remaining on all dates I want to do it tomorrow, because all the dates together we can go. Okay, so let's go with the age. So how to calculate your age? The age can be calculated based on your input field called age itself. That is also age only. Okay, but I need to rename it, and I have to, yeah. So go to your DM code. Now I'm going to add age here, and I'm going to rename it this here, and then I'm going to say that age is equal to age 1. Okay, this is readily available. That's the reason we are going. Then if age is not equal to missing, if not missing of age, then age u is equal to years. Here they mentioned that it's supposed to be years, right? Else age u is equal to missing. Am I correct? That's all right. So as long as age is available, go ahead with that. If not, go with the age units. And what is going to be the length for this particular one? For age units, any defined length they have mentioned, character 10. So it is going to be $10. Let's go with the $10 here. So age u $10. Go ahead with this. No errors. Go with your DM base. Now I have age u as well as the age. Both of them are available. Right? Cool. What is the next thing that we can do? We have something called race. The race is the one, my input variable for the race is also going to be race only, but I need to go with the controlled terminology. Correct? This is going to be my control terminology. Copy this. Go here. So all the double quotes can be replaced with single. Done. Now we can go ahead with this one. So what is going to be the value? Let's check the value first. I can directly use this here. So value, I'm going to do this for the race. So I'll just call it as a race itself. And here are going to be my values. So what are the values? What is going to be white? Okay, already it is present. Directly I can use this. And before I use this, what is the other thing that I need to take care? My output variable should be character and the length is equal to 50. So first rename it. The length is supposed to be 50. Done. What is the last thing that we need to do? We apply this particular formatting on top. Done. Can we run this now? Okay, it is already open here. Close and run this again. Something Koti Reddy. Which one is missing? Oh, this one. Wonderful. Got it. Thank you. Done. So here is what your DM base is. What happened to this? Something wrong with the DM base?
Dollar raised out.
Which one we have used? Use the sex variable here. Wonderful. Copy paste. Right. So everything is proper now. The data is available. Perfect. So under this particular one also, we have completed these three. So now these are already required variables which are completed. These are pending. Under your expected variables, we have these three completed. Now we need to go with this. So this one we can do tomorrow, followed by permissible variables. Let me take the permissible variables also. So there are only few permissible variables. These are my out names. So let's see anything we can do right away because few of them are readily available. So ethnic is already there, but it is going to have the control terminology. So let's complete the ethnic. So I want to go with the ethnic here. It is already present in your input data set with the same name. Here it is. Okay, so I can use the same here. So rename it. Ethnic is equal to ethnic1, and I can also do the same thing here. Ethnic1. I'll call this as ETHNIC, ethnic. So with this ethnic, I need to create one more value. It is also a character one. So dollar followed by this. So here I need to go with the control terminology. So what is my control terminology for this? My control terminology for ethnic is this one. All right, only two are there. In place, close, done. Copy this, create your data set. So create your format here, done. Run your format once. Your format is available. With the same thing, let's proceed with your ethnic. Okay, DM base. Yes, ethnic is also done. Wherever it is there, it is already applicable. Correct? Done? Right. So far, we have completed this. Let's see other values as well, because we have something called birth date and time. We have investigator ID and investigator name. I don't think so these two are available here, investigator ID and investigator name. If yes, let's check if it is part of any of this data set. In the input, it is not there, but you can also check your CRF. It may be available in your this part. Let's check this. Study ID. Just a second. It will be also mentioned here as well, guys. That's the reason I'm checking. If there is anything mentioned, we can use that. Country, actual arm, ethnic, domain. It is not part of this. Here, any CRF page numbers. It given as populate from site names. Some document I'm missing. SDTM specs, DMC data.
Just checking if at any place if it is available, at least we can use it. Okay. Can you find something? Maybe I'm scrolling down. That if at all, if you can find it anywhere, also let me know. This is uncompressed one. Hmm. No, it is not there. I'll check this, guys. I'll check this and I can give you. Okay. Some documents are missing here. Let me figure it out where I have left them, so I can get those details as well. Okay. Because investigator name will be there. So that name somewhere I'm missing here. There are two documents, right? Any one of the document it must present. Sponsor, medical officer, protocol approval. Here it is, investigator signature is missing. Signature details are missing. Okay, I'll check it somewhere, guys, because you can see this page, right? Investigator page. Let me show you. This is investigator signature page. In this page, maybe we might have masked it because it's a confidential information, right? I'll try to get this. Here it should be. The name and the investigator signature must be there. So from there, basically we can get it, but I'm not sure why it is not part of this. But somewhere it should be there in any of these documents. I'll go through those documents. I can get this for you. Okay. But so far, are you able to understand? Because what are the variables we have developed so far? Any questions? Anyone, any questions? We are going on a slope phase only for this particular one. So if I complete this also, you will be well versed with minimum of 7 domains, 4 plus 4, 8 domains. Then we can start with our theoretical classes on the interventions. Okay. So all I'm saying is now you're supposed to be good with these 4, because this we completed. The remaining 4, the remaining 3 you can write it. We are going with this particular one. Remaining 3 are going to be easy. So by this week you're supposed to be good with all these 8 domains. So the next week we are going to start the interventions. Okay. All right, guys. If any questions, feel free to ask me. If there are no questions, we can wind up the session for today. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Hey, hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Team, can you hear me? Could someone please confirm? Yes, perfect. Thank you. All right. I got one query from Priyanka. Priyanka, you mentioned that you have an issue with the medical history, correct? You're not able to see that, or you're getting an error, correct? So let me check from my end. Yeah, let me check from my end. I haven't get a chance to see that, but let me check now. So my data sets are clinical SAS, project 1. This is the one that I have shared. Okay, so let's check. MH First of all, it is getting opened here. So let me I'm just trying to create a temporary data set just by reading it. I'm able to read. Oh, okay. Some character data was lost during the transfer. Okay. So there is an alternative for it. And that alternative, let me try this. These are all formatting issues, guys. So try to match them here. So all I'm trying to do is I'm just changing this to SAS Studio. I'm just trying to check in the SAS Studio will it work or not. Okay, that's the only thing that I'm doing now. Now it is opening here, right? So Priyanka, what you can do is Priyanka and others also, whoever is doing this, just try to open this in your SAS Enterprise, right? Sorry, your SAS Studio. It will open here. Okay. It is all about formatting. Whatever the errors that you can see here is, these errors are happening because of the encoding, right? That is, this version of the SAS is not supporting the version of the SAS that is already created here. That is the reason we are getting an error. There is no issue with the dataset. What you can do is just upload this particular dataset into your enterprise, sorry, your SAS University Edition, or just go ahead with your SAS Studio. In the SAS Studio, you can happily open it, and you can also see that you are able to read it as well. Is that okay? This is encoding issue, guys. Nothing more than that. Priyanka, can you try this now? Whenever you get a time, just go ahead with this. Use your open your raw data set into your proper SAS Studio. All right. Cool. Those are like, these might be created in some of the inbuilt formats which are not supporting in your version of the SAS that I'm using. That is the only difference. So no need to worry about it. You can open here and you can work on it. Other than Priyanka, I haven't received any responses from anyone. Means you haven't tried them, or you haven't get a chance to work on any of these domains, or what it is. I don't know. Guys, until and unless you start working on it, until and unless you start practicing them, you don't get anything. I'm telling you honestly. All right. So I'm just leaving it to you guys. So if you ask me questions, if you keep asking me your doubts, then I'll be happy. Okay, for date information, raw data, we don't have in AE domain. Which one you are talking about? If I'm not wrong, in the AE domain, we have completed it right already. Ankita, can you be precise what you're looking at? Are you looking for?
Yes, sir, you did the date information, the raw data.
Just give me a second. AE1. Here is the AE1. So what is missing? You have your date information here, right?
So you done here, but well, I was trying now. You didn't share the raw data to us.
I haven't shared the raw data to you.
No, the for the date information.
Which date you're talking about? That's what I'm asking. Because the AE start date and time, AE end date and time, for that the data is already available in the raw data set. This AE1 have I shared to you or not?
Yes, but date information is not there in it.
It has. It has. See here. Start date. This is AE start date and time. I already told you I go with two different things for it. One is this is your AE start date and time. This is going to be your AE start date, only the time. If the time is there, then you need to do what? You need to do concatenation of your date and the time. If the time is not there, you can directly take this particular one as is. This is how we have coded already. Yes or no?
Yes.
Then what is missing here? If I'm not wrong, the only thing which is missing here is RFSTDTC, that is your reference start date and time in character format. This will come from your DM
Yes.
domain. Yeah, this one alone I need to share it with you. So I'll share the DM data set which is already converted with the proper SDTM one. That I'll share it with you. Okay, that is the only thing which is missing. Remaining all are there. Remaining all are there. Even in the class while I'm doing the coding also, only that particular one I have brought it from the other data set. You see, only for calculating your reference start date and time here, you can see only for this I have taken the domain, that is DM domain, which is already completed. This domain data set I'll share it with you. Okay.
Yes. Talking about that.
Yeah, that's the reason I asked you precisely what you want. So the reason I have asked you is you need to tell me the variable names. That will make you to feel comfortable with the domain. Am I correct or not? That is the main point, right? Terminology you need to adopt. Guys, clear or not? So whenever I ask anything, try to tell me or try to revert to me with domain variable names. So when I ask you the date, I got it. What is the date that we are expecting? But you need to understand really here we need the reference start date and time and reference end date and time. These two are the variables which will come in the DM domain. Those variables you haven't shared with us are the respective domain data set you haven't shared it with us. That is the answer that I'm looking for. That will give you the confirmation and the confidence that you are well versed with your domains. Clear? That is very, very important. All right. So DM domain code last week we have started, but we haven't completed that because some of the data is missing, correct? So I still doing the reverse engineering for this. I need to get those data sets, proper details and all. I haven't get that yet. So I just keep this on hold, right? But it never stop you working on your code. These four you can still work on it, except your clinical events domain. The remaining four domains you can still work on. The AU domain, you can try to do it with your own thing. Don't look at the code that I have shared. On your own, complete your adverse event once. Then go with your medical history
disposition domain as well as protocol deviation, right? Then I'll start with the interventions this week from today onwards, and the DM domain we try to do it on Wednesday or Thursday we'll do it. By the time I can make sure the data will be available so that you can practice these two as well. Clear? So today we will start with our interventions domain. First I will start with concomitant medication because it's the bit, I can say that more number of variables will be available. So I'll start with the concomitant medication today. Okay, anyone, any questions? Right, so please start practicing, guys. Only when you practice you will come to know this, otherwise you will be keep on discussing the same stuff again and again. By the time we complete our course, you will be still at the same place where you are before starting the class. That is, you won't get any knowledge. So that's the reason I request every one of you kindly go with this particular one. Make sure you're going to have the details of all the things that we are talking about. Clear? All right, perfect. Now go with the next one. So far, what and all we have discussed? We discussed about your special purpose domains. Then we talked about the events. Now we are going to talk about the interventions, right? So interventions are primarily, so whatever the domains we have under the interventions, these domains are based on general observations. So mainly based on the general observations. So the first domain that we are going to talk here is going to be CM. The CM stands for your concomitant medication, right? So what is this concomitant medication, or you can also call this as your concomitant and prior medications? That is, the subject is already taking some of the medications before starting this particular treatment itself or before participating into this particular clinical study. From here you may feel little confused, but try to, maybe by end of this domain you'll get clarity on it, because your medical history, your adverse events and your concomitant medication looks alike, correct or not? So what medical history will deal about? What and all the previous medical history of the patient, correct? It can be an accident, it can be a broken leg, or it can be anything, or what are the tablets, or what are going to be the various medications the subject was taking before. What is adverse event? Anything unforeseen event happened. Because of that, the subject has taken some medication which is not your study drug or which is not your regular treatment. Now, what is going to be concomitant medication now? Concomitant medication also going to be in a similar terms. Anything that subject is taking other than your regular study drug. Any drug or any treatment that patient is taking other than your regular study drug. So slightly confusing, but you are going to get a clarity once you have clear details about all this. See that by end of this SDTM class, you should understand what type of data will flow into what domain. That is the overall objective. Okay. So for now, you may be little confused about this particular one, but you'll get clarity on this by end of this particular module. Okay. So for now, just try to understand that we are going to talk about concomitant medication. Right, here it is, the CM domain. It will talk about two different things. What are that? The drug that are, I can say that it primarily captures, I can say it primarily captures data, it primarily captures the concomitant and prior medication. It can be medication, it can be also a therapy, right? It is going to capture the concomitant and prior medication or therapies used by the subject, as simple as that. You can see one thing here, whatever the concomitant medication that we are talking about, or whatever the previous medication that we are talking about, whatever the therapies that we are talking about here, these are not at all related to your, okay, there is a question. How about the medicines that is taken for the drug side effects? or they can be counted as concomitant meds. See, those are going to be your clinical events. Am I correct or not? So that's what I'm telling. See, some of your adverse event data will flow into your CM. Some of your medical history also captures your CM. But what you're talking now is going to be the side effects. What about the medicines that are taken for the side effects? Anything which is related to your side effects and symptoms. What is that? That is going to be your side effects and symptoms, both of them. These two are going to be fall under your clinical events. Right? Am I clear or not? See, there is going to be a what is it? Intersection between all this. Here it will talk about side effects and symptoms. When it comes to your adverse events, it will talk about any unforeseen event. Medical history will talk about previous medication, at the same time the accidents and other related stuff. There is going to be a delta between them. You can say that some of the data is flowing between the various domains as well. Is that clear? I think Mohan, you are the one who asked this. Clear, right? So you need to be a bit careful about it. And moreover, remember, the raw data we are not preparing. Correct? So the raw data will come from the sponsor itself. So you don't need to worry. But we need to know what data is flowing. That is the most important thing of, or what is that is the most important thing. That is the reason we are discussing. Okay. Please ask me these kind of questions. Don't hesitate. All right. So let's start with this concomitant medication. So we are going with the standard drill, like however we are doing all these days, we are going with the same way. So let's save this. Okay. So what it will talk about, I said to you just now, it is going to capture data about captures, concomitant, and any medication, prior medication or therapy is used by the subject. It will get captured here. Okay. So what is going to be the usual drill? Maybe I can open one of our AE notes and I can use this as a reference because I'm going to use the same thing. Okay. So we're going to talk about how it is going to store the subject, store the data. That is the nature. Correct. So let's talk about the nature. So what is the nature of this particular domain? What kind of data it is going to store? It is going to be simple. All it is going to store is one record for a recorded intervention, because it is recording something, right? Recorded intervention occurrence or constant dosing interval per subject. I'll talk about this, don't worry. See, one record is common, per subject is common, but in the middle you got two things. What are that? One record per recorded intervention occurrence. That is some intervention occurs, something happened, because of that subject is taking this particular medicine. What kind of intervention happened? That intervention we are going to talk. One thing. Second, constant dosing interval. That is, suppose if the subject is taking one of the medicine called aspirin, let's say Dolo, how frequently he is taking? Let's say Dolo 650 mg is the tablet that the patient is taking. He is taking 4 times a day. For every 6 hours, he or she is taking this particular medicine. That information we are going to take. Right? What is that? What is the medicine? That is, what is the drug? What is going to be the frequency? What is going to be the units that we are taking about, and how much is going to be the dosage? All these things we are going to record here. So one record for constant dosing interval or recorded intervention occurrence. That can be anything. Okay. So main thing that you are going to understand here, all this information
We are going to get this from CRL. That is, your case report form has all this data. Whatever we have in the case report form, that data we are going to capture here. Clear? So whatever the concomitant medication or whatever going to be a prior medication or therapies that subject is taking, everything will be mentioned in your C. Okay, right. So what is the next thing we are going to discuss about? We will also talk about what is going to be a topic variable. Correct? So here the topic variable is going to be, you can call this as CMTRT, concomitant medication. TRT stands for your treatment, or it is going to be therapy, or it is going to be medication, or it is going to be name of the drug. We will discuss this in detail when we go with the variable discussions. Okay, what are going to be your identifier variables? We also go with the identifier variables, right? So what are going to be your identifier variables? So common again. So the identifier variables are going to be here. We will start with your study identifier. Then we will go with your domain. So we all know the domain is going to be here as TM, unique subject identifier. And then we are going to talk about your sequence number, like adverse event sequence number, your medical history sequence number, clinical event sequence number. Similarly, concomitant medicine sequence number. CM, CQ. We also have CMGRPID. You all know what it is. It is going to be for the individual group or for the common elements. What is the number that we have given? What is the ID that we have given? Correct? So this is going to be concomitant group ID. This is also going to be a identifier. So there is one last thing here, which is going to be CMSPID. You can also answer this. What is this SPID stands for? Can someone please tell me? What is this SPID? It is there in almost all the domains that we have discussed in the recent times. Can anyone please tell me? Anyone? Sponsor ID. Okay. Sponsor defined identifier. It is going to be sponsor defined identifier. It is there in every domain. Even you can see here AE SPID will be there. Correct? Sponsor defined identifier. So remember, guys, there is going to be an interlinkage between almost all of your domains. So make sure you are going to have the detailed information about it. Okay. So let's start with the variable definitions. So let me start from here. I just copy paste this because these are going to be the same ones that we are going to discuss. Okay, so variable identification, we have started with the study ID, which is nothing but the study identifier, where it will be available. It will be provided by your sponsor and it will be available in your protocol as well as in your CRL. So domain abbreviation, it is going to be a 2-character long. When it comes to this, it is going to be CM. Then unique subject identifier, U subject ID, it is going to be a derived variable. It is going to be a concatenation of the variables called your study identifier, site ID, and the subject ID. Correct? What is the next thing? We have something called your CMSEQ. The CMSEQ stands for your concomitant medication sequence number. This is going to be the unique value at the subject level within the domain. Correct? You can see this subject we have 4, this subject we have 1 and 2. Any numeric number, but it is going to be a unique one. So it is going to be done based on the subject ID. So we are going to use the subject ID. Based on that, we are going to create it. You can also see that in your code. In the which one? See. The AESCQ we have defined based on your subject ID. If first of your subject ID is equal to 1, else you are incrementing the counter. Correct or not? So it is going to be a coded value. Right? Guys, I'm going a little faster here because we already know all these 4. Right? So wherever it is already discussed, it is part of some other domain, we are taking it as it is. Okay? Then we are going to take CM group ID. The CM group ID is also available here. So let me take it from here. Any questions from anyone? See, AE group ID, the similar thing we are going to take it here as CM group ID. What is the CM group ID is all about? Used to tie together a block of related records. What do you mean by that? For an example, okay, there is a question. Suppose the subject is taking amlodipine 5 mg daily for hypertension. Okay. So how many records? It is going to be only one. It is only going to be one. Subject, the frequency is going to be daily. The same medicine, the subject is taking every day. Correct? The frequency is going to be daily. I'll show you the data, don't worry. Or if you get the question or if you have the doubt directly, I can also show you the data. Can you see this? So here the same subject, aspirin is the one, 100 mg once, right? Suppose he is taking daily, every day he is taking, right? You can see 1, 2, 3, on 3 days directly he has taken. Again 7, 4, 1, 4, 7 he has taken. Again we can see that he has taken on 9. It's supposed to be 8, it's a printing mistake, right? So I think, Mohanty, is this your question? How many times the subject has taken? Yeah, this is the one. So suppose if the patient is taking on the daily basis, the frequency is going to be once in that particular day, because your start date and end date is changing now. So every day the subject is taking. So for every occurrence you are taking this. You can see that that's the reason we have mentioned it here on the top. Constant dosing interval. Because the dosage is going to be constant, 100 mg. Every day the patient is taking. So we are recording that on day-to-day basis. Here you can see BID. BID stands for twice a day. The subject has taken that particular one twice a day. But here, you can take the last one. This particular one may be slightly confusing for you, but let me tell you this. The subject has taken this particular dose, that is 100 mg of the aspirin, from 1st of January to 9th of January. 9 days the subject has taken this. 9 days every day. But here we have mentioned the dosage as PRN. So whenever this is purely depends on your sponsor. So this is going to be a collapsed data, this particular one. But this one is a detailed one. It purely depends on your sponsor. Here the subject has taken the dosage from 1st to 9th. Totally 6 occurrences are there. All the 6 occurrences are recorded. Here the same subject has taken this particular one from 1st to the 9th, but the dosage frequency we are not sure. So your sponsor mentioned it as a PRN. So that's the reason when I started this particular explanation, it purely depends on your sponsor. It can be on a daily basis. Any number of records you can take it with a defined frequency. If the dose frequency is not sure, we can also go ahead with the PRN and we can go with the collapsed data. Right? No. One record per dosing always we cannot say. Okay. Let me tell you, there are other factors comes to the picture. That is, this particular drug, aspirin is the drug. For evaluating your safety and efficacy, whatever the study drug that you are taking care, that particular study drug efficacy as well as the safety is not getting affected by this particular drug. Then sponsor can go ahead with multiple instances, but you can go ahead with a collapsed data like this. One way of explaining or one way of taking care. Suppose if this particular drug may affect the efficacy or may affect the safety of your study drug, in that particular case, you can go with one record per dosing like this. This example shows you both the scenarios. You got it right?
It is not a fixed one. I cannot guarantee you that one record per dosing all the time. No. It purely depends on the sponsor, and also the other factors that will come to the picture is going to be the safety and efficacy evaluation of your. If it is not affecting, go with the collapsed one. But provided the sponsor has to define. It may affect, we are not very sure of it. It may affect, go with the detailed one. This is the perfect example of going with both the cases. Questions? Any questions from anyone? Is that clear, guys? All right, perfect. Anyways, the examples will come to the picture. I'm just going ahead with the main one, but still we can go with the. Any questions you can ask me. It will give you the clarity for everyone. PRN means, I'll come to that. I'll come to that. Anyways, we haven't discussed the frequency yet. So let's discuss the frequency variable and I can explain what is this BID, what is this once and what. Okay. So you can go ahead with your dosage frequencies as once. You can go ahead with the BID, that is twice a day. You can go with the PRN. You can go with Q1HS, all this. Okay. I'll come to that. All right. Where we are talking about the group ID. Group ID is nothing but we can tie related records together, and for all of them we can do the same way. We have seen this particular example in your AE events, adverse events. So a person, let's say a group of people are suffering from nausea. For all of them, all the nausea, we just given the number as 1. Let's say all the people are suffering, some of the people are having this vomiting sensation. All the people who are having this vomiting sensation, we have given the number as 2. That is, we can group the related records together. That is nothing but your CM group ID. So then the next one is going to be your sponsor defined identifier. This one also available in your AE. So I'm going to copy from here. So your AE SPID is nothing but your adverse event, but when it comes to the concomitant, it is going to be CM. It is also going to be a sponsor defined identifier, right? Either it is going to be printed in your CRF as an identifier, or it is going to be part of your sponsor's operational database. It can be also line numbers in your concomitant pages, medication pages, right? It will be keep on repeating, guys. It will be keep on repeating. So no worries about it. Just make sure you remember this particular one. So now, then we will go ahead with our main topic variable. It is going to be a focus variable on your domain, CMTRT, which is nothing but your concomitant treatment, or we can also call it as a reported name of the drug, or it can be the medicine, or it can be the therapy. A reported name of the drug or a medicine or a therapy will be called it as your concomitant treatment. Okay, so CMTRT, this particular one, whatever is printed or whatever is going to be the medication name, that is either pre-printed or collected on your CRF. Remember this particular one. So either it is going to be a pre-printed or collected on a CRF as is. Remember this. You don't make any changes. Whatever is defined, whatever is printed on your CRF as is, we are going to pick this particular one, right? So for an example, we just now have seen this, right? Just go with the examples once. So here the concomitant treatment is going to be aspirin. The subject has taken aspirin. So here you can see that it is going to be lithium. It is going to have BPA. Again, here it is going to be having some of your antidepressants. Correct? These are all going to be antidepressants.
So you can see Zoloft, you have Prozac, you have Paxil. All these are going to be a antidepressants. So it is going to simply mention, or whatever is mentioned on your CRF as is you are going to keep. Yeah. This is your focus variable. Guys, we haven't discussed what is the core. Is it a required variable or not? Study ID, 100% required variable. Domain required variable. Unique subject ID required variable. CMSC key also a required variable. But when it comes to the group ID, it is not a required variable. It is a permissible variable. You may, or you can also exclude this particular one. There is no need that you mandatorily need to group your data, correct? You don't need to mandatorily group your data. You can also exclude that particular one. When it comes to the sponsor defined identifier, it is also permissible because the name itself is telling it's a sponsor defined. It is going to be a sponsor defined. So clearly it is going to tell you, it is going to tell you if the sponsor is defined this particular data, this particular values in your CRF, pick it up. If it is not there, you can exclude it. So it is obviously going to be a permissible variable. This is 100% a required variable because it is going to tell about what exactly you are going to talk about. Clear? And one last thing, every variable, you don't need to define, you don't need to look for that particular one in your specification Excel, right? So before even you refer this particular label or variable name in your specification Excel, you must have a clarity. Hey, this is the nature of the variable. Based on this, I can guess, or I can not even a guess, I can say whether it is a required variable or it is going to be a permissible variable or it is going to be an expected variable. That is the level of what to say, expertise. That is going to be your expertise level that I am looking for, not me, anyone looking for. Clear? So now we can see a group of variables we discussed. On these variables, we are able to identify whether it is going to be a permissible variable or a expected variable or a required variable. That you should be able to do it at your end as well. You don't need to refer your specification Excel to check whether it is a permissible or expected or required. All of you are able to understand what I'm trying to say? That is very, very important. By this time, because it's already like 4 plus 5, 9 domains we have completed. This is the 10th domain that we are discussing. So by this time, you should have this level of confidence. Clear? Can I go with the next one? Right. Now I'm going with CM modify. So do you have AE modify or not? Yes. The same thing we are going to do with the CM modify as well, which is going to be a modified reported name. It is not a term. Here it is going to be name. Primarily, we do this for the coding purpose. Primarily, we do this for the coding purpose. That is, we can modify the name as per our requirement, right? Whether it is going to be a permissible variable, expected variable, or a required variable. Anyone? Anyone? What is the core of this? Required, permissible, or expected?
Expected.
Expected. Why are expected? Why it is expected?
Because it is related to CMTRD, right?
All right. It is related to CMTRD. Okay. What is expected? Expected is something like it is good to have, or it is required. See, it is good to have even if I have some missing values, well and good. Correct? But who will define this particular name? Let's say there is a treatment. I just said that aspirin. What is going to be the modified name for the aspirin? Who will give that? It is not a medical dictionary. Correct or not? It is not related to the medical dictionary.
It is not related to WHO. Who's supposed to give these details to you? The sponsor has to give it. Sponsor where will mention it? In the CRF he will mention it. Correct? So can I say that it is dependent on the sponsor, right? It is not depends on your medical dictionary. It is not depends on something else, but it is purely depends on your sponsor. So now whether it is expected or it is permissible.
Yeah, permissible.
Exactly. Now you can understand, right, why it moves from expected to permissible. But all of you are clear that it is definitely not required, because none of you mentioned that it is a required variable. So I'm happy. Now you got this clarity. You have some confusion between whether it is expected or it is going to be permissible. Now we go with one more step of analysis. From where I should get this particular data? Suppose if I say it is going to be decoded. So we have AE decode, you have CM decode and all, correct? So from where we get this particular one? This is a dictionary. What is it? Not the dictionary, it's a standard name. Again, the standard name, who is going to provide it? In the AE decode, it will be coming from your medical dictionary, correct? Whatever is defined in the medical dictionary, you are going to get it. But here, even in this CM decoded, the next variable that we are going to discuss, again, it is going to be defined on your standard value. Who will provide it again? It again depends on your external dictionary, and that external dictionary here is going to be WHO. So if you have some dependencies, when the dependency will be defined by an external resource, you can call it as a permissible value as well. Expected means you have the standard value. Sometimes you can have it. When you don't have it, you are going to report it as a null, right? So eventually we are going to get a clarity on it. Don't worry. But for now, all of you clear that it is going to be a permissible variable? Cool. Now, the very next thing is going to be, I want to discuss this here itself. It is going to be CM decode. Remember, it is not a dictionary derived variable. Here it is going to be a standardized medication name. Because this is not the events. If it is events, you're going to correlate with your medical dictionaries. But here it is going to be standardized medication names. Who is going to provide it? There it is MEDDRA, MEDDRA, but here you are going to refer WHO. Who is going to provide this? This is WHO defined names, World Health Organization. Okay, in this domain, in this particular domain, if the particular value, let's say I have one of the drug, but the drug is not defined in your WHO yet. It's a new drug. It is not defined there. It is a FDA approval one, but it is not defined in your WHO. So obviously, you're going to expect a blank for that particular one. You can consider this as a permissible value. Okay. Then the next one is going to be CMCAT, which is going to be your categorization. I can simply say that medication category. It is a medication category. So what do you mean by medication category? What are the examples you are going to have? What exactly we are going to understand from this particular one? Whatever the medication are, I can also say treatment category, because we are also going to take care of the treatment. Medication or treatment category. So what are the various things we'll have? Okay, let me talk about the examples for this. Let's say you're going with some cancer related one. The patient may take some anti-cancer medication or has been taking them. Anti-cancer medication. Otherwise, some general concomitant medication, general meds. We can also call this as CONMEDs, CONMED. CONMED will be a antihypertensives. So antihypertensives, yes, you can also go ahead with that. That is going to be called it as your prior, because the prior, this particular guy, oh, it is, we are talking about anti. Yes, yes, you can also call take this as an antihypertensives. Yes, But if the subject is taking hypertensive pills, you already have the BP, right? So for BP, the subject is taking the medicine because it's supposed to take on day-to-day basis, irrespective of whether it is related to a study drug or not. That is going to be a prior. It's a prior medication. Correct? All these are going to be your categories for your CMCAD. Okay. So let's go with one more step down. That step down is nothing but one level down. Subcategory CMSCAT. Correct? It is going to be subcategory of. It is going to be subcategory for medication. Okay. What are going to be the examples? We already talked about anti-cancer there, correct? So now let's say that the subcategory is going to be, let's say the patient is going with chemotherapy, right? There is a possibility, right? Chemotherapy. Or the patient is going ahead with some hormonal therapies. All right. Oh, sorry, spelling mistake. Or the patient can also go with any alternative therapy for the matter of the fact. Right? All this you can consider, right? These are going to be subcategorization, right? So if you take your category as a cancer, under the cancer, one of the treatment is going to be your chemotherapy. You can go ahead with that. That is going to be a subcategory. All right. Then let's take one of the value from here. It is already present. This is nothing but CMPREST, which is nothing but pre-specified concomitant medication. It's supposed to go with your control terminology. The control terminology is going to be yes or no. Okay. What is going to be, if it is yes, what it is going to be? That is whether it is specified in your CRF or not. It is present in the CRF or not. If it is present, we need to mention it, whether it is pre-specified in your CRF or not. Pre-specified in CRF or left as missing. Anything you can. Either it can be missing. If it is missing, you are going to define it as N. If it is already mentioned, then you are going to call it as Y. Okay. So some related terms will occur. The next thing is going to be, I'm trying to take all the ones which are related here, guys. Oh, okay. Let me take MH. You have something called MH occur here. Oh. Remember we discussed this, or I haven't updated this. We discussed about your MH occurrence, right? In the examples and all, whether it is occurred or not. Maybe I'm missing to update this here. Just give me a second. Here it is. Correct? Whether it is occurring again and again or not, we discussed this, but I forgot to update. Even the last class also, sometime when we are discussing this, the same thing comes to the picture. Okay, so no problems. Let's update it now. So we are going to talk about our next thing, which is nothing but occurrence of this particular one. That is, whether it is occurrence, the concomitant medication occurrence, we are going to mention it. Where it will be defined? This also will be defined in your CRF only. So we are going to talk about CM occur. This is nothing but your CM occurrence. What is the occurrence of this particular one? Either yes or no. Okay, only two things will be there, yes or no. Then it is also pre-specified in your CRF, else it is going to be left as missing. Then you're going to talk about CM stat, which is nothing but status, the completion status. What do you mean by the completion status?
That is, it will give answer for your pre-specified medication, all the questions related to the specified medications was answered in your CRF or not. All questions related to pre-specified medication were answered or not. If it is answered, it is going to be yes. If it is not answered, it is going to be no. Okay. If it is no, remember that. If it is no, then you need to give the reason for that. You remember this? This is also same thing we discussed in the other things as well. Maybe I can check it here. Here it is. Medical history event status. Similarly here, the medication status, done or not. If it is not done, then you need to specify the reason for it. Let me capture this. This is the next variable for me. What is that? The status is the one. After the status, we need to know the reason for this. If it is not captured, capture the reason for CM not done. Right? Medication not collected, or captures reason for medication not collected. When it will come to the picture? Only if it is not collected. If the status is no, then only it will come. It is going to be a free text. Either it is going to be forget to ask the patient, or it can be patient left the site early, or patient refused to share the information. All these things comes to the picture. It is pretty much same as your MH reason. Guys, is this understandable? Right? Now, next thing, CMIND. What is that? CMINDC. That is nothing but indicator. CMINDC is nothing but indicator, or I can also simply call it as indication. What indication exactly it will talk about? It talks about why a medicine was taken or administered. Why medicine was taken or administered. What do you mean by that? So you're saying that we have taken one medicine, but why you have taken that medicine? For what reason? Right? So I have taken this particular thing. So because from quite some time Mohanty is using hypertensive, so let me go with that example. So the patient has hypertension. Because of that, I took taken this particular pill. Or the patient is feeling nausea. Or the patient is feeling vomiting sensation. So for what reason you are taking that particular pill, that indicates that is nothing but your CMINDC indication. Okay, the next one, CMCLAS. Simple things only, guys. Medication class. This particular medication falls under what class? Simply, you can also call it as drug class. Right? What is this particular drug class is? Okay. Again, what to mention this? How to mention this particular one? This can be a single class or it can be multiple classes. If it is going to be a multiple classes, you are going to do this based on the direct dictionary. So you're going to have your WHO dictionary. Based on that particular dictionary, you're going to mention this. I'm going to give you the examples for this. In the examples, you're going to see this particular one. No worries. It is simply which medication class or which drug class it belongs to. Nothing more than that. So the simple extension for this particular one is going to be CM class code. What is your medication class code, or what is going to be your drug class code? Right? It is also going to be obtained from the coding perspective only. So you're going to refer your medical dictionaries, that is your WHO dictionary. From there, you're going to get the details. Okay. Then CM dose.
CM dose is all about dose per administration. That is amount of CMTRT taken. CMTRT is nothing but what pill it is or what medication it is. Amount of CMTRT taken, or simply you can say that dose per administration. Okay, then you are going to have a simple extension to this particular one, that is nothing but CM dose TXT, that is nothing but text. The previous one only, but here it is going to be dose description. You're going to have a detailed information about this particular one. Okay, this also can be called as dosing amounts or the range of dosing information collected in the text form. Okay, that is nothing but the dosing amounts, everything you're going to write, a clear information you're going to write here. The next thing, the related one thing is CM DOSU, which is nothing but dosage units, simply the dose units. So what do you mean by dose units here? What is your dose units here? Can someone please give me the examples, because all of us will take this medication? Wonderful, wonderful thing. It is going to be like milligrams, mg, it is going to be ng, or it is going to be mg per kg. All these things will come. ml, yes, keeps going. All right. The very next thing is going to be CM dose FRM. Which form it is? It is going to be a simple dose form. What in what form you are taking this? Right? What are the examples? Are you consuming this in form of tablets? Yeah. Or are you taking this as part oral? Yeah, it can be IV. Yes, anything. Or you're going ahead with something, are you using some lotions? Let's say that you're feeling itching because of this particular drug, right? Or you're having this itching sensation already, right? So are you using some lotions on day-to-day basis? All this comes to it. All these are going to be examples. Right? Now, this is the question you guys asked me some time back. What is going to be the dosage frequency? This is nothing but your dose frequency, or sometimes you can also call it as your interval, dose interval. For interval, dosing interval, yes, that is the right word. So it can be your, twice a day, or it is going to be for every 12 hours, or it is going to be once in a day. All these things come to the picture, because you guys need examples for this. From this one onwards, I'm going to do it by tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow I'll do this. So we have dosage frequency. After this, you're going to talk about what is going to be the total dosage per day. We're going to talk about what is going to be your intended dose regimen. We're going to talk about what is the route of administration, right? So there again it will come. Maybe I should not use IV here. I'll tell you why. So I have a separate variable for it. That variable is going to be like, what is going to be a CM route of administration? Are you taking them orally? Are you using your intravenous? Or how you are taking it? That is defined by a different variable. That is CM. Once you completed that, all the dates comes to the picture. That is nothing but your start date and time, end date and time, study day, start day, or again end day of your study, CM duration, your total reference period, your end reference period, start reference time point, end reference time point. With that, we can finish here. I can say that around 11 variables are still pending. These 11 variables with the examples, we can see by tomorrow. Okay, guys, I need you to start preparing. You guys are not preparing. So I need you to do that parallelly. Otherwise, by end of SDTM, immediately we are going to start ADaM. Once you start ADaM, you don't get any time after that. You don't get any time after that.
So I request all of you to do this parallel. Okay. Anyone, any questions? Are we good? Perfect. Okay, guys. Let's connect tomorrow and we can continue to do this from by tomorrow. We can continue this by tomorrow. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Everyone? Can I have a confirmation, please? Can you hear me? Perfect. Thanks, Obsi. Thanks for confirming. Okay. We have started with our concomitant medication. That's what we have started discussing from yesterday. Now, before I start with the remaining variables, because we have started with the discussion also, right? So before I started with the remaining variables, I just want to understand few things from you, right? Because what exactly this concomitant medication is dealing with? I said that it is going to talk about, or it is going to capture the data of concomitant and prior medication or therapies used by the subject. Simply, can I say like this? Concomitant medication is the one apart from anything other than the study drug, anything other than your study treatment. Can I call that as a concomitant medication? Yes or no? Simply, we just want to understand this in a clear way. We have a study drug, which is what we are getting. We are going through the multiple phases. That is what your clinical trials is. Correct? So either a medicine or a equipment or a treatment, which is under the clinical trials, is called as a study drug or study treatment. If you take any medicine other than this, is going to be concomitant. As simple as that. Yesterday, while we start our discussion, I told that there is a slight confusion may rise between clinical events, adverse events, and medical events. Correct? What clinical events will do? Talk about what are the events that are happened because of the symptoms or side effects. What is your adverse event? Will talk about all the events that are happened because of your some unforeseen events, anything which is not expected. Correct? What is your medical history is all about? Patient past history. Correct? What are the various what is going to be his condition? Does he having any asthma, or does the particular person met with an accident? All those. Correct? Remember how to differentiate these if I want to talk about it. Your adverse event talk about what happened. All these three are events. All these three are events. Okay? If they discuss about what happened to the patient. So, patient had Covaxin or Covishield. So, he got vaccinated. That is your study drug. As a result of that, what are the side effects that are occurring? Let's say the patient, because of this particular vaccine, patient got fever. Only that will be recorded here. Remember, the topic variable is important. The topic variable is CA term. The topic variable here is EAA term. The topic variable here is MH term. They will talk about what is the event that happened. Correct? So the event here is fever. Correct? The clinical event happened here is fever. For the fever, what happened? What is the medicine the patient is taken? That will not capture here. That will be captured under your concomitant medicine. The patient has taken a Dolo 650 mg tablet. Dolo 650 mg tablet has taken. Orally, he has taken the pill. Okay. Why he has taken that? Because of the side effect of your vaccine. Where it get recorded? Under the clinical event. Now can you differentiate your CM and CE? CE is a clinical event. It will talk about the clinical event. Yeah. Because of the clinical event or because of the event that has occurred, right? What is the medicine that or what is the treatment that patient or subject is undergone will be recorded under the CM. That is the reason here the focus variable, that is your topic variable, is going to be CMTRT, treatment. It will talk about the treatment. It will talk about the event. The same thing is with the adverse event also. All of a sudden, patient felt vomiting sensation. Vomiting sensation is not because of your Covishield vaccination that he has taken. It is not the symptom of that. It is not the side effect of your vaccine. But this vomiting sensation, all of a sudden the patient is feeling. It's an adverse event. So the adverse event is vomit. What is the medicine that is taken? Again, will comes under your CM treatment. Again, the patient is having asthma. For asthma, what is asthma? Is the medical history. This patient is having asthma. So before coming to the clinical event, before he come into the clinical trials, he is having some medicine. In the clinical trials, he is taking that. Even after the clinical trials, the subject is going to take this particular medicine. So what is that medicine we will talk here? The medicine or the drug or the therapy or the treatment, whatever is happening here, what is the dosage of that? What is going to be the frequency of that? All these things will be part of your concomitant medication. Is that clear to everyone? Yesterday I told to you by end of this particular class, I'm going to give you a clarity about what is the difference between all. Anyone, any questions? Is this understandable now? How do you differentiate your events and your concomitant medications? Can I have a quick confirmation? Anyone, any questions or doubts? Feel free to ask me. All right, no one is responding, so I'll be under assumption that it is clear. Okay, perfect. Now, so let's start with our discussion again. So what is our discussion? We were talking about concomitant medication. So we started with it is going to capture the prior medication therapies or concomitant medicine that is taken by the subject. Most of these details will be present in your case report form. The nature is going to be one record per recorded intervention occurrence or constant dosing intervals per subject. You can see that once we started with our examples. The topic variable is going to be concomitant medicine treatment. Identifier variables are study ID, domain, use subject ID, sequence number, group ID, and sponsor defined or what is that? Sponsor defined identifier. Correct? So now you can see that first three I don't need to explain. We have done this multiple times. Study identifier, which is present in your protocol as well as your annotated CRF. Domain is going to be a 2-character abbreviation, which is CM. Unique subject identifier is going to be, it is a combination of your study ID, site ID, and subject ID. You're going to concatenate them. Sequence number at a patient level, that is at each subject level, you're going to define it within your domain. That is at a subject level, it should be unique within the domain. Group ID, we can tie group of related records together. All the people who are taking aspirin, all the people who are taking dolo, all the people who are taking some other medicine which is related there, right? So we can give a tag to them. That is nothing but your group ID. Sponsor defined identifier is nothing but it is defined by your sponsor. It is going to be printed in your CRF or it is going to be maintaining by your sponsor's operational database. CMTRT is your treatment variable, your topic variable. It is going to define what is the name of the drug or the medicine or therapy that subject is under, right? It is going to be collected as is. Whatever is present in your ACRF as it is, we are going to write it. We are not going to make any changes there. The next one is going to be CM modify for the CM modify. This is going to be your modified term for your CM treatment. Only for the coding purpose we are going to change this particular. Sorry, some mouse misfunctioning. All right. CMD code, it is going to be a dictionary, a standard medication name. Remember, it is not a MEDDRA, it is not MedDRA. Here it is going to be a World Health Organization. Whatever your WHO defined, the same thing will come to the picture. If it is not defined in your WHO database, then it is left as blank. Then CMCAT is going to be your medication or treatment category. What category it falls under? Suppose if it is going to be an anti-cancer medication, then you are going to have a subcategory that is nothing but your chemotherapy, or it is going to be your hormonal therapy or alternative therapies. All this comes under your subcategory. Your pre-specified CMPRESP is nothing but your pre-specified concomitant medication. The control terminology is going to be yes or no. It is defined in your CRF. CM occur, which is nothing but the occurrence of your concomitant medication. Again, it is going to have a control terminology, yes and no. CM start stands for what is the status, whether it is done or not. How we are going to define it. During the screening, you are going to note down all the details about. So whatever the questions you have about your concomitant medication, has the patient clarified or not? Has the patient answered or not? If all the questions were answered, it is going to be yes. If not, it is going to be no. Suppose if it is not, if it is N, that is the status is not done, it is not complete. In that particular case, you also need to give the reason for that. What is the reason why it is not done? Reason for not done, that can be stored under your CM RASND, which is nothing but reason not done. INDC stands for your indication. That is nothing but why the patient has taken that particular drug, right? I told you, like vomiting. For the vomiting, he has taken it. For the hypertension, he has taken it. So why the patient has taken this particular drug will be under CM INDC indication. CM class, that is medication class, the respective code will be under medication class code. CM dose, the dose is nothing but what is the amount of medicine the patient has taken. The detailed description will be under dose description. That is dose TXT is going to be complete details of that. Dose units, that is nothing but either it can be milligrams or nanograms or milligrams per kg or ml. All these fluid ounces, all this becomes under your dose units. Dose form, what kind of form it is, whether it is a tablet or it is an injection or it is going to be a lotion, what kind of form it is, that is your dose form. So then we started discussing about the dose frequency, and there we have stopped the class. Correct? That is what we did yesterday. So till this, any of you have any questions? Kindly ask me.
Sir, I have one question.
All right. Sorry, is someone speaking? I can see some disturbance, but I couldn't hear anything. Is someone speaking?
Yes, I have one doubt. Here we are capturing the concomitant medication details for which event we are taking, whether it is adverse event or medical history or clinical event we are taking this drug. Is there any provision to identify that?
No, we don't have any provision. So simply, okay, that is what I have started discussing at the start of this class. So generally, we don't record because of what event the patient is taking this particular medicine. We don't record that. Okay, but what we record is anything other than the study drug if the patient is taking, that is what your concomitant medication is. That can be because of adverse event, that can be because of clinical event, that can be because of medical history, right? We don't record because of what event or because of what history the patient is taking this medicine. We don't record that. Is that clear? Manimar.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And we also need to understand one thing. This is for our understanding. Generally, anything study drug, we know, because that is what we are actually testing or we are performing the trial. So study drug is pretty much clear because it is part of your DM, arm code, arm treatment and all. Anything other than the study drug if patient is taking, we need to know why. So there are only two possibilities. Either the patient or the subject has past history. One is the past history, let's say BP. BP, blood pressure, will be there for the patient before coming to the clinical trials itself. So to control that particular one, the patient is having some pills. So here the case is going to be past history. This adverse event and clinical event, recently only we split this. We means the CDISC. Before or other than medical history, anything will fall under your adverse event only. Anything. Later we got a split. The split is going to be, if it is a symptom or side effect, it is going to be a clinical event. Other than the symptom or side effect, any other, which is unforeseen, we don't know what it is. So those will be comes under the adverse event. Ideally speaking, only two chances. Either past medical history or your adverse event. Now, adverse events again subclassified into clinical events. That is the reason you are having two different domains. Correct or not? Other than that, we don't expect anything, right? We are testing a drug. This is part of your demographic domain. Patient already has some medical history, so medical history will have the details, what drug it is taking other than the study drug. Other than the medical history, other than the study drug, anything that is happening because of the adverse event. If the adverse event is serious, now it will go to AE. Adverse event is mild, adverse event is because of the side effects, it will go to the clinical. So internally, we need to have this particular character. But in the domain, we don't have a provision, we don't have a variable which will record this particular details. Any other questions on this? Wonderful, very good question. All right. So CM occur means repeated using a drug, yes or no? Okay. The repeated CM occur means patient was using this particular drug before. Let's say, how I can go with this. Let me take one of the medical history. Patient was having some migraine, right? So migraine is the one the patient was experiencing or the patient was suffering from in the past. For that, the patient has taken some medicine. He already taken the medicine, right? Over a period of time, he have taken two different medicines. One, to get relief from the migraine, he has taken the medicine. At the same time, to prevent migraine. So we have the prevention tablets also for the migraine, right? So to prevent also he has taken it. Okay. Now what is going to happen? The concomitant occurrence, the CM occurrence or medical occurrence for the migraine now is MH occur is known. He has taken this particular medicine before, but he won't take now because it got controlled. Right? Let's say there is another patient. He is also having the migration relief tablets at the same time prevention tablets because it is not controlled yet. He is taking the course. This course will have, let's say, the 2 months of the time. After 1 week of taking the prevention medicine, he entered into the clinical trials. So what is going to happen now? For the next 5 weeks, the patient continue to have this particular medicine, right? In this, my occurrence is going to be yes. Priyanka, is that clear? How do you note down or how do you identify your occurrence? Questions. Feel free if you have any follow-up question on this. Wonderful. Anyone? Any other questions? Manamaran, do you have any follow-up question on this? All right. Perfect. Okay, let me proceed then. Now, let's talk about, the dose frequency. So dose frequency, it is pretty much clear with what frequency we are taking this particular medicine, as simple as that. But we need to understand what are the various dose frequency standards we have, or the control terminology we have, all right, or the examples that we have. So here are a few of the examples. I just have noted down here for easy reference. Here it is. Perfect. Sure. So we have some of the details here. Let me talk about these details. So the first one is BID, or you can also call it as BD, which is nothing but twice a day you are taking this particular one, right? Twice per day or 2 times per day. Okay, let's go with the easy terms. PRN. PRN generally used for collapsed one. Collapse, that is, there are 2 ways of representing the data. Yesterday I shown that to you from your implementation guide. Let's say one person, one subject, for an example, maybe I can write it here. So 111 is the subject ID. He is taking aspirin tablet, which is going to be 100 mg. 100 is the one dosage and the mg is the units. Every day he is taking, the frequency is once daily. So your start date is going to be, let's say, 25th from the past 1 week. 25th May 2022, he has taken it. The same day is going to be the end date also, right? Per day, only once in a day he is taking it. So 25/5/2020. The same guy every day taking this medicine. Every day. So 25th followed by, he has taken this particular medicine on 26th. He has taken this on 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st till today. Every day this guy is taking the same dosage and with the same interval, constant interval. So how many records are there? Totally 7 records. 7 days he has taken this particular one. So here I just defined this as, let's say, once. Maybe I can also do one thing. Let me change this to maybe 21, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. After that, 3 days gap. 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 4 days he haven't taken the medicine. Again, he has taken this particular medicine from 28th to 31st. This is how it has done, right? But the dosage is going to be, the dose frequency is going to be once in a day only. Though we have it between these days, 4 days, even though the subject haven't taken any medicine, the frequency still is going to be once in a day, right? There is another subject. So here the sponsor decided that the subject is going to be 222, same medicine, same dosage, but from the 21st to till today, the patient also taken the same medicine, same interval. First 3 days he have taken, then he have given the gap of 4 days, again 3 days he has taken. But here I want to mention this as PRN. I don't want to go in detail. I simply want to mention PRN. The PRN here is nothing but as needed. As needed. When I don't want to give the detailed information, when I want to give the collapsed data like this, then I prefer to go with the PRN. So who will decide this? The sponsor itself will decide. Is this clear, guys? One, we are going to use the PRN. Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? The next one is going to be QD. QD is nothing but daily. It can be per day or daily. Both of them will be the same. Or you can also say that the rate of occurrence within a period of time equal to 1 day. Within 24 hours, if you are doing it with the interval of 24 hours, if you are doing it, still you can call it as a QD, or you can also call this as a once. Both of them are valid. Okay. Then QID. 4 times per day. It is 4 times per day. Let's say Dolo 650. Exactly. SOS. SOS is too serious, but still, yes, you can take it. Right. So what is this 4 times per day? Let's say Dolo 650. What is the general Dolo 650 range? It has to take it for every 6 hours. Correct? So it is going to be 4 times per day. QM every month, per month. It is going to be per month. Then QOD every other day. QOD every other day, every second day, every 2 days. All these are going to be same. TID thrice in a day. It is thrice in a day. 3 times per day, or yeah, just written unnecessary. Unknown. We don't know the frequency. No one has recorded it. Then it is going to be unknown. Right? Generally, we don't go with this particular one. Unknown will be highly no chance, I can say. Generally, whatever the medication that we are taking, we have the frequency of that. We have the frequency. Right? So irregularly, let's say that once in a while the person is taking, in that particular case, you can go ahead with the clear. All of you are clear with what is your dose frequency? Can I have a quick confirmation? A very easy one. So your all concomitant medication or your even the following topics like your substance, all these are going to be simple. But you need to understand what kind of data will flow there. That's it. All we need to care is what kind of data will flow there. That's all we need to understand. All right. Now, so this is dose frequency, right? Now, the next variable that we want to discuss is going to be CM. DOS stands for your dose. TOT. TOT stands for total daily dose, right? Total daily dose. Let's say I'm taking this particular medicine, Dolo 654 times a day. Each time it is 650 grams. How much it is? Totally 3,600. 2,600. Total is going to be 2,600 mg, right? So the total dosage of, if you want to write it in detail, the total dosage of your CMTRT, whatever your concomitant treatment it is, what is going to be the total dosage that we are going to write here, right? The next one is going to be CM dose. What is going to be your dose regimen, right? That is nothing but what is the schedule, right? Some medicines you need to take for, let's say, 1 week. After 1 week, you need to give a gap for another 1 week, then you can proceed. Or you take the medicine for 2 weeks, right? Kind of a washout period, you can say, but washout period is not the right word here. But it is going to be like you take the medicine for 2 days. Sorry, you take the medicine for 1 week, then wait for 2 weeks. That is, don't take the medicine for 2 weeks. Again, go with the 1 week frequency. So continuously you take for 1 week. You don't take any medicine for 2 weeks. Then again you can take it for the next one. So what is going to be your intended dose regimen? That will be regimen. The intended dose regimen is going to be a CM dose regimen. So what is going to be your intended dose regimen? Right, simple things only. We don't need to be complicate this, but try to understand in a examples that we are related. Okay, I can say that it is going to be 2 weeks on and 1 week off. So I'm taking this medicine for 2 weeks continuously, take 1 week off. Again I can continue. All right, then CM route. This yesterday someone asked, when we are talking about this dose from the dosage form. So we talked about tablets, we talked about the lotions and all. There someone talks about orally, correct? But that will falls under your CM route. The CM route is nothing but route of administration. How you are taking this particular dose, right? The examples are going to be, are you taking them orally, or how you are taking them? What are the other things are there? Can I say intravenous? right? Directly to your Beam system, right? All those are going to be how we are taking this particular medicine. Up to this is one set of variables. From now onwards, whatever the variables that we are going to discuss, most of them, not most of them, all of them will talk about your time or time duration. So the first variable here is going to be CM, start date and time in character format. CM SDTM. What is that? Start date or time of your medication in character format. Am I correct? This is what we define it even in your what to say other things. So AE, STDDC, DM, SDT, all these are going to be the same. MH, STDDC, right? So what it is going to be the format? The format should be in a character format, and the acceptable formats are going to be ISO 8601 DA or DT. Correct? Either it is going to be a timestamp or only it is going to be the D. If it is a start one, then there is going to be an end date as well. So end date and time of your medication in the character format remains going to be the same. Can you see this? So the patient started taking this on daily basis. So here the start date and time as well as your end date and time remains going to be correct. Yes or no? All right. Now the next one. So everywhere we are going to calculate some days. Correct? Maybe I can take it from here because we don't need to write it. We can simply copy paste this. Yes, here it is. So here you have adverse event start day and end day. Same thing you are going to have. CM. What is CM? Study day of start of medication. What is that? Study day of start of medication. What is the other one? Study day of end of medication. Right? Everywhere we are calculating this CM. So how you are going to do this? You are going. This is going to be a derived variable, and based on DM variable called, what is the DM variable? Reference start date and time, treatment start date and time. Here it is also going to be based on your, is also a derived variable, but based on the DM variable called treatment end date and time in the character format. Correct? So going to do the same here. CM, take this, right? Take this particular one. Then this is going to be this. This is going to be here. Clear? Right? The same calculation techniques that we are going to use right from the beginning. Right? So if it is going to be your concomitant medication started date time is prior to your reference start and date and time, then you are going to do minus and you are going to add 1. Else it's simply going to subtract it. The same logic is going to be applicable for the A. Right. So you have one more variable here. What is that? AE duration. Similarly, here I'm going to have CM duration. What is your CM duration is all about? Duration of your medicine. Here it is an event. Here it is going to be duration of your medicine. Remember, everywhere we are going to talk about this. It is not a derived variable. It is not a derived variable. It is purely, we are going to mention in the CRF, whatever is the mentioned in the CRF, as it is, you are going to do it. Am I correct? So make sure it is going to be collected duration for a treatment episode. You can also call this as a collected duration of the or I can say collected duration for a treatment episode. Right? It is not a derived one. We simply take this particular one from your CRF as it is. Okay, this is not the right thing here. So CM duration. What else is pending? So still we have 6 more variables. These 6 more variables are going to be relative variables. These are going to be relative variables. So what are those relative variables? The first one, CM STRF. It talks about start relative to the reference period. Start relative to the reference period. This you need to recapture it. This you need to recollect it from your adverse events. You can do it from your medical history. You can do it from your clinical events also. All right. So what exactly it is? It describes the start of the medication relative to sponsor defined relative period. Right? Sponsor already is going to define some reference period, right? With that particular reference period, what is this relation? Start relative to the sponsor defined reference periods. Okay, so how it is going to be? How it is going to be? Generally, the examples are going to be, it can be a prior to the sponsor defined one, or it will be ongoing, or it is going to be continuing. Am I correct or not, guys? The same thing, whatever we have defined in your AE, the same thing will come there. Here also we have this. In AE, you don't get STRF. In the medical history, you are going to get, right? So that's the reason this one I haven't copied from the AE. But the remaining all we can do it. The remaining all we can take. All right. Now we are going to take your end reference point, that is end reference to your end relative reference to your sponsor defined one. Take this particular one here. I simply call it as a CMENRF. Everything remains going to be the same. Here also the examples are going to be pretty much same. Correct? So then you have your start reference, start relative to the reference period, end relative to the reference period. Both of them we have given here. Right? This also maybe I can copy paste here. Timing describes to the start of the medicine relative to the sponsor defined one. It's not the event, it is going to be the medicine. Right? So now we have the start reference point as well as the end reference point. Now you're going to talk about reference time point. Correct? Start relative to reference time point, end relative to reference time point. Okay? So those two also part of this one. Let's take this particular one. Here you are going to have only end reference. So here we are going to talk about STR. Start reference to the time point, but it is not AE, it is going to be SEM. Right? So end relative to the reference time point. Timing identifies the start of the medicine as being before or after the reference point defined by a variable called CMPPT. That also we need to discuss now. Okay, so the control terminologies, same stuff we are going to discuss. You don't need to be this much elaborate. You can simply use this. Right. So this is start. The same thing I can also do it for the end reference. So here instead of ST, I'll go with end reference to the relative point. So here also it is going to be STR, STTPT,
This is ENT. The one going to be the C. What are the two more variables that we need to decide? These two we need to discuss. What is going to be a start time point and what is going to be a end time? Okay, that is C. Why I'm writing C? CM. This is also C. Okay, CM start point. So what I'm going to write it here? I can simply say that start reference time point. For the other one, these are all permissible variables on the right. 90% of the time we won't calculate. End reference to the time. Done. Am I correct or not? You don't have a calculation for this. These are going to be describes, right? Reference point refer to your previous one. Either it is going to be visit one or it is going to be some example, some date. Like this. Example. Let's say today's date. So the time point reference is going to be 31st, or we are going to write 2022 05 31st, or it can be my visit one. Right? The same example I can also do. Clear, guys? These are the various examples, or sorry, these are the various variables that is part of your CM, right? So pretty much easy and straightforward. You really no need to worry about it, right? All you need to understand is what is the data that is here. Okay, so can we quickly look at some of the examples as well, right? So directly I'm going to take these particular examples, right, directly from your what to say, SDTM implementation. Directly I'll take it from here. I'll explain here, and later on I just prepare a notes for it and I can do it. Okay, where it is. Right. So here you can see this is the example that we have taken yesterday also. So the first one here, we want to talk about the treatment is aspirin. See here, you can clearly see no way we are capturing whether this treatment aspirin the patient is taking because of the medical history, or the patient is taking because of the adverse event or the clinical event. We are least bothered about it. All we bothered is here, what is the who is going to be the subject and what is the treatment that is taken. So the treatment is going to be aspirin. Dosage is 100. Units are going to be milligrams. And you can see that for the first patient, you can see the sequence is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 days he has taken the medicine. Every day it is going to be once, right? Then you have another patient, right? So he has taken this particular one for 2, I can say that for alternate 24 hours. That is for every 3 days once he has taken this. Then you have BID. 2 times a day the person has taken this. Correct? Sorry, I'm missing this. Just give me a second. Q24H I'm missing. I'll just give me a second. I'll come to this. And go with the last one. It's a collapsed one. You can see that the patient has taken this particular one from 1st to 9th as needed, which is PRA. I'll give you the details about Q24H. Don't worry. I'll give you that in a while. Then second one, you can see here, there are 2 things, right? So here we are talking about, we don't have any information about what is going to be the dosage or what is going to be the frequency. All these details we are not giving. Simply we are saying that there is going to be a patient. So subject 1 here is going to be subject 2. These 2 are 2 different patients. We simply has given lithium as well as BPA, right? We have not mentioned anything about what is the dosage information, right? Here we are not calculating, or we are not considering the efficacy of your drug. We are not considering your safety of the drug. That is, we totally understand that it is not related to your study drug efficacy as well as safety. So we are not mentioning this. Sponsor decided to go with by not providing this dosage information as well as dosage units information and also your dosage. See, nothing here mentioned. Simply he has given the information about what is the treatment that he or she have provided. Right? This is called spontaneous concomitant medication. There is one more thing. Here you can see. Here also, this particular one you can see the CM occurrence is the one that you need to understand. Right? So you can see that here the occurrence is yes, here the occurrence is going to be no. Both of them are pre-specified only. All the three medicines are pre-specified only, right? But the first one, the occurrence is yes. For the second one, occurrence is no. Both of them will be mentioned in your CRF. But if you see the last one for this particular guy, the CM occurrence details are not given. That's the reason you can see the status is going to be not done. When the status is not done, immediately you are going to see what is the reason for this. Didn't ask due to interruption. Whoever doing the screening, that particular person haven't asked the details about the occurrence. So the status is not done because all the questions were not answered. At the same time, we are providing the reason for that. Make sense, all of you? Right? Simple and straightforward. So these details I'm going to provide it to you. Anyways, I'm going to give the examples. Don't worry about it. I'll do this by today. Sometime today, I'm going to share the notes as well as the examples to you. Any questions on this? Priyanka, I saw your message. I hope I replied to you as well, but I don't know whether after that have you tried or not. So don't use your SAS Studio, which is coming as part of your installation. Don't do that, right? Because the formatting issues are coming there, the encoding issues are coming there. Instead, go with your SAS Studio, which is present in your SAS.com. Which is present in the SAS. Oh, you tried it and you got it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Because this one, you don't have any issues. You go to this, it is the most advanced one, and SAS is providing this. It is a cloud-based solution, and it is really one, right? No pirated versions, nothing. It is for SAS for the academics. Because SAS stopped the enterprise, that is university edition, and it started encouraging people to use this one, SAS Studio, right? Use this particular. Anyone, whoever having any of the encoding issues or formatting issues, please try to use this. All right. Any questions from anyone? So what we're going to discuss tomorrow then? We will go with exposure as connected. Both of them we will do tomorrow. Not both of them, only one will be done. It is also a little, what to say, more variables will be there, 20 to 24 variables will be there. So these two are the targets for tomorrow and then. So once I complete this particular one, then we can go ahead with the substance use. That is the next one. I will go as per this, guys. I think you all know that. So we'll go with the substance use, where it is. A lot of examples. Okay. Procedures we don't discuss. Substance use we will go with. Right? This one we are going to discuss. So this is a small domain. So once we complete this particular one, we will be good with the interventions. So this one. Exposure as collected, that we need to discuss tomorrow and day after. And concomitant medication, that is done already. Substance uses we will do. So tomorrow and day after tomorrow we will go with these two, and then we will go with the DM coding. So we will be comfortable with 8 domains, and we will be comfortable with theoretical part. Interventions also completed. Then we will go with the practice. Laboratory will take a lot of time. Lot of variables will be there. But once you understand this, the remaining things will be easy. Cool. Perfect, guys. So SDTM will take a lot of time because I can see other institutes or someone else. I don't want to comment, but still I want to go with that. They will cover special purpose domain. From there, one domain from each of the category they will do. But I don't want to do that. I want to go completely all the domains I want to touch. So I'm just going in a slow. Okay. If anyone says that no, Murli, I'm okay with that. So from here on, let's say go with the laboratory, remaining we will be, go with one of the file domain, remaining we will be. Then let me know quickly. I can finish and I can get the add-ons. So ball is in your court. How do you want me to proceed? I'll go in there. All right. You can also comment that in our WhatsApp chat. I'm okay with that. So I'll share this particular details to you. So after that, we can discuss further on. Okay. All right, then. That's all for today, guys. Any questions, feel free to ask me. If you don't have questions, we can wind up the session. Okay. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye. Hey, hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. So hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please? Wonderful. All right. So let's continue with our discussion. So we started with our interventions, correct? Maybe I can copy from here. So under the interventions, first initially we have started with the concomitant medication. Now we will proceed with your exposure and exposure as collected. So what is concomitant medication, guys? By this time all of you are comfortable with this, right? So what exactly it is? Any medicine other than or any treatment other than study drug. If the subject is taking any medicine other than the study drug or other than the study treatment, that will flow under your concomitant medication. This can happen, this drug the patient or the subject can take in because of two different things, either because of your clinical events, or it can be of adverse event, or it can be of your medical history, previous medical history. Am I correct? This is what we discussed for the concomitant medication. Now, now we are going to talk about your exposure and exposure as collected. And these two are primarily for what is going to be the exposure, right, related to your study treatment. So we are using the study treatment, right? We are going with the study drug, right? So the study drug related one. So the subject is actually taking the study drug, right? What is the exposure of this particular study drug on the subject we want to analyze? And that details will be part of your exposure and exposure as collected. You might be wondering, Murli, why do we have two different domains? Because both of them are dealing with the exposure of your study treatment, right? Or study drug only, right? Why do we have two different things in that particular case? Why can't we deal with only one? Right? Generally, only one drug will be there. Sorry, generally only one domain will be there to treat this. But in this particular case, why do we have two things? Am I correct? You might get this particular doubt, right? Right? Now, there is going to be a minor difference between your exposure and exposure as collected. For now, just keep it in your mind that exposure is a derived data set, or it's a derived one. You can derive your exposure from your exposure as collected, right? Maybe at this particular point of time, it is going to be little complex to understand, but not too much of complexity, a little complex to understand, but we can overcome that in a while. I can say that it won't take much time. Over a period of time, we are going to overcome that particular one, and you are going to get a clarity on that as well. All right. So let's start discussing about what is the usage of this. Okay. You remember this one, right? Unblinded, unblinded. Blinded, maybe it can be single blinded, double blinded, triple blinded, whatever it is. But I'm just simply going with two things: blinded, unblinded. What do you mean by that? Anyone, can you explain this? Blinded, or you can also call it as an open label. Anyone, can you explain this to me? What is blinded and unblinded? Anyone? Okay, so let me go with that. Okay, unblinded. So we have subject, the person who is taking this particular drug. You have investigator or clinician, or anyone who is assessing this, or anyone assessing the clinical trial, right? So can I say that there are three parties involved here? Subject, you have investigator, and anyone who is assessing this particular trial. Okay, answer from Ankita. All known about everything about that. Wonderful. So in open label or unblinded trial or unblinded treatment or unblinded design, you can consider in this particular one, all the parties who are involved in this particular trial are completely aware of the drug, are completely aware of the treatment. They know what medicine they are taking. They know what treatment they are undergoing. They know what is going to be the composition of that. They know what is going to be the dosage of that. Every piece of information clearly they are aware of. Whereas the blinded one, that can be single, double, or triple blinded, where any of these parties or all of these parties are not aware of what exactly the treatment or what exactly the drug that they are going to take. Am I correct? These two are the two different things that are available. Correct? Everyone are clear with that, right? Now, to support these two methods, just to understand how the various collections that are happening, right? That is, to know all the details, of your blinded and unblinded designs, right? So your CDISC has introduced two SDTM domains, and those two SDTM domains are nothing but exposure and exposure as collected. For all unblinded stuff, it is going to be exposure. For all blinded related stuff, it is going to be your exposure as collected. Exposure is primarily a protocol defined. It is a protocol defined. That is, these are the treatment that you need to go in the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. These are the 4 phases. The phase 1, the patient has to take this particular medicine. This is the dosage. This is going to be the washout period. After that, this is going to be the second drug. Like this, everything is properly defined in the protocol. A protocol to defined stuff is part of your exposure domain. Let's say in the protocol, it is defined that the patient has to take the drug called aspirin, and this drug of 100 mg, the subject need to take it on every day. The dosage is going to be per day, once a day. What if the patient, due to negligence, patient hasn't taken this particular medicine on day 2? So let's say it is started on 15th of May 2022. So the subject need to take this up to 14th June 2022. This is the duration, 1 month duration that the particular trial is defined in the protocol. The subject has to take this particular medicine, this particular dosage for 1 month. But all of a sudden, right, on the 2nd or 3rd day, let's say on 17th May, the subject haven't taken this particular medicine at all. He or she missed to take this particular medicine due to negligence or due to anything. These details will not be part of your exposure. Exposure will only say that as per the protocol, aspirin 100 mg tablet has to take on daily basis. Done. It's game over. If the subject missed to take that particular medicine on one of the days, those information, whatever is missed, all this information will not be part of your exposure, but this information will be part of your
exposure as collected, because you are collecting the complete information there as is you are collecting it. So can you differentiate these two domains now? So what is the need of these domains? These domains need is going to be, we want to know how this particular study treatment, or what is the subject exposure to the study treatment. We want to know that. This can be a blinded one or unblinded one. So all blinded things I will manage at the exposure as collected. All the unblinded stuff I will flow into exposure domain. All right. So then what else? Right. So these two are the things I want to know, the subject exposure to the study treatment. For this particular one, I'll be going with these two domains. Okay. We'll go with some examples so that you can clearly understand the difference between them. First, as usual, we'll go with the domain, we will go with the nodes, and later on we'll go with the examples and we can differentiate. Anything related to the study domain, or sorry, anything related to the study treatment, EX and EC. Anything other than study, where it will go? Anything other than the study treatment, where it will go? Concomitant medication. Now you understand how your interventions work. Anything related to the study treatment, these two domains. For blinded one, for unblinded the other one. Anything related to the other than study treatment, any drug the subject is taking because of any event, either adverse or medical history or clinical event, that will flow under your concomitant medication. Substance usage, just I'll give you the information now. So patient habits, is he or she taking alcohol or they smoke, all these things will go under your substance use. So this is all about your interventions. Do you guys are clear with us? Can I have a quick confirmation so that I can continue with the definitions part, variable definitions? Questions? All right. Let's start with our understanding about these domains, because both of domains are very important. So we need to understand this a little, right? So whatever I have given right now, I just mentioned this here. So maybe you can see this. So clinical trial study design can range from open label. So what is your open label? Open label is nothing but unblinded, where subject investigators know which product each subject is receiving. Then we have another thing which is nothing but to blinded. Blinded is the one where subject or the investigator or anyone assessing the outcome is unaware of the treatment assignments to reduce the biases, or it maybe you can remove this. Correct? Now, to support the standardization of various collection methods and details, as well as the process difference between the open label and blinded studies, two SDTM domains based on the interventions, general observation classes are available, right, to represent the details of subject exposure to protocol specified study treatments. Remember this, subject exposure to protocol defined study treatments, and those two are exposure, which is nothing but EX, and the second one is exposure as collected, EC. Right? Just for your reference, I'm just typing these two here. So what are them? The first one is going to be exposure. The second one is going to be exposure as collected. So why do we need this? I just have given those details here. So today, first we start with the exposure, then we can go ahead with the other one, EX. Exposure domain class nodes. All right. So I just want to give a little more information. That's the reason I just noted down whichever is important or whichever is easy to remember. I just have given these details here. Okay. So I just have explained this now. Whatever I have explained, I just mentioned in the text form. And we also need to understand what is going to be the difference between these two. Correct? So, because most of the people are unaware of this particular one, still, there are a lot of confusion about this particular one. So just to avoid that particular confusion, I just have given some details. Maybe I can just copy paste this and then I can explain this. So for SDTM implementation guide version 3.2, the exposure domain should contain only unblinded data. That is what just now I mentioned, right? Unblinded data for study treatment that was administered to the subject presented in the protocol specified units. So instead of all this, you can simply say that you can write it approach. What is this? The exposure domain should contain only unblinded data. That is what I have been talking about. The unblinded open label data will go to your exposure. Right now, the exposure as collected domain can be used to collect the blinded data during the study for all administrations that are given, not taken or missed. What I have mentioned here, few cases due to subject, maybe here I have given this. The treatment is blinded, some of the information is missed. Whatever is missed, everything we are going to mark or everything we are going to note down under your EC domain. After the study is unblinded, the EX domain can be derived from EC. That is also mentioned here. It is a derived domain. The EX domain, it can be derived from your EC domain, because if you unmask your EC domain, which is nothing but your EX domain, right? Here you can see the SDTM implementation guide recommends submitting both EX and EC if necessary, though including EC is not required. You really no need to give all the details as per your EC, but it is recommended to submit both of them. That is the only reason we are going to discuss both of the lines. I'm just going to take a pass here and I'm open for the questions. So can you guys able to understand what I have mentioned so far? So clinical trials has two different studies, open label, which is nothing but unblinded and blinded. To support these two, it introduced two domains, exposure as collected. What is the difference? Exposure domain is primarily for the unblinded, exposure as collected is for the blinded data. It also have information about anything that we miss or anything that we will not collect. Both of them will be there, right? So even if you want to derive your EX domain, you can derive directly from your EC. If you unmask your EC data, which is nothing but your EX domain, right? So your study implementation guide suggests both of them are necessary, though EC is not required. It is recommended to have it. Clear, guys? Right? Now, I just want to give some more information, which is nothing but yesterday we discussed about something. This one. I forgot to mention this. Maybe I can use this particular one here. What do you mean by constant dosing interval? Because if you go with your yesterday's class notes, right? The first thing we talked about is when you talk about the nature of the data set, we use a term called constant dosing interval. What do you mean by constant dosing interval? I have expected this particular question yesterday, but no one have asked, but fine. A constant dosing interval can be loosely described as a subject taking the same medicine, same intervention is same medicine at the same dosage at the same frequency over a period of time. As simple as that. What is that? The dosage remains going to be the same. Frequency remains going to be the same. Over a period of time, the subject is taking this. You can see the example here if you like. Can you see this? Let's say all this is going to be the subject is going to be the same. Let me take this. Subject 111. The same guy he started taking this particular medicine, drug A, same dosage, same units, the same frequency over a period of time from 6/9/2017 to 8/10/2017. Can I call this as a constant dosing interval? Everyone? Guys, I'm just going with the examples as well, just to facilitate additional information so you can easily understand this. That is the only intention. If you guys are able to follow this, I'll be happy. So if anyone not able to understand it, or if anyone have difficulty in understanding it, please tell. Otherwise, all the efforts will be waste. Okay, Raja, there is a question. We are giving some drug like oxybutynin drug. We are going those related information. We can treat a dataset name is called exposure dataset, right? Okay. We are giving a drug like oxybutynin drug, which we are going to use the related information. The related information means I'm missing that, Raja. What exactly are you talking about? Can you give little more details to me? Suppose if you are testing a drug, your clinical trials is intended to go with a treatment called or using a drug called oxybutynin. In that particular case, what your understanding is correct. Your study drug is that, and you are using that particular drug on your patients or your subjects. Then your understanding is correct. If oxybutynin is not going to be your study drug, then this information will go to your concomitant information because it will become a supporting drug. Let me know if you have a follow-up question on this. Any other? All right. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay, perfect. Now let's continue. So I just want to give this information before I start our today's class. That's the reason I have just talked about this. Now we clearly start with the exposure domain. Here is what our exposure domain. Okay, so let me start with this. There are a lot of variables which were introduced in this particular domain. So generally what we do is we don't go with all the details, but we generally go ahead with the details that are required. But we will go with most probably all the variables and the labels we'll discuss with it. Okay, so let me talk about it. What exactly it is. So what it regards, it captures, we generally write what exactly it is, right? It captures the details of subject's exposure to protocol defined. This is very important. Protocol specified study treatment. Whatever is mentioned in the protocol, that details how the subject is responding, those details it is going to capture. Simply, it will talk about, it captures the details of subject exposure to the protocol specified study treatment. Right? Remember, the study treatment that we are talking can be any intervention that is defined within your study. Right? Anything, any kind of treatment. Okay. What is going to be the nature of this? We need to understand the nature of this data set, right? So the nature of this particular domain is going to be one record per protocol defined or the protocol specified study treatment headings. One record per protocol specified study treatment. Again, we also need to talk about your constant dosing interval. Constant dosing interval per subject. This is remains same. Per subject remains going to be the same. One record per each protocol specified study treatment, constant dosing interval per subject. This is how the nature of this particular data set is. Okay. So now, as usual, we are going to talk about what is going to be a topic variable. Correct. So the topic variable here is going to be. Can someone tell me what can be the topic variable that you can expect here? Anyone? Wonderful, Priyanka. So Priyanka mentioned that it is going to be EXTRT. Yes. Yesterday we discussed about concomitant medication, CMTRT, correct? The same thing here will come, which is nothing but here EXTRT, which is nothing but name of the treatment. What is the name of the treatment? Right? Then we discuss more about this in the variable definitions. For now, just go with the identifier variables, because this is the constant drill that we do. So the identifier variables are going to be, there are plenty of identifier variables will come to this, right? The first one anyways is going to be study ID. That is your study identifier. Then you have your domain. Then you have your unique subject ID. So just like the sequence number there, here also you have a sequence number, EX sequence number. You have a group ID there. Here also you have a group ID, EX group ID. In addition to this, we also have EX ref ID, the reference ID. Up to this is pretty much same as your MH domain, pretty much same as your AE domain, pretty much same as your concomitant medication as well. Up to this is same. Now, two additional variables will come as identifier variables, and those additional variables are going to be EXSPID. You also know this, sponsor defined identifier. Then EXLNKID, which will be called as link ID. I'll explain this. At the same time, EXLNKGRP, that is linked group ID. Okay, so these two are the additional variables, but all these are treated as your identifier variables. Plenty of identifier variables, but no worries, we'll discuss all of them one after other. So now we'll go with the variable definitions. So the variable definitions, can I copy from the other domain? Where it is? Yesterday only we discussed concomitant medication, right? Let's take that. From there we can copy the data. So variable definition, study identifier, unique subject identifier, concomitant sequence number, group ID, sponsor defined identifier, up to the second copy. All of them are going to be the same, correct? So study identifier, it is defined in your protocol. Domain, two character long domain abbreviation for your domain, which is nothing but your EX here. Unique subject ID, derived variable, which is going to be done based on these three different variables: study ID, site ID, and the subject ID. So you have a sequence number. Sequence number will be defined for your any sequence number based on your subject ID. You're going to do it at the end. You're going to have a group ID used to tie together a block of related records. The same thing will come to the picture. Then you have something called your EX SPID. The SPID is nothing but your sponsor defined one. It is going to be like your line numbers in your treatment pages. Am I correct or not? Up to this, everything is going to be the same. So I'm just using this same data as is. You also have the reference ID here. Let me take the reference ID. Don't we have the reference ID here? We haven't write it. Okay, let's take it from AE. A reference ID. So it can be any internal or external identifier. So primarily it can be give your details there. I also give you the examples of what kind of data you can have it. So this is going to be EX reference ID. It can be internal or external identifier. Some of the examples are going to be. So if it is going to be an adverse event, it is going to be like life-threatening, death, all these come to the picture. But here it is all about the medicine, right? So the reference IDs for the medicines are going to be, what is going to be your bottle number? You might be using an injection bottle, correct? Or what is going to be your kit number? So you might be using a specific kit for the patient, right? What is going to be the kit number? Or it can be any label, any medicine label, correct? All these are going to be the chances for writing your details. So it can be of your medicine label also. So what we have done here, we just have discussed about few things. The discussions are going to be. That can be any reference ID. Let's say group of patients are taking your what to say, Covishield injection, Covishield vaccine, right? The Covishield vaccine, the bottle numbers is mentioned, right? Or it is going to be some kit number. You can mention the kit number, or whatever is mentioned in the label of the medicine, you can do that. So all these are going to be the valid ones. Clear? Any questions so far? Easy, right? Direct values only, right? Okay. The next thing that we are going to do is we are going to talk about something called link ID. What is that? We are going to talk about link ID. So here I can copy this. Anyone can tell me what is called your link ID? Any guess on this? Anyone can guess on this? What is called your link ID? Guys, what is called your link ID? Team, I need some answer. Just I'm asking a wild guess, nothing more than that. I'm not asking anything, just a wild guess. Might be phase related. This is from Priyanka. Okay. Anything?
Related to records across domain.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Who is this? Sorry.
Raja.
Oh, right. Wonderful, Raja. So a correct one. So it can be simply, I can call it as a link ID. Simple a link ID. What exactly it will be? I can say that it is an identifier which can be used to link related records. It can be used to link related records across the domains. We generally deal with multiple domains, right? So there is going to be a link between one domain to the other. So that link we are going to establish there, right? So what is the link between this domain to the other domain? Now, if you call that particular link group ID, so every link is going to have some group ID, right? So if I talk that particular group ID, that will be called it as link group ID, right? This is something like, I can take the same one here, right? Used to link a related, I can say group records, grouped records across the domains, right? So there is already a group created in the other domain as well. So all these are related to that particular group. So you can link with this domain with the other domain. So how one or more domains linked with each other, that particular information you are going to get it here. Is that clear? Right? Try to guess, guys, because by this time you are already of 10 domains old. 10 domains old. So it would be like easy for you, or it would be like, I think you should be able to do this. You should be able to guess this at least. Okay. So now let's go, because we're done with your all the identifier variables. Now we will go with your focus variable, which is nothing but EXTRT, that is a topic variable, which is nothing but your name of the treatment, right? So I told you this is going to be a topic variable, right? So what exactly it is going to be? Can I say that this is nothing but name of the protocol specified study treatment? Am I correct or not? Because we have been discussing about it. It is going to be a protocol specified study treatment. It is not the treatment, other treatment, because concomitation also, it is also going to be a name of the treatment only. How it is different then? It is a protocol specified study treatment. Okay, then dosing period observation. Okay, the dosing period observation, why I'm not telling is like, okay, if I want to extend this, I can extend like this.
It is a protocol specified treatment, right? Also, during what interval we have given this? So we have a dosing period, right? That is nothing but for how long or between what start date and the end date I need to provide this particular treatment to the patient. That is nothing but your dosing period, right? So that dosing period also you need to mention. Say a protocol specified study treatment given during the dosing period. Maybe I can say that. Given during the dosing period. All right. Then from here onwards, again, I'm going to copy the things. I can simply go to the yesterday's one. So we have CMCAT and we have CMSCAT, which is nothing but here it is going to be EXCAT and EXSCAT. So which is nothing but medication or treatment category. Here it is going to be subcategory for the medication or subcategory for the treatment. No medication will come here. It is only going to be treatment category and subcategory. Right? Again, we are going to talk about the dosage information. Let's go to the dosage here. From here to frequency, maybe I can take up to this. So now I'll start with CM dose is nothing but EX dose here, which is nothing but amount or your what is nothing but your X dose, that is nothing but dosage of your treatment, or I can simply say dose per administration. Then I'm going to have the dose description, then I'm going to have dose units, then I'm going to have dose form. So the dose form is going to be how the dose has been taken, either it is a tablet or lotion, all those things. Then I'm going to have your dosage frequency. The same dosage frequency will be applicable here. CM dosage treatment we don't get here because the total treatment we don't get. Then I'm going to have my what to say, your dosage regimen. Yeah, this is also will be there. Intended dose regimen will be the same. Then I'm going to have X route. What is going to be the route of administration? The route of administration again, it is going to be oral or intravenous, all these things the same. So what we have discussed, we discussed about the category, subcategory, then we discussed about the dose, then we discussed about the dose description, then dose units, then we are going to discuss about your dose form, then we talked about your dose frequency, then we talked about your intended dose regimen, then we also talked about what is the route of this particular treatment. Because why I haven't discussed this, all these we discussed yesterday only. All these are going to be the same. That's the reason I just talked about it. So yesterday we talked about the concomitant, other than study treatment. All these are related to the study treatment. That is the only difference, right? What method or what medicine or what treatment that we are taking is different, but rest all going to be the same. That is the only reason I simply copy paste the data from there and continue with this. Is that clear? So now X lot. So EX lot is nothing but lot number. So we are going to assign some lot number. We means sponsor is going to assign some lot number. This lot number is nothing but what is the intervention product lot number? Lot number of the intervention product. From which lot we are taking it. Then we have EXLAT. The EXLAT stands for laterality, meaning I can say that location of your intervention. Location of your intervention, meaning are you giving this particular drug on your left side or on your right side, right? Like this. Some of the examples are going to be left or right. Where exactly you are giving this?
All right. Then we have EXDIR, which is nothing but directionality. So what do you mean by the directionality then? Is it going to be a lower one? Is it a upper one? Or is it a proximal? Or it is going to be anterior? All these things are going to be I can say that it is going to be a qualifier for annonomatical location. So annotation you are going to do, right? That annotation location. Okay. So the examples are going to be, especially this, we are going to do it for any specific cut or any specific minor surgery. For that, these values are very this information is very important. Some of the examples which we can easily understand is going to be: is it a lower one, or is it upper, or are you doing this based on some proximal, like this? You can take some of the examples based on the directionality. Some of the medicines you need to take it only on the fasting. The best examples are going to be a diabetes one, or anything that you are taking for this thyroid. All these, most of the cases, it is going to be based on the fasting status you are going to take this particular medicine, or anything which is related to your gastrointestinal, right? Something like Pandy, all these tablets. Before you take any other medicine on an empty stomach, you need to take this. So for these, you need to understand what is the fasting status. So that is going to be a EXFAST. So nothing but fasting status. So here we are going to take the control terminology, because we go with the control terminology here. Let me take some of the control terminology. Let me copy paste this. Here it is. It is going to be S, or it is going to be no. Okay. Then sometimes you need to adjust your drug. Let's say we are giving some dosage drug to the patient, but for some reason patient is not able to cope up with that particular one, right? Maybe the patient is getting heavy sweating, or the patient is feeling some nausea, or the patient is feeling too much of hungry for eating the food, right? All these things may come because of the excessive dosage. Some cases, for some patients, not for all, for some patients, we may need to adjust the drug dosage, right? So in that particular cases, you need to record that. You need to clearly mention why we are doing this. So that is mentioned under reason for drug adjustment. Reason for drug adjustment. We need to specifically, you need to give why, the explanation that you need to provide, or you can say that reason or explanation, right? Explanation for drug adjustment. Why did you adjust this particular drug? You need to mention that. So this, you all know, approach is all about, there is no other thing. Approach is always going to be approach only. That is nothing but trial approach of the exposure recorded. When this particular exposure is recorded, so during which approach that we are going to give. Okay. So for an example, it can be treatment phase, right? Or it can be during the follow-up. It can be any approach, right? Any phase of the approach, you can do this. So what exactly is going to be that we are going to discuss under the. Now we enter into the dates part. So the date part are going to be here. Let me copy paste the dates parts again. From here, I can take this up to duration. I can take happy. So what are them? So first we'll go with exposure. This is going to be exposure again. So start and date of the medication there. The same thing is going to be here, but instead of the medication, we are going to have the treatment. Start and date of the start date and time of your treatment. End date and time of your treatment. Correct? Then when it comes to the study day, anyone? EXSTDY, the study day. It is going to be study day of start of treatment. So study day of end of treatment. So now this I'm going to replace with this particular one. Correct? then the CM study day, it will be replaced as EX study day. That's all. Now I'm going to have EX end day. Same thing. Let's replace this here. Then I'm going to have EX ENDTC. Copy this. Done. So I'm going to have EX duration of your treatment. So collected duration of the treatment episode. Right? You're not going to derive it. Purely you're going to take it from here. Purely you're going to take it from here. Which one? CRF only. If it is mentioned in the CRF, as is you're going to take the particular one. Questions? Any questions on this? Okay. So two new variables that we are going to discuss apart from your concomitant here, those are going to be EXTPT. The EXTPT stands for planned time point name. What is this? Planned time point name. What exactly it is? It can be the planned time point name is nothing but it is going to be a text description of time when administration should occur. So remember, this is going to be a character variable. We also have a numeric variable for this. So let's understand this. The first thing that you need to understand here is it is a text description of time when administration should occur. You need to say when you're supposed to give this particular. Okay, there is a question from who is this? Priyanka Reddy. Can reference start date and time and your X start and date and time will be the same? There are chances it can be the same. Yes, it is same. Not okay. How to explain this? Let's consider Covaxin. You want to go for a vaccination, or let's say you want to have some treatment. Let's say you're not well, you want to have some treatment. Whatever the treatment that you want to have is going to be a study treatment. Let's say that. In that particular case, your study treatment start date and your reference treatment start date, both of them are going to be the same. Right? Let's say you're having fever, or the medicine that actually the study drug that you want to have is going to be a fever drug. So you take the fever drug today. So your reference start date and time is 1st June 2022. Your exposure start date and time also the same. Both of them are going to be the same in this case. Let's say your treatment is supposed to start today, that is 1st June. But yesterday night you are not well. You are having too much of vomiting. So then your clinician or your investigator suggested that from tomorrow your treatment is going to start. Right? You need to take the medicine, the fever medicine you need to take, but you are not well today. So what I'm suggesting to you is take this particular pill and have it. This will control your vomiting sensation. Your exposure treatment start date is going to be 1st June, but your reference start date and time is going to be 31st of May, because you have a supporting treatment. You already taken the supporting treatment before you start with your study treatment. So your reference start date and time will change. Is this understandable, Priyanka? Your exposure will talk about the study treatment. Your reference will talk about any treatment that the subject has taken. That can be a study treatment most of the times. If the patient requires any supporting treatment before the study treatment, that treatment when you have taken, that will become your reference starting. Wonderful. So this is going to be text description of time when administration should occur. Means when the drug has to take, when the study treatment has to occur, that details in a character format we are going to keep here. Right? Sometimes it can be a elapsed time interval also. It may represent as a elapsed time interval or elapsed time relative to some fixed point. Elapsed time relative to a fixed reference point. What do you mean by this? Let's say your reference point is today. So from today or from the first dosage, after 24 hours, the second one should go. After 48 hours, third dosage should go. After 96 hours, fourth dosage should go. So your fixed point, that is today, from today, you're elapsing, you're counting the number of hours, you're counting the number of days, and those you are representing there. Am I correct? Right? That is what I'm talking here. That is from the first dose to at what time you are going to take the next dose. From the first meal, after how many hours you have to take this particular one. After your last meal, before your last meal, how many hours you need to take this particular one. Those details will be represented here. Planned time point name, that is XTPT. It is a character one, right? This one you are putting in a character, right? You cannot sort it, correct? Sorting is difficult. If it is a number, it is easy. So what we are going to do now is you're going to have a numeric format for this particular one. That is nothing but your EXTPT num. Num stands for your numeric, right? Purely for the coding purpose, purely for the sorting purpose, you are creating this particular one. So what is this variable? Again, it is going to be a planned time point. Instead of the name, it is going to be number. Right? So why do you need it? It is going to be a numeric version of this. It is a numeric version of your XTPT. Why you do this? Helps us when we need sorting. Because it's a numbering format, right? Number format, easy to sort. Clear? Right. Now, already we are talking about the time references, right? Now you have one more thing, which is nothing but EXTPT, the same one, REF. The REF stands for your time point reference. The previous one is going to be a regular planned time point, right? This is going to be a time point reference. It is in a character format. What it is? That is, you have your reference number, right? From the reference number, or it is going to be name of the fixed reference point. Name of the fixed reference point. Or I can say that okay, maybe I can give you the examples that will help us to understand this easy. Examples. So previous dose, from the previous dose when you want to take this. So I'm just giving a reference of when the next dose has to take. Or what is going to be a previous meal. From the previous meal, after how many meals you want to take this, after how many hours you want to take this. Those details will be given in the one. Clear? All of you are able to understand this? Right? Questions? There are two more. There are two more are there. Maybe I can complete this. Let me take this. So EX, EL, TM. E stands for elapsed. EL stands for your elapsed. TM stands for your time. So it is going to be planned elapsed time from a reference point. What is your reference point? Time point reference. You have your time point reference here, right? From this one, how many days, how many seconds, how many means, that information you are going to give. Yeah. This is supposed to be a character format, and the format is going to be ISO 8601, either DA or DT. Most of the time it is going to be DT. So this is going to be, you're going to calculate elapses. That is, elapse is nothing, you're going to calculate from the time point reference, how many seconds, how many hours, how many minutes, those data will be under EXELT. Yes, that is nothing but elapsed time. So the last variable under your exposure domain is going to be EXRFDTC. What is that? EXRFDTC. Time reference, right? So this is going to be a simple one, date or time of reference time point. So this is going to be a fixed reference from your this one. From this time point reference, you are going to get it, right? Let's have a look at few of the examples so you can easily understand it. Maybe you will be having little confusion around the last 5 data points, but we'll look at the data. I'll show you the examples, then you can have a full clarity on this. Any questions on this particular one, guys? Easy domain or a difficult domain? What do you think? Wonderful. Cool. So tomorrow we will go with exposure as collected. So we also note down all the variable names there. Almost everything will be repeated, but you're going to have some extra variables there. We'll complete it. Then we can go with the examples together. Clear? So I'll share this particular notes. Yesterday notes also haven't shared it, right? So both the notes I'm going to share it right away. Any questions from anyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this? All right, everyone. Thank you. Please tell how to write coding exposure. We will. For everyone, see, we have written the coding clearly only for the AE. So tomorrow I'll complete exposure. Day after I'll go with the substance. So it will be by Friday. By Friday we will complete up to this. Then Monday we will take the DM domain, complete coding from the start to end. Then we'll go with the exposure and EC. These two I'll explain. So by coming Wednesday or by coming Tuesday, all of you are well versed with the first 3 special purpose, events, and also your information. Then we'll go with the findings, which is nothing but laboratory and all, then try this. Right? Perfect. Any questions from anyone? This is one of the good read. Maybe I can give you find. Okay, I'll share some of the PDFs, guys. Those will be really interesting. Just go through that. So yeah, I'll share this. Any questions? Anyone want to ask anything? Hey, hello everyone. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please? Can you guys hear me? Yes or no? Wonderful. Thanks, Raja. Thanks for the confirmation. All right. So what we were discussing. So yesterday we started with our discussion with exposure, correct? In the interventions domain. So we started discussing about interventions domains, correct? So what is this intervention domains primarily consists of? There are 4 domains in this. So we will start with exposure, Then we have exposure as collected. Then we have concomitant medication, right? And finally, we have substance use. So these are the 4 domains we have under this. So primarily, interventions is all about the drug or the treatment or what kind of medicine or what is going inside. Simply, interventions will be all it about what is going inside, what exactly happening with the treatment. If you're not talking about the study treatment, anything other than study treatment, anything other than study treatment, where it will go, where it will record? Can someone please tell me now? Anything other than the study treatment will be recorded under which domain? Can I say it is under the concomitant medication? CM is the domain which is responsible for any treatment, any drug or any medicine other than the study treatment or the study drug. That will flow here. The CM, the concomitant medication, can be because of the adverse event, or it can be because of the clinical event, or it can be because of the medical study. Suppose I want to deal with the study treatment. How the subject is responding for the study treatment I want to start, or how the treatment is giving to the subject, the study treatment. For this, SDTM has defined 2 different domains. One, if we have unblinded treatment, then go with your exposure data. If you have blinded, that can be single blinded, double blinded, or triple blinded, you can go with exposure as collected. Correct? So this is what we have discussed. Exposure primarily is of dealing with what is mentioned in the protocol. It is all about what is mentioned in the protocol. Are we going with that or not? When it comes to your exposure as collected, what is defined in protocol, how we administer that, and what we have collected. All the 3. It is all about, yes, we are going with the protocol, right? After that particular one, have you exactly given to the as per the protocol or not? Have you done any deviations, or have you forgot to give any of the medicine, or subject has not taken any of the medicine, or you have you adjusted any dosage or not? If yes, why? All these things you are going to administer and you are going to record. For that we have your exposure as collected domain. Then what are going to be the behavioral aspects of the subject? That will be go under your substance use. That we are going to discuss tomorrow. So today we will start with our discussion with what is your blinded data, how you are going to collect your blinded data, blinded treatment data, and what is called your exposure as collected. Correct? So these details yesterday itself I have given to you. Can you see that? So per SDTM implementation guide 3.2 version, the exposure domain should contain only the unblinded data for the study treatment, whereas your exposure as collected data, that domain will be having what is the blinded data that is used to collect your blinded data during the study for all administration given, not taken, or even missed. All these 3 we have to consider here. Most of your variables will be the same. It is going to consist the same variables will be in the repeated fashion. All right. So before we start with understanding the variables, right? Before we start with understanding what are the variables which are part of your exposure as collected and all, I want to talk about why it is required, right? Why can't you say that only EC is sufficient, or why can't you say that only EX is sufficient? Why we are going with, why the implementation guide is talking about we would need both the data sets. Maybe you can, even if you don't submit EC, that is fine, but EX is definitely required, right? Because EX is a derived data from, or derived domain data set from your EC, correct? Exposure it can be derived from exposure as collected. Let's see 1 or 2 examples first, and then we can go with the data definitions and everything. So for that, I'm just going with a very simple example. Can you see this? I have some placebo controlled trial. This is my placebo controlled trial. On the left hand side, whatever you have is a exposure as collected. Whatever you can see it on the right hand side is nothing but your exposure. That is a regular one. So how do you understand this? See, maybe I can go with a simple Excel. So here I just want to define how my EC is first. Let's say this is my EC. So EC, we are going to have EC PRT, right? Because in the exposure domain we have EXPRT. EXPRT is nothing but yeah, what is your treatment? Am I correct on it? Simple category of your, sorry, not the category, it is going to be a name of the treatment. Then what you are going to have, once you have the name of the treatment, you are going to have dosage. Am I correct on it? I'm going to have the treatment. Once I have the treatment details, I'm going to have the dosage details. Then you may also go with the dosage units information, which is nothing but EX, DOS. The dosage units are going to be. So this is what yesterday we discussed, correct? We are going to define about three things. Primarily, when we talk about the drug, those are going to be what is going to be the name of the drug or name of the treatment. Then what is going to be the dosage information. Then what are going to be our dosage units. These three are the ones which you primarily discuss about your treatment. This is about your exposure domain. This is what we discussed yesterday. Am I correct? Now, I'll tell you why or how it is going to be different from your exposure as treatment domain. Sorry, exposure as collected domain. Let me copy all these as is. This I can call it as exposure as collected domain. The name of the treatment remains going to be the same. Instead of EX, I'm going to have EC. The dosage remains going to be the same. I'm going to have EC. The dosage units also going to be the same. Here I'm going to have EC dosage units. Correct? Right. For an example, here they have given that it can be a treatment or it can be placebo. They mention your treatment as the treatment that you are giving as either it can be TRT or it can be placebo. Anything, it can be anything. And also they mentioned that it is going to be 150 mg of the 150 100 mg is going to be your tablet dosage. So now we need to understand there are two groups, right? One is going to be a what are them? Controlled group. Another one is going to be a what is the other group name? You remember? Initially we discussed during the definitions part, we talked about two groups. One group is going to have only the actual study pill or study treatment. The other group will be having only the placebo or which is a wonderful interventions group. Controlled group, interventions group. This is what that intervention is the one we are talking about. Right? So where it will be decided, can I say it will be decided after the screening? You're going to have the randomization. During the randomization stage, you're going to have these details. Am I correct? Yes or no? So by default, we said that the treatment is the exposure as selected. It simply says that, hey, it is going to be treatment or placebo. Everything is going to be 150 mg. When it comes to your exposure domain, it have clear details. What do you mean by clear details? The clear details here is nothing but let me also note it down. So when it comes to this particular one, here it will be clearly mentioned because it's a unblinded, but it is going to be a proper, sorry, it is a blinded data, it is going to be unblinded, or I can say that there is no masking. After unmasking, let's say the first guy got the original treatment as it is 150 mg. Whereas the second guy, he got only placebo. Because we know, right, who got placebo, who got the actual treatment. Now the original doses become 0. There is no units. Even if you say mg, it's 0 mg. Again, the third guy got treatment. is going to be 150, and here it's going to be empty. Now you can see, out of the 3 subjects that we have here, only 2 subjects got the treatment. The other guy falls under the different group and he got only the placebo. So this unmasking, after unmasking, your exposure data set is actually giving the true picture of that. Am I correct? Is it making sense? How can you see this? Placebo control trial, your EC treatment is a general term. It is just going to give you the details about it. But when it comes to your exposure domain, your EXTRT is the one, here is the one where you have the exact treatment that you have given. Have you given treatment or have you given placebo? That details will be part of your placebo, not in your exposure as collected. And also you can see that the second guy got placebo, so the actual dosage is going to be 0, but here everywhere it mentioned as 150. Do you understand why do you need both the domain? If your sponsor has given your exposure as collected domain, then you can create your exposure domain by going with the proper details, because it is going to give you the true picture of what exactly happened there. Makes sense? First of all of you are able to follow this? If yes, I'm going to give you another example. Right? This I can call it as a placebo defined trial. Here I'm going with, maybe I can go with the double dummy trial. So this is the another one. I'll tell you what exactly going to happen here. In the double dummy trial, let's say there will be totally 2 trials. Sorry, there will be 2 treatments. Treatment A, treatment B, placebo. Totally 2 treatments. One is going to be placebo, right? So let's copy this. So here I'm going to have either it can be treatment A or treatment B or placebo. Your exposure as collected will give you a generic detail. It can be any one of this. Correct? Your EC dosage is going, let's say the treatment is going to be just a pill. So I'm going to call it as a unit. So let's say there are going to be 3 patients. For all the 3 patients, it is going to, let's say all the 4 patients, it is going to be the same. So they never know in the double dummy trial what exactly going to happen is the subject is going to expose to either one of the 2 treatments or to the placebo. What do you mean by that? He might have treatment A pill, he might have treatment B pill, or he might have a placebo like this. Treatment A, let's say if it is going to be a pill, either treatment A pill or treatment B pill, or it is going to be placebo. The patient is going to have any one of this, not all the 3 or any of the 2. It is going to, he or she is going to have any one of this particular one. Any one of this particular one. So we don't know out of these 4 who got the pill, who got treatment A, who got treatment B, and who got placebo. We don't know that. To know those particular details, I need to go with exposure domain again. You understand now what I'm trying to say? Here you don't know whether it is a treatment A, treatment B, or it is going to be placebo. But when it comes to this particular one, it is pretty much clear. It is, let's say the first guy got treatment A, which is a 150 mg tablet, dosage is equal to 150, units is equal to mg. The second guy got only placebo, no dosage at all. The third guy again got treatment A, 150 mg. The last guy, he got treatment B. Let's say it is going to be 300 mg. So what is the exact dosage? What is the exact treatment the subject has actually taken? That information will be part of your exposure domain, which can be derived from your exposure as collected. Is this understandable? Now you understand why do you need both of them? Can anyone please raise a question? If you have anything, or if you're not able to follow, please raise a question. Otherwise, is this understandable? Why do you need 2 different domains? Clear or not, or any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Anyone? Vamsi
Sir,
Krishna.
both the data sets we have to submit, or any one we have to submit?
Yes, wonderful. Who is this? Is it Vamsi Krishna or who it is?
Mani Maran
Is it
here.
Vamsi Krishna? You asked me to repeat. Can you tell me what you understand, what you haven't understand, so that I can tell from where I have to. Okay. Before going with that, Mani Maran, yesterday I have answered this particular question, but I will repeat it. See, the SDTM implementation guide recommends submitting both EX and EC if necessary, though including EC is not required. Ideally speaking, your EX has the complete details, correct? The exact details are present in your EX exposure, correct? But why your SDTM implementation also requires to go with EC means your exposure domains will missing two things. Number one, it only have the protocol defined data, right? Let's say you need to take one pill on daily basis. So a subject has taken this particular pill on 31st June, 1st June, but 2nd June he haven't taken, he missed it. This information will not be part of your exposure. It will only mention that the subject has to take this pill on daily basis. That is, what is the frequency, what is the dosage, what is going to be the units. Those information will be part of your exposure. Whether the subject has taken that particular pill or not, whether he missed it or not, those details will not be part of your exposure domain. Those will be part of your exposure as collected because it has the information about the collected and administrated. Correct? So that is the reason it is recommended to have both the details. Am I clear? Right? SDTM implementation guide clearly mentioned that we would need both the data sets.
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the only reason yesterday, though it is going to be only exposure data set, first we started with what is what, why we need to, and what we need to submit. Okay, but please ask me as many questions as possible, not an issue. Vamshi, has it repeated? Okay, you want me to go with one more time? I'll go with that, not an issue. Please don't say that you understand without understanding it. All right, the only reason why I'll ask you a specific question, let me know what you haven't understand is just wanted to know up to where you followed, nothing more than that. Okay, perfect. So as long as you understand, I'm good. Okay. So shall we proceed with exposure as collected today? It is going to be a very simple one because it is going to have almost all the data which we have in your exposure domain, right? I'll do one thing. I'll just save as this. I'll just call it as exposure as collected. Done. Maybe this information I can also keep it as it is. It will be useful. So from here I'll change. This is going to be exposure as collected because it is going to be the same variable. So instead of copy pasting it, why can't I edit the same nodes? It's going to be okay. What it is going to capture. It is going to okay. If missed a dose, it goes to EC and as well as DV. Okay. DV is protocol deviation, correct? But it mostly talks about the treatments. It talks about the treatments, not the medicines, right? Deviation protocol will talk about, it won't talk about what happened or it won't talk about the outcomes of the one. It won't talk about the outcomes. It won't talk about the medicine there. Okay. So Priyanka, answer to your question is going to be protocol deviation. In the protocol deviation, what got deviated will be mentioned. But it is very specific to the term, that is your DV term. What exactly your DV term is going to be? Maybe I can open the notes, I can show that to you, so it will be easy. This is what your protocol deviation is. So what are going to be the violations and what are going to be the deviations? Perfect. Now, what is going to be the protocol deviation? right? So here you can see it is going to talk about IVRS process deviation took aspirin drug. It is a prohibited drug, right? A prohibited drug has been taken. But what about your EC? EC will talk about what is the intervention to your study drug. Is it a study drug? No, right? So 100% it will not match with your deviations that are happened, but it will talk about if it is related to the study drug, in the study drug violations happen, it is going to be noted. Yes, it will get noted. But not everything, because this protocol deviation will also talk about anything other than the study treatment also will be recorded here. Correct? So it will not have all the details, because your question is straightforward. It is going to be, if I miss a dose, will it goes to your EC as well or not? Right? It is not going to become a protocol deviation, because your clinician or investigator asked the patient, asked the subject to take this particular pill. The investigator said that, hey, you're supposed to take this particular pill for 1 week. So they have given the pills. If the patient missed to have that, patient neglected to have that particular pill, right? It will be collected, the information will be collected, but will it fall under the protocol deviation? As per the protocol, pill has been given, but who missed it? It missed by the subject, not by your clinician, not by your investigator. It is not the deviation that I want to report there. Correct? So it is a bit tricky part, but slowly you can understand this, not at this particular point of time. But answer to your question is not exactly. It won't go if I miss a dose, right? It will only go to your EC, but not to your. Am I clear? But if it is related to truly, yes, exclusive study drug deviation will go to EC. Correct. See, it is all about what is going to be the effect, how the interventions of your study drug on your subject. Yes, only the study drug. Okay, so there will be always, you need to talk about, how it will be mentioned there, how it is going to be displayed here. Remember one thing, maybe the most important thing, all your deviations are, even in your exposure domain. Let's say exposure as collected domain, the one that we are discussing. In this, there is going to be a variable called EC occur. So we have MH occur, we have AE occur and all, correct? So the occurrence. This particular variable will tell you whether the patient has taken the drug or not. If it is N, there is something wrong. The subject has not taken the pill. The subject has not taken the treatment. This is the variable which is going to mention it. If you go to your deviation protocol, you don't find anything occurrence here. You don't find it. So it won't get recorded there. Am I clear? Priyanka, is that making sense? Others also. Anyone, any questions? Perfect. Perfect. So slowly, when you get the understanding about how the domain is going to be and what are the variables are in that particular domain and which variable is going to represent what, if you get that particular understanding, you can easily connect all the dots, right? Remember only one thing, special purpose domains from the beginning, it mostly talk about your subject individual information, the comments that are mentioned, what are the various elements, what are the various visits. Those are special purpose domains. Something happened that can be prior to the trial, which is nothing but your medical history, a minor unforeseen event, which is nothing but a clinical event, a major or serious unforeseen event, which is nothing but your adverse event. There is some deviation from the protocol defined terms, your deviation, and you have the disposition.
correct? This is all related to event. Something happened. What is happened we recorded here. That's the reason all these have a topic variable called term, XX term. What do you mean by XX term? What happened there? What event happened there? Give me the event details. Interventions. Because of the event, either it can be adverse or clinical, or it can be medical, or it is going to be protocol deviation, that is unwanted drug that the patient has taken. It can be anything. Because of that, you're taking a drug or you're taking some treatment. What is the treatment is? Is it a study treatment or is it going to be a other than the study treatment? If it is study treatment, EX easy. If it is other than the study treatment, CM. That's the reason your exposure variable is going to be treatment, not the event. It's a treatment. Substance usage, which is nothing but what is going to be the behavioral aspects of your subject. So your topic variable is the one that you need to catch. That is going to give you the guidance. Make sense? Now is this understandable? Right? It will take little time, guys. It will take little time, but you'll get adjusted. Questions now. So now you understand why we talk about the focus with topic variable a lot, because it is going to give you a focus on what this domain actually is all about. That information you will get based on your topic variable. So that's the reason in every domain when we are discussing, we clearly write your domain details there, your topic details there. What is the nature? Why we are discussing these at the start of your class means because this is going to define your domain. These are the ones which are going to define your domain. So you need to understand them and you need to remember them all the time. Most of your topic and identifier variables are also going to be your required variables. So if you remember them, if you're able to understand them, you're going to have a good grip on your domain. Well, questions. Is that making sense now? Can I proceed? All right, perfect. So now the same stuff repeat, but first we need to understand what it captures. So it captures the details of the subject exposure to protocol specified study treatment. In addition to that, administration, that is what has given actually, and administration as collected. Hey, sorry guys, I'm back. All right. So what we are talking about, we are talking about what is going to be the data that we are going to keep it under. So if you go to the exposure, it is only up to this. I can say that captures details of the subject's exposure to protocol specified study treatment. But it won't capture about how it administrated and how it is collected. How it is administrated, we don't define there. But when it comes to the exposure as collected, we also collect this information. That is, have you given that particular drug or not? Have you scheduled the drug or not? Have you performed the treatment or not? Those details will be additionally collected. Yeah. Number 2, what is the nature of this particular one? One record per protocol specified treatment, constant during interval per subject. In addition, per mood. What is this new thing? What is this mood is all about? I'll talk about this. Mood is the one which is going to represent, ideally speaking, the mood is nothing but it's a mode or condition of the record. What is that? It is a condition of the record, meaning, so you want to, I have to give a drug, whether the drug is scheduled to the patient or not, whether the drug is already performed or not, the treatment is scheduled or not, performed or not, the drug is already given to the subject or not, whether the subject has already taken it or not. So mode is all about the mode or condition of the record, specifying whether the intervention is intended to happen or it is already happened. I'll talk about it in the variable list, but understand this: one record per protocol specified study treatment, constant dosing interval per subject or more. You know what is called constant dosing interval, right? What is constant dosing interval? The same drug, the same dosage, the same units has been given to the patient over a specified period of the time. If yes, you can call that as a constant dosing interval. Clear up to this? Now, what is going to be a topic variable? EC treatment. Then what are going to be your identifier variables? My identifier variables are going to be study ID. Then you have the domain, you have the unique subject ID, you have exposure as collected sequence number, then you have a group ID, then you have the reference ID, then you have the sponsor defined identifier, then you have which is going to be the link ID, that is nothing but across any other domain, is it related or is it linked or not? If yes, what is that particular linking group? The same identifier variables will be also part of your exposure as domain. That is the reason I just want to use the same notes here as well to explain the variables. Then variables definitions, study ID, it is nothing but a study identifier which is mentioned in your protocol, which is also mentioned in your unrated CRF. Sponsor is the one who is going to give this particular one. So your domain, which is going to be a 2-character abbreviated for your abbreviations for your domain. In our case, it is going to be EC. Unique subject identifier, again the same stuff, a universal one. It is going to be a combination of 3 variables: study ID, site ID, and the subject ID. Now I'm going to have the sequence number. The sequence number is at a patient level. I can say that in the whole domain, it should be a unique value under each subject. So how we are going to create it? We are the one who are going to define this particular one. Correct? I can simply say that it is going to be EC sequence. So you are the one who is going to generate this particular number, and you can generate this by using your first dot and last dot, or you can also use any other treatment, right? So what coding level we want to do it, we don't need to worry about it, but all we need to understand is going to be this is the one which is going to be unique at a subject level within the domain. Then we have a group ID. What is the group? Like if I want to tie a related records, how to tie them? For that, we are going to use your EC group ID, a sponsor defined identifier, which is going to be, it's printed in your CRF as an identifier, or it is also defined in your sponsors operational database. Same thing. EC reference ID, the same reference ID, it can be your internal or external identifier. There won't be any difference there. Just a second. All right. Now I have this one, that is across the domains. If you have any related records linked to it, we can use the EC link ID. The same thing is going to be EC link. Up to this, it is going to be the same. No changes at all, because only few variables will change. Otherwise, the meaning, everything remains going to be the same. So if you understand your exposure domain, it is easy to understand exposure as collected and vice versa. So exposure as collected category, that is treatment category, it is going to be the same. Subcategory of the treatment is going to be the same. What is the dosage? What is going to be the dosage description? What is going to be a dosage units? And what is going to be the dosage from? There is dosage from tablets, lotions, or what? And finally, your dosage frequency. Because all these are together and talks about your dosage. So I just went all these together. Any questions? I know that I'm going a little faster because it is a repetitive session of your yesterday's one. So no changes at all, right? The same ones as it is will be repeated. No changes at all. That's the reason I'm not changing anything as it is. I'm writing from the SDS1. Again, exposure as selected, that is your intended dose regimen, right? When to take off, or how many days you need to take off, or what is going to be the washout period. So all these again going to be the same route, whether it is a oral one or intravenous, how exactly the drug has to take. Up to this, again the same. So you have the lot number. Group of medicines come as a lot. So what is going to be the lot number, or what is going to be a numerical value of that particular one? Still, you can use your lot there, right? Then I have EC location here. Whether I have the EC location here or not. Okay. From here, I need to write a few more. So after EC lot, we have something called EC location. What is that? Location of the dose administration. This is one additional stuff. I can call it as location of dose administration. Right? It simply specify the location. For an example, it can be of your the simple ones. You don't need to be really difficult on this particular one. Is it something you are giving to your arm, or it is lip, or some treatment that you want to give it, or some treatment you want to do it on your abdomen, stomach? How exactly it is? Where is the location? Right? The location details will be fall under your location of dose administration, which is nothing but ECNOC. Right? The laterality remains going to be the same. Is it left, right, bottom, top, or it is going to be the center, or it is going to be proximal? All these are going to be the same. So I can go with the laterality as well as your directionality going to be the same. The same terminology I can use here as well. Okay, done. One additional thing will come here, right, which is called a portion or totality, which is almost equivalent to the total amount of dosage that we have taken. But some, I can say that some implementation gets even the same version. Few of them have it, few of them doesn't have it. Anyways, it is going to be a permissible variable. So I'm not mentioning that here. There is a variable called ECPOR TOT, which stands for portion or totality. But I'm not talking about that one here. I'm just telling you explicitly. Then I have the fasting status, whether it is, what is the fasting status, yes or no. That also we are going to write it here, right? Then there are two new variables will come here. Those two new variables again I'll discuss because those are important. Those are nothing but your your exposure as collected. What is going to be your pharmaceutical strength of that particular one? That is PSTRT. It only talks about pharma what is going to be a pharmaceutical strength in your particular treatment or in your particular medicine. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by the strength of this particular one? I can simply talk about this as amount of active ingredient. So you have the ingredient list, right? There are a lot of ingredients in your medicine, right? There's a lot of composition. So what is the active ingredient and what is the composition of that one, right? So that we are going to give this particular one, give this information, but you need to give this information per dosage. First one is per dosage unit, per unit of volume, per unit of weight, right? Or whatever is mentioned as per your pharmaceutical drug. It can be one capsule, or it is going to be something like
you know, I have to take 5 ml of this particular one. Suppose if it is going to be an injection, you need to go with 2 ml on each of the dosage. So per unit weight or per unit volume or per dosage unit, we mention this. It is all about what is the active ingredient of your particular medicine amount. It only talks about your active ingredient details, right? So now, when I say it is a active ingredient unit, how you are measuring it? Is it mg per tablet, or it is mg per ml, or it is mg per kg? How you are mentioning it? There should be a unit for that, right? And that unit is nothing but your EC PSTRG U. U stands for unit. That is the total pharmaceutical strength unit. What is the units that we want to define? The examples are going to be, is it going to be something called your mg per ml, or is it mg per kg, or it is going to be mg per tablet, 500 mg tablet, or how we are going to mention this particular one? That information will go under your pharmaceutical strength unit in the domain. Clear? Now again, these variables will follow as it is. EC adjust. Why you are adjusting your drug? What is the reason? That reason you have to mention. Approach, same thing. Then I'm going to have EC here. The EC is going to be, that is EC SDTM. Start, date and time of your treatment in character format. End date and time of your treatment in the character format. Study day of start treatment. Study day of end treatment. Oh, here also the same. Sorry. All ECs are done. So again, I go to the ECs here. Now I'll go with ECENDY, study day of entry. Then you are going to get EC duration of your treatment. You generally don't derive it. It is going to capture as is from your which one? Your CRF. Correct? Then again, I'll start with your time point references. That is nothing but ECTPT, which is nothing but planned time point. Then you have ECTPT numeric, which is going to be the numeric version of your previous one, right? Then you are going to have ECTPT reference, which is nothing but time point reference from your previous dose. You don't get this particular one, elapsed time and all, you don't get it here. And finally, we are going to have ECRFDC, that is date and time reference of your time point. So what I'm trying to mention here, almost whatever you have in your EX domain as is falls under your EC domain with some additional details. Correct? So what are those additional details? Your EC occurrence is the one which will define whether the patient has taken the drug or not. It also talk about what is going to be the pharmaceutical strength of your particular dosage and respective units, right? These are the additional information that we are going to capture here. Otherwise, since you're going to derive your EX domain from the EC domain, so your EC domain has almost the same information, same variable data as your EX domain. Clear? Right? So one part is still pending from my end. I need to explain this with the examples. I want to take all the examples tomorrow, not today. Tomorrow I'll take all the examples. Maybe the first half an hour I'll go with the examples, and finally we go with our last domain in your interventions, which is nothing but the substance use. That I'll take tomorrow. Substance use is a simple one. It won't take time. So once we have it, so maybe you can have a break on Monday, sorry, Sunday and Saturday. Then again we can come back and we can discuss. By Monday we will go with the DM domain and the coding for the DM. Clear, guys? Is this understandable? Can I have a quick confirmation? So there is one more domain, you can call it as a procedures domain, but that I am not discussing here because it is a new one, and I can say that rarest.
So though even the procedures is part of the interventions, I'm not going with that. If anyone is very specific about it, only as part of my work, I have been facing this particular domain. Can you throw some light on this? In that particular case, yes, definitely we can discuss. Right? Procedures, it's all about what are the various procedures that I have taken place. Right. So substance usage is a simple domain. It also going to have almost same variables, same stuff as your CM, as your exposure, or as per your exposure as collected. Almost same, right? Only thing is what will flow there, we need to understand. Right? What will flow there, we need to understand. That's the only difference. Otherwise, everything is going to be the same. Right? So it is all about whether the patient is going with the cigarettes or patient is having is a teetotaler or not. These kind of details. Yeah. Someone want to ask some question? Please
Yeah,
ask.
Murli.
Yeah, Mahipal.
Yeah, Murli. Actually, I have some confusion. SC and SV domain for coding purpose.
Okay.
So,
What is the confusion?
which one? Which data set can I use for this domains? So I'm a little bit of confusion in that.
Which data sets in the sense? Are you talking
Yeah,
about the raw data set?
yes, exactly.
Okay. I haven't I provided or I haven't provided that?
Yeah, we received actually. So in
Uh-huh.
that only I'm checking.
Okay. Maybe just give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
This is the one I might have shared with you. Correct. So
Yes,
in the you have raw data. So
yes,
you
this one.
want to know what? Yeah, you want to know what you need to use it for SE and what you need to use for SV. Correct.
SV. Yes,
Subject
yes,
business and
yes.
subject business. I'll check that and I'll tell you. I just go through the panel because I want to see the specification Excel. Then only I can understand. Because multiple projects are here. So let me check and I can come back on that today. Okay. I think you dropped a message
Okay.
to me, correct?
Yes,
You dropped a
yes,
message.
Murli. Yeah.
Okay, I'll reply to that. I'll reply.
Okay, Murli. Thank you.
Any other questions from anyone? Okay, for DV also, which okay, I'll do one thing. I'll write one simple Excel. I'll give you what is the raw data for each of the domain. So that will give you a clarity and that will give you a guidance. Will that be okay? That is easy, right? All the domains, what is going to be a raw data set that you're supposed to use? I'll go with that.
Yeah, and Murli, class notes also we are not receiving actually from clinical event domain.
Just give me. The problem here is I changed my mobile. Hey, hi everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please? Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So where we are, if I'm not wrong, we are talking about the interventions, right? So under the interventions, we have begun our session with how to deal with non-study drug or non-study treatment. That is, any medicine or any treatment other than the study drug or study treatment, what is the impact, how the data will be stored. For that, we have a domain, we can call it as a concomitant medication. Correct? So concomitant medication, you are going to take this particular one because of the adverse event, or it can be because of the clinical event, or it can be because of the medical history. If you are targeting about a study treatment or a study drug, then you have two different domains for that. One is exposure, the other one is exposure as collected. Among these two, your exposure domain is primarily for your exposure domain, which is nothing but EX, is primarily for unblinded treatment. Anything unblinded, the data will go here. Here, it is purely based on what is defined in your protocol. As per the protocol definitions, we are going to load this particular data. When it comes to the exposure as collected, it is as per protocol specified medication administered as collected. That too per mode. What do you mean by per mode? Per mode is going to be having two different values. One is going to be scheduled, another one is going to be already what is that? Completed. You can also call it as a completed. Correct? Scheduled or already done. Right. So here we are going to have the details about, let's say, along with the specified dosage or along with the specified medication, whether the medication has taken or not. If anything, if the patient haven't taken the medication, in that particular case, you have something called MH occur. That MH occur is going to talk about on which day the patient has not taken the medication. So this one is your EX is a derived domain from the EC. If you unmask your EC, you are going to get your X. Correct? Simplest way of telling this is going to be your EC is going to be more general. That is that your EC treatment is more generic. I can simply say that the patient has to take either placebo or treatment. But only when it comes to your EXTRT, you clearly understand whether the patient has provided with a placebo or the patient has been provided with the original treatment. What exactly has been provided, that details will be only given under your EX treatment, but not under EC treatment. Suppose if I am going with a 200 mg of the tablet, the EC treatment simply going to take 200 mg. When it comes to the EX treatment, for placebo, it is going to be 0, whereas only for the group, that is interventions and control group, only for the interventions group where the treatment originally given, only for that particular group, your dosage, your units, your frequency, everything will be mentioned. So your EX treatment is the more precise one, whereas your EC treatment is the blinded one. Under the EC treatment, there is something called your EH occur. This is going to be defined whether the subject has taken that particular medicine or not. If it is yes, it's going all good. If it is N, the patient or the subject hasn't taken that particular medicine because of any reason. Correct? These are the various things that we have discussed under your intervention so far. Correct? So there is one more domain that we need to discuss here, and that domain is nothing but your substance usage. So that is the one that we are going to discuss today. So before I start with this, anyone have any questions? Kindly tell me so that I can answer them and then I can proceed with the today's domain. Anyone, any questions? All right. So I haven't get any response. So I'll be in assumption that all of you are comfortable with it. So with that assumption, I'm just proceeding with your today's class today, which is nothing but substance use. Okay, I can start writing the notes for it. So for this, what I can do is I can take our latest notes, which is on EC. I just modify this particular one. Okay. Because most of the variables again are going to be repeated here. That's the reason I'm doing this. So it's got this, it is going to be substance usage. Here it is going to be SU. Okay. So all these details are not required. So straight away we can go ahead with substance use, which is nothing but SU. So now what it will capture? So it is going to capture the details of subjects' habits. I can simply say that it is going to capture substance use information or subjects' habits. Simply I can say it is going to capture subject habits. Why we need this? Why you are going to use it? This way will be, maybe technically speaking, we can call this as a subject's substance usage, substance use information. The substance use information is nothing but the habits. Okay, that may be assess, maybe use it to assess safety and efficacy of of which one? Which one? Our study drug, our study treatment, or you can simply say that maybe use it to assess your study drug or treatment safety and efficacy. Simply, or in other words, if you want to talk normally, it captures subjects habits. Simple. It is going to do subject habits, as simple as that. Simply, it is going to talk about the habit. Okay, sorry, I think not double. Right. So if you even if you want to further go with what kind of habits, it is going to be like habits like smoking. It can be of taking consumption of alcohol. Am I correct or not? It can be anything. It can be of your alcohol usage, or it can be of your alcohol, or it can be even the habits related to coffee. All right, it can be anything, subjects habits it is going to capture, because it is going to have an impact on the medication that you are using. Yes, tobacco usage, you can also take the smoking will come under the tobacco usage, correct? That can be smoking, that can be alcohol, that can be coffee, or anything. Okay, so what is going to be the nature? One record per, after the second remove, one record per recorded substance, one record per substance type per reported occurrence. I can say that one record per substance type, because if it is a smoking, for smoking it is going to, there is going to be a type. If it is a alcohol consumption, there is going to be another type. Like this for each substance type per reported occurrence. What do you mean by per reported occurrence? Maybe I can explain this so that you can easily understand this. Per subject. Let's say the subject is having, he's a smoker. So smoking means it is going to be a tobacco usage, right? Directly. Okay. So your substance type is tobacco. But we also said that per reported occurrence. So the meaning of per reported occurrence here is going with the tobacco, that too, let's say the group is going to be, the category is going to be tobacco, the subcategory is going to be like cigars. Again, when it comes to the cigar, how many packets? One pack. The frequency is going to be per day. So how we are mentioning here, you can see he's taking cigars, one pack per day, right? So one pack here, and it is going to be every day. So we are going to have the details as QE. Is that making sense what I'm trying to say? So that's the reason we have to say that it is not just your reported, it's not just about your substance type, it is also about your reported occurrence. The occurrence also will be mentioned. Right, more details about this we are going to see. What is going to be the topic variable? By this time you all might know that the topic variable is going to be SUTRT. The SUTRT here is all about the reported name of the substance. It is not going to be considered as a treatment. It is going to be a reported name of the substance. We'll talk about this. So let's start with the identifier variables. Study ID, domain, unique subject ID, all these same. The sequence number will be there. You're going to have the group ID. You're going to have the, you don't have the reference IDs here. The reference ID will not be your identifier variable, so it will be eliminated. You're going to have your sponsor defined identifier, so it is going to be there. After that, there is no link IDs, there is no link groups.
So you are going to have only 6 identifier variables. 3 of them are well known to us: study ID, your domain, and your unique subject ID. One is the sequence number, which is going to be unique at the subject level. So group of related records, you are going to tie it with some group ID, that is nothing but your substance group ID. Any of your sponsor defined identifiers, which will be part of your sponsors database or which is part of your CRF, will be considered as your SP, that is sponsor defined identifier. So that is SUSPID. So these are the various identifier variables. So let's start with your variable identification, variable definitions and labels. The first one, study ID, study identifier, domain abbreviation, 2-character long domain abbreviation. In our case, it is going to be substance using SU. And again, there is no change in your unique subject ID. It is going to be a unique subject identifier, which is going to be a concatenation of 3 variables: study ID, site ID, and subject ID. Then when it comes to the SU sequence, it is going to be the sequence number, any numeric, but it should be unique at the subject level within the domain. So simply I can say that here I am going to write it as a SU sequence. How you are going to generate it? By using generally by using first start and last start. So group ID, related records, you are going to group together, and we call that as a group ID. And sponsor defined identifier, the same thing. It is going to be like here, either it is printed on your CRF or it will be part of your, it is part of your, what is that? What is that? Your sponsor defined database. Okay, here it is not a line number. Line numbers in the treatment pages. It is not about the treatment pages, right? Then what is going to be? It is, let's say that maybe the line numbers, whatever the line numbers that we are talking about, line number on tobacco and alcohol defined pages or alcohol use on CRF. So you're going to have in somewhere in your CRF, they will mention about what is the tobacco and alcohol usage of this particular subject or these details. These will be present in your case report form itself. So those details will be part of this one. Correct? So now it's the time we can go ahead with there is no reference ID here, there is no link ID here, there is no link group here. I can simply remove these 3. Now I can go with the treatment, that is SU treatment. It is not name of the treatment, it is instead of, it is name of the substance. What is the substance that the patient is using? Remember, when you talk about the name of the substance, it is simply the substance name. The examples are going to be, what are the examples? We have already given few. Maybe I can go with some good ones. Coffee, tea, then I can go with alcohol, not a good one, just I'm telling you now, from now onwards it is going to be like cigarettes. Correct? These are all the various ones that we are going to mention there. Correct? These are not the categories, these are direct substances. Correct? Having consumption of tea, alcohol, and coffee, smoking a cigarette, or having a beer, or it can be drinking wine. So the direct name I'm going to give it as a treatment. Correct? Then we are going to have, for the coding purpose, what we can do is we can slightly modify this particular one for coding purpose. Generally you are going to use AE modify, MH modify, and all, right? So similarly you are going to use here, which is nothing but SU modify. SU modify is not nothing but modified substance name. It is not all about modified substance name. So why do you do this particular one? Why do you do this particular one? Only for the coding purpose. Simply we are going to use it for the coding purpose. Correct? So there is going to be a similar term on this particular one, and that similar term is going to be SU decode. What do you mean by decode? A dictionary defined one. Correct? Or it is going to be a standard substance name.
So there are two things. One, it can be a dictionary defined, or it can be a standard substance name. I'll tell you why I'm writing both of them here. Dictionary defined substance name. Why two names are coming to the picture? The reason is going to be SUB code is nothing but this particular one. The dictionary here we are talking is WHO, World Health Organization. If anything is defined there, you can use that particular name. If it is not defined, the substance is not defined there, then you are going to use the standard substance name. Any one of it you can use it. That's the reason we have given both the, yeah. All right. So now we will go with your SU category. That is not a treatment category here. Instead, it is going to be a substance category. Okay, what do you mean by substance category? All the related records are going to mention here. Now we go on a high level. I can say that here the examples are going to be. Here it is not like cigarette. Instead of cigarette, you can go with tobacco, because your cigarettes or anything that is made of your tobacco will come here, right? Yes, Raja, you are right. Then instead of saying coffee or a mocha, or it is going to be latte, or it is going to be espresso, instead of telling all this, simply we are going to say it is going to be caffeine. That's CAFFEI, caffeine. Correct? So instead of telling beer, wine, all this kind of stuff, simply we can say alcohol. Yes, nicotine. Yes, we can also use that. Sure, we can also use that. Right? So these are going to be categories. Now the subcategory is going to be subcategory of the substance. So here I can say that I'll go with the previous examples now. So what are the examples I can touch this here? Under this particular one, I'll go with cigars. I'll go with cigarettes. Both of them are different, right? And then we can also use these two. When it comes to the alcohol, we use these two. Correct? And when it comes to coffee, we can go with latte, or we can go with mocha, or we can go with espresso, or we can go with frappuccino, right? All these can be used under the subcategories. Correct? So this is about your subcategory. What is the next thing? There is no dosage still there. Dosage still there. So I just go in a order. Maybe some pre-specified. Okay, no problem. I'll write it. So that next thing is going to be SUPREST, pre-specified. So who is going to specify this particular one? I can say that SU pre-specified, substance pre-specified. So where it will be pre-specified? So why do you need to record this particular one? What do you mean by pre-specified one? Right? So I can say that it can be indicate on your CRF, in CRF, right? A specific substance usage is allowed or permitted. Then we can have this particular, or I can say like this. Specific substance usage is allowed or permitted, then we can have these details in CRF. We can have these details in CRF. So we are going to use the controlled terminology here, whether it is pre-specified or not. So we'll say that simply terminologies, yes or no. So what do you mean by that? few things are allowed, right? Let's say a patient, he cannot be without having a coffee in a day. At least once in a day, the subject has to take the coffee. So it is pre-specified during this itself, that is during the screening itself, it is pre-specified. So sponsor also okay with that particular one because it is not affecting any of your, what is that? Can I say efficacy or safety of your study drug or study treatment? So even your who is that? Your sponsor also, or even the sponsor is okay with that particular one. So because of that particular reason, we can simply say that this is allowed, this is permitted. You understand, right, what I'm trying to say? If it is not having any effect or impact on your a direct study treatment or study drug, in that particular case, it will be pre-specified. So if it is pre-specified, then we can going to use yes. If it is not pre-specified, it is going to be sorry, it is going to be null. Only if it is pre-specified, it will be there. If it is not pre-specified, you don't find any value for that particular one. Make sense? Okay. Now the related value for this particular one is going to be, that is the related variable for this particular one is going to be SU occur. So what do you mean by SU occur? I can say that substance occurrence. So this will come to the picture only for the records where your SU pre-specified is mentioned, right? That is specific substance usage is allowed or permitted. That is indirectly if SUPRESP, if SUPRSP is there, then permitted, then SU occurrence used to indicate with yes or no. What do you mean by that? If that particular substance is allowed, then it is going to be Y as your pre-specified one. If it is Y, then I'm going to have yes, yeah. That is your SU occurrence is going to be yes. If it have value is null here, for the coding purpose, you require the control terminology, and the control terminology here is going to be yeah. Make sense? How we are defining this particular one? If it is direct, it is directly related to your SU occurrence. It is directly related to your SU occurrence. Is this clear, guys? This particular one, can I have a quick confirmation? Every one of you? Right? All right. Now, the next thing that I would like to talk here is going to be, I would like to go with SU stat. What do you mean by stat? Status. That is substance status or the completion status. So we are going to have a terminology for that. What is going to be the terminology? What do you mean by that? So again, this is also straight away related to your previous one. A specific substance usage is allotted or permitted if it happens, right? Right? Can someone tell me that when the usage of this particular one is allocated or when the usage of this a particular substance is allowed, right? Then what you are going to do? Then you are going to use this particular one. Then SU status used to indicate. Then SU substance is used to indicate whether there is a response to all the questions or not. Or then SU stat used to indicate whether all the questions related to this, all the questions related to this are answered or not. Correct or not? Everywhere the status we are going to use it for the same thing, right? What are going to be the control terminologies for this? Yes or no? Again, the same stuff come to the picture. Again, if it is no, if it is not completed, means all the questions are not answered, then what you're going to do? If the questions are not answered immediately, then you're going to use another variable, which is nothing but the reason for not done, SCREASND. That is, see that your substance usage, reason for not done. Reason, substance use, not collected. So we need to specify it, specifically need to give the reason for that particular one. Correct? So generally, what is going to be the reasons? What are going to be the reasons for that? Can I say that the examples are going to be, one is forgot to ask. The other one is subject left before CRF is completed. Am I correct? Both of them are possible, right? Subject left before CRF preparation is completed. Before that, the subject itself is left. Or subject left office before CRF. All these things you can see it in their examples. Correct? That is nothing but why that particular one is not done. Right? So again, the substances can be comes under different use classes. So those use classes and the use class codes can be defined by using substance use class. And for each use class, there is going to be a code. That code can be mentioned under substance use class code. These are going to be the standard ones. So under which use class the particular substance comes to the picture. If this is the use class, then what is going to be the respective code for that? Those information will be under your substance class and substance class code. Now, as usual, we'll go with the substance dosage, right? So this is nothing but what is nothing but your what is your substance use? It is not the administration. It is not dose per administration. Instead, how much the subject is consumed. Correct? So this is nothing but substance use consumption. How much is consumed? It is subject use consumption. All right. Or it is also can be mentioned as amount of SUTRT. What is your SUTRT? Reported name of your substance. How much amount the subject has taken this particular one. That information will be mentioned here. Then you are going to have this one, that is substance use consumption description. A detailed one. It is a detailed one. Then you are going to have SU dose, which is nothing but how much is going to be the consumption units. Not how much, what are the consumption units? Again, the consumption units, when it comes to the picture, what are the units that you are going to get it here? Milligrams for legal ones, you don't get it, correct? Only for the weed and all, you are going to get it. So what you're going to get it there? Ounces, correct? Maybe grams, packets, how many cigarette packets and all, right? Like this. Am I correct or not? It can be of your ounces, or it can be of the grams, or it can be of the packets. Quantity. In a while, we can say that it is going to be a quantity. Correct? Again, it is going to be SU, which is nothing but your treatment form or your dose form, whatever you can mention. Again, the examples are going to be the same. Either it can be a liquid, or it is going to be a powder format, or it can be of your maybe injectables. Correct? So though some of them are legal as well. So that's the reason I'm just writing this here. Correct? Injectables. So all this comes under your dosage form. Correct? Is the dosage frequency will come here? Will it come or not? Yes, it will come, right? Instead of dose frequency, you can call it as a use frequency per interval. Instead of dose frequency, we call it as a use frequency per interval. It will come here, correct? What is the next thing? Anyone? I'm just checking. Okay, how many of them will be used? Okay, so before we go with this one, in the concomitant medication and in the exposure, we have one more field which will be called it as DOS total, which is nothing but what is the total dosage. Am I correct? So that one will come here because what is going to be the total daily consumption. So for that particular one, we can go with SU DOS TOT, which is nothing but total daily consumption. How many cigarettes? Let's say 2 packs, right? Or it can be 3 packs. Or if you're talking them in terms of the units, 20 units a day, 10 units a day, right? So that will be comes under total daily consumption. It is a total daily consumption. What is that? Dosage regimen part, we don't get it here because there is no on and off, because it's not a treatment, or it is not either it is not a study treatment or non-study treatment. Only for the treatments you are going to have a washout period there. For here you don't get it. So here I'm going to have SU route. So the SU route is nothing but the same route of administration. It can be oral or it can be intravenous. The same thing will come to the picture. There is no lot because it is not coming in a lots and all, so you don't get the location of your dose administration. Laterality you don't define, directionality you don't define, fasting status will not be applicable here, the pharmaceutical strength will not be applicable here, pharmaceutical group units will not be applicable here. It is not something that we want to do. It's a food habit or the habit of the subject, so drug adjustment will not come to the picture. Approach, because we are not giving it, correct? Anything which you are specifying in your protocol, then approach comes to the picture, so even approach will not come. So guys, you understand what I'm trying to say? What and all will be relevant, I'm just keeping here. Which is not relevant straight away, I'm deleting them, right? So now we can start with start, that is start date and time of substance use. All right, the same thing I can go ahead with end date and time of substance use. Then we can calculate study day of start of substance use. Then study day of end of substance use. Correct? So these we can keep it here, right? All these not going to change. As usual, we are going to use them. Done. Up to this, all of you are clear? 4 dates, because these are common in every domain, so we can use them as these. So the next thing is going to be SU duration. So what do you mean by that? Duration of substance use, right? It is not a derived one. You're going to capture it from your CRF. Just give me a second. All right. So then, just give me a second. Which one? Up to this, I'll use it. Let me open exposure domain, because some of the variables I can copy from here. That's the reason I'm taking this. So here you can see something called your STRF. Just a second. Okay, because these are important and we should define them. Just trying to figure out. This one I can use. So can you see that here I have start relative to the reference point, right? Whether it is going to be a prior one, that is prior to the treatment it is started, or it is an ongoing one, or it is a continuing one. So we have these details, right? So that is nothing but your start related to the reference time period. That one I can take it and I can use it here as SU. The same, the meaning is going to be the same. Start relative to the reference point, that is substance use, that is it is going to describe the start of the substance use relative to the sponsor defined reference period, right? It can be of your prior to the defined period or it is going to be ongoing, right? So in the examples you can see that when you are doing the project you can understand this particular. That is, let's say smoking. The patient have this particular smoking habit before he come to the treatment itself. So that is before he come to your collection itself or before he come to the clinical trials itself. And during the clinical trials also it is continuing, that he haven't stopped it. He haven't stopped it. So what is going to happen? That is, there is no end date. This one, there is no SUENDTC. The substance usage end date is not there. So when it is started, before, prior to the treatment itself, it is started and there is no end. So in this case, can I say that it is going to be prior? Am I correct or not? Correct. Prior to the substance usage itself, the subject is having this particular habit. So this reference time, the reference point is going to give you the information about from when the substance usage is started, or from when the substance usage is already completed. Let's say the subject had the smoking habit, but before he come to the clinical trials, he stopped smoking. So we have SUENDTC. In that particular case, it is already completed. So that information you are going to have it here. So similar to this particular one, I also have end relative to the reference point. Right? So this is going to be end relative. Again, this is going to be the one. These two are the regular ones. If I go with the time references for that, that is start relative to the reference time point, end relative to the reference time point, then I'm going to have SUSTR TPT, S2ENR TPT. Those two are also here. Six. Take it as is. So what is this? The SU is nothing but end. Oh, this is start. Start relative to the reference time point, end relative to the reference time. Correct? So these two will be depends on two more things, which is nothing but what are those time points are. Correct? Those time points we are going to take now. SUSTPT, which is nothing but start reference time point. Then I have ENTPT. This is nothing but end reference time point. Is it understandable, guys? So we just simply copy this particular one from your concomitant medication because we have already discussed that here. There won't be any changes. So I'm straight away using this. Questions? Easy? Any questions here? Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this? All right. So one thing I want to tell you guys, I mess up with your project because the one that I have shared you, that's a different control terminology, or that is going to be a different specification Excel that I have shared in this particular project.
So I'll rework on this and I'll share the details for you. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll share. So I may work on this by tomorrow 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock in the morning. I'll share it across with you. If you don't get it, let me know. Okay, if you don't get it, let me know. Just ping me once so that I can answer that. Right? I need to reshare all your data. That's what I'm. Okay. There is no difference between ongoing and continuing. It must be ongoing or continuing. Where it is? Substance usage. I must put R. Even in your, even if you go to your what is this implementation guide, you can also see the same. It can be ongoing or it can be continuing. It is R. Okay. All right. So let me rework on this and I can share it with you by tomorrow. So what we can do is the next class is on Monday. Monday class is on demographics end-to-end. Okay. Then I'm going to share you the right details with you so that you can work on whatever the related domains are part of your project. You can work on it. I can also give you the mapping, which domain, what is going to be the task. That also I will provide you by tomorrow. So please remind me once by tomorrow so that I can share it. 90% I can share it before 12 o'clock in the morning. If not, remind me. Okay. In another 1.5 weeks, we can complete your SDTM. 1.5 weeks to 2 weeks. Then we can go with ADaM and TLS. TLS is very fast. Whoever is good with proc report, it will be easy. It is mostly reporting because it's all about tables, listings, figures. You don't find much difficulty there. So only difficulty part after this is going to be ADaM. So ADaM, if you have a proper base for your SDTM, then we can easily understand ADaM as well. Not a big deal. Okay. Questions, ask me. If not, we can wind up the sessions. You said you will share and discuss the examples or EX versus CC. I forgot that. So we will discuss it on Monday. So first I'll go with the demographics coding. Once I complete it, I'll explain. Don't worry. Priyanka, remind me and once I complete the DM coding. Please remind me. Hey, hi everyone. Hope all of you are able to hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I have a quick confirmation? Is all available now? Yeah. Wonderful. Cool. So perfect, guys. Guys, I started using this Zoom from today onwards. I think we can all take the advantage of a better one. I think we can use this pretty much throughout our sessions. All the sessions we are going to use the same, right? There are a couple of reasons for that. Maybe I can discuss those reasons once we are, proceed with the regular classes. Okay. All right. So where we are. If I'm not wrong, we have completed special purpose domains, all the 4 events. We have completed all the 5 domains. Interventions, we have completed the 4, right? So we're supposed to start with the findings, but before we go with that, we decided to complete the coding part. So we have already done for the AE, that is adverse events, and today we are going to start with the demographics. Okay. So let's continue with the demographics domain, and from here onwards, we will complete demographics. I'm going to give you the mapping, and also ideally, we don't even need the mapping. Your control specification itself is going to guide you what is supposed to be your input data set and what are the variables are there, what are going to be your input variables and what's supposed to be the output variables, how to proceed. All these things we can actually do by looking at the specification section itself. All right. So
let me help you with this particular one. So I think we all can code after this particular one. Okay, right. So before I start with this, anyone have any questions? Anyone would like to speak, or anyone would like to discuss anything? Kindly let me know. Anyone? Perfect. All right, so let me start. So what I'll do is today, guys, I'll take whatever the first adverse events code is there. I'll consider that code as a reference. On the same lines, we are going to implement demographics. The reason for that is we can maintain the same tempo. We can maintain the same template. We can also maintain the same coding practice, right? So by considering that in mind, I prefer to go ahead with a clear and easy template. So let me show you what is the template that we have used before and what I'm going to do it today. All right. For that, I'm going to start with my SAS. I'm going to launch the SAS first, then we can proceed from there. Okay. So just allow me a moment and let me launch SAS. Just a second. I'm just going to launch this. Just give me a moment. There it is. Yeah. I think few of the people approached me some time back and you guys want to continue with your coding. So have any of you completed any of the interventions module or any of the events module other than your adverse events? Or any one of you at least try to mimic your adverse events? Can I have a confirmation? Mean to say that, have you practiced your adverse events domain as is at least? Can someone please confirm on that?
Yes, Murli.
Okay. So how did you find it?
Yeah. But I didn't receive SDTM dataset, SDTM base for the calculation of DM.
Sorry. Just give me a second. No. All I'm saying is, who is this? Who is talking actually?
Yeah, Vani.
Okay. So what do you have? Yeah. Okay, Vani. What do you have tried for this? Like, what is the way you have tried for DM domain? So have you practiced the DM, or you have completed the coding itself for the DM?
Okay, I completed the DM coding.
For the dataset that I have provided, for the project that I have provided?
The first you told the DM, that one I did.
Okay.
AE also I tried for that.
Okay. That
in
one.
AE, SDTM based datasets are there for the project one. I didn't receive that one.
No problem, Vani. I'll share it with you. Yes. Ankita, as you mentioned, yes. For the DM domain, I think there is a little confusion about the data sets, but let me give a clarification to all of you. See, if I'm not wrong, this is the data set that I have provided with you. Just say Clinical SAS, within that CDISC projects, project 1. So all of you, please confirm me, is this the one that I have shared with all of you? Project 1 only, right? Yes or no?
Yes, Murli.
Perfect. So this is the still right one. We can go ahead with this. I'll guide you how to proceed with this. So just all of you make sure that you can take this SDTM reference, that is specification Excel, whatever is there. This you can consider as your reference. This is going to be a primary thing. Okay, the SDTM reference is there, right? You can see SDTM specs updated. Keep this open. This is going to be a domain guidance, variable guidance, everything. You can see that here, whatever is AE, the same one as is we have implemented in our previous class. That is, when the last time we have done AE coding, we use the specification Excel as is. Okay, now we want to do DM. So the DM dataset that we have done before was a small dataset, which was having only around 110 or 120 observations, and most of them are basic variables. And I mean to say that almost that was the processed data. In a simple terms, if I want to say, that was a processed data. So this data set, this entire domain I have already shared with you. The project one is the one that I have already shared with you. Who and all not received, just drop me a message in the WhatsApp, so in our group, so that I can reshare it with everyone if you want also. Okay, first thing. Second, I remember the data set that you're talking about is maybe Vani and all. I think there was a very simple one DM I explained long back. So that might be the one that you're talking about. So kindly consider that particular one as your starting reference. Maybe when you want to kickstart with your coding, that was the simplest way to kickstart. So consider that. But regular coding one, the one that we are started now, the regular coding one. So like how we have done AE, this is the AE SAS dataset that we have done some time back, around 10 days back. Similarly, we are going to do it. That is, we are going to write our complete code, or we are going to do our complete coding here for these data sets only. Your input data sets remains going to be the same. These are the input data sets. The project one is the right thing. Okay. So now let me start with what we have done for AE. If I'm not wrong, this is the AE code, right? You remember just doing project one raw data is the input data. This is the project one, CDISC project one. In this, we have something called your raw data. This is the raw data that we have used. You remember AE1 was the data set that we have used for the adverse events. Similarly, how do you find out that was your input data set? If you go to your AE domain here, you can clearly see what are going to be your data sets. If you scroll right hand side, while doing the calculations or while going ahead with us, we can see what are going to be our input data sets. Okay, for this I clearly mentioned to you your input data set is going to be AE1. Now I want to go with DM today. This is what my DM domain is, right? Here, if you, maybe I can maximize a little. Now you can see for each variable how the calculation is going to be. Suppose if the data is coming from the different data sets, you can also see those library references here. Can you see this? dsrand.dsib.datc. Here you can see, if I want to calculate my RFX SDDTC, I need to depend on DA1 dataset as well as the DA3 dataset. Like this, you can see your references here clearly. Suppose if I want the informed consent date, I need to go with a dataset called DSINF2, where we can find in AE domain. Okay, Ankita, I told to you while discussing in the class itself, always your RF, that is treatment start date, you can find only from your base dataset. That base dataset is coming from the demographics. Since we started our coding with the AE first instead of DM, correct? So I also provided you the library details there. Under the notes and considerations, can you see this one? SDTM base I mentioned. This is the data set, right? This is the library. From this library, we have fetched your RFSDTC, that is your reference start date and time. This we also discussed in the class. You can also see this one. Can you see this? From the SDTM base, we fetch the DM data set. If I haven't shared this particular one with you, let me know, I can share. Okay?
Yes, the DM base we didn't receive.
No problem.
Data set.
No problem. I'll share it today. Actually, this is the one that we are going to create today anyways. Indirectly speaking, this is the one that we are going to create today, correct? The SDTM base is nothing but the data set that we have converted as per the SDTM implementation guide. So today what we are going to do is, indirectly, we are going to create the DM data set. Is that okay? Still, do you have any questions in AE? I think in the adverse event, the only data set that I haven't shared with you is this DM data set, the DM data set. But while discussing, if you go to the recording also, you can find that. Someone asked me, where did I find it, Murli? I told you that, let's say we are 5 programmers, right? Our team lead has shared 2 domains to each of us, right? So for me, let's say AE and MH. Let's say for Ankita, it is going to be DM. So Ankita purely working only on the DM data set. For her, what and all the domain data required, she will provide it with the data. Let's say for me, AE domain. In the AE domain, what and all is required, I have been provided with. So one of the input data set is going to be DM. So what I'll do is, I'll keep this alone separate. I'll just wait for this particular code. So who's supposed to provide this to me? I'll ask Ankita. Ankita, once you complete your DM domain, let me know, because I need the reference data. Once Ankita completed it, this SDTM_BS is going to be the common library for our entire team. So being a team member, I'm going to pick this particular one from the respective library. I think this all discussion I have made during the class, correct? You remember this? Someone asked also by the time, where did I get these details? All right, because most of the times the domains will be split across the people. Not a single person is going to complete all the domains. In terms of time, in terms of other things, it is not feasible. So it is always going to be multiple people working on the multiple domains. Okay. So still, if you have any questions in the AE domain, we can discuss on that later, right? Or after the class also, you can ask me, I can explain that to you. Okay. So please go through that recording. You can clearly understand that. So today, what we are going to do is, we are going to create the next database, the next code, which is nothing but the DM coding. That is demographics coding. Ideally speaking, this is going to be the first data set that we are going to create, because this domain is going to be the key domain, because this domain is going to have a lot of details which will be used in the other domains as well. Okay, so let's write the details. This is going to be DM code, demographics SDTM code. The objective is to read raw demographic data set and create a data set, create an output data set as per the SDTM guidelines. Okay, created by the developer name. Who is going to be the programmer? Myself. It is going to be 8th June 2022. Any modification history, whoever do it, we are going to get those details. For now, my input data set is going to be DM1 data set. It is part of this particular library. What is going to be the output data set? My final output data set, I'm going to keep it in the SDTM location. So any modifications or anything that I want to do, I'm going to keep all the details here. So for now, I'm also going to enter the details about where I want to keep this information. So let's say I want to keep this information in my, just give me a second. I'm going to choose SAS. Within the SAS, I'll go with the Clinical SAS, CDISC projects. Project 1 is the one. So here is what I'm going to write it for now, or I can just keep it outside. Later I can change it. It is going to be DM followed by SDTM followed by code. DM SDTM code. Okay. So for now, I just created only one global option. That global option is here. Right. So first thing first, we need to create the libraries. We all know the libraries already. The library definitions are going to be, what is going to be my raw data sets location, what is going to be my output location. SDTM is going to be the output location, because I mentioned the same here, right? So the DM dataset, my output file, I want to keep it in this location, which is SDTM. I want to read all the data from the raw datasets location, that is the other one. So let's run these two. Done. So I'm just going to the libraries. I have the raw data set here. In this, I can see that AE1 is the input data set that I would like to use. So I have the input data set. Okay. What is the drill here, guys? You all know what needs to be done. What is that? First of all, I want to see if there are any input variables. So my initial code is going to be like this. Let's say build DM base dataset. Base dataset I'm going to create first. Later, I'm going to do all the modifications, and finally, I throw that into my output location. For now, I'm going to create one temp library only, a temp dataset only. So what is the temp dataset? I can call it as DM underscore base. I can call it with any name. So I just try to give as much meaningful names as possible. Even if you go to our SDTM code, you can see that I have given the dataset name here. You can see build base AE dataset. I call it as a AE underscore base. Here I'm just calling it as a DM underscore base. Okay, from where I should read it? My input dataset is going to be from the raw library. From this raw library, DM1 is going to be my input dataset. But I don't want to build the dataset as is, right? Correct? I want to create this particular dataset as per the SDTM implementation. So before that, I want to know what are my input variables. So input variables from raw dataset, because sometimes the same variables will be present. So I want to know the input variables details. So I'll go with proc contains data is equal to raw data raw under dot DM1 out, because I want to store this in somewhere. Let's say DS underscore raw underscore variables. Why do I need to do this? I want to have a complete list of variables from my input data set. So it is easy to proceed with them. Right. I just keep them in a output data set, one of the output data set. Here is what? Work library, raw variables. But again, I don't want all the variables here. This variable name is the one where I have the variable name, correct? Variable type will say whether it is a character variable or it is going to be the numeric variable. It will be called it as a type. And I have a label. The label is the one which is going to tell me what is the name, right? So I just need these three variables to understand my variable list. So what I will do is I don't want all the variables. I want keep is equal to name, type, and label. These three are more than sufficient for me to understand my data. Done. So why I need this? What is this is age. So coding hierarchy, data page ID, ethnic, and you can see race. All the details are here. Correct. So the labels are here. Whether it is a character or numeric will be represented by your variable type. So now for my ease of understanding, I want to explore this particular one to one Excel sheet so that I can refer it anytime I want. So I'm writing one simple proc export code. If any of you are not able to follow, please tell. Okay, I'm going to keep them here itself. Let's say within the project one itself, I want to keep them. So here, I'll say that data DS domain raw variables.csv, or I can go with XLSX dbms is equal to XLSX replace and run. So why I'm doing it? I just want to have the reference of my input variables. So go to your log, it is successfully exported. Go here, I can see DM variables list. So I have the list now. So at any point of time, if I want to refer anything, I can refer it. So for ease of my convenience, I'm just going to sort them and keep it at one place. Done. My input variable list is with me. What is the next thing that I'm going to do? I have my input variables. I have my specification Excel with me. When I have these two, the third thing I want is I want to know what are going to be my required variables, what are going to be the permissible variables, what are the expected variables. So that really is going to be, we are going to start with our, initially we will start with our required core variables. The core is required. Then we will go with the expected variables. Finally, we go with the permissible variables. This is the drill that we have been following, correct? So the same thing we are going to do now as well. So first I need the list of them. So from where I can get the list? I can get that particular list from my SDTM implementation guide. So I'll simply open this SDTM implementation guide now. Here is what my SDTM implementation guide is. I'll go here and I'll search for DM. So this is what my demographics is. So here is what I have, the list of which are going to be the required variables, which are going to be the expected variables and permissible variables. Correct? Some developers have them in the, in their fingertips. In that particular case, you can directly go through that, but still it is always good to open your demographics. It is always good to go open your data, that is your implementation guide, and based on this you can proceed. It is always good. Okay, so for our reference, what I have done here is DM raw variables. Just give me a second. Somewhere I kept this particular list. I'm trying to open this. This list has details about all our project one. It is not here. The downloads may be here. Just give me a second. Let me open this. Oh, it's not there. That is fine. We can go ahead and we can do now itself. Maybe I can just keep this open. So I have DM variables. These are my DM DS raw variables list. So now I want to know what is required and I want to know what is going to be my permissible variables. So for now, try to go with all the required variables first. You can see the first required variable is study ID. So I'll go to my, maybe I can write it here, study ID. Then I have domain. Then I have unique subject ID, that is unique subject identifier. Then I have SUBJ ID, subject identifier, site ID, then ARM code. ARM is there, actual ARM is there, ARM code, actual ARM code. What else? So you can see study ID, domain, then unique subject ID, subject ID. These four are required. And I'm scrolling down. When I scroll down again, the required variable is site ID. I have already entered that. Then I have sex is the another variable. What else? Then last two, ARM code and ARM. I have already entered it. Actual ARM code and actual ARM already entered it. Country. Can I say that these are the total variables which are comes under the required variables? So these are the variables to which I have to give the highest preference, because these variables must be part of your domain and these variables should not have any of your null values or missing values. Correct? So can we start with this? Right. So the first one is study identifier. Go to your Excel. So it is saying that study identifier is nothing but study ID is nothing but the study identifier. Even your input data set is also having the same name, it is telling. Correct? These two are my input labels. These two are my output name and output labels. They are saying that it is going to have the same name. Right? So, but here you can see that it is going to be a required variable. It is part of this CRF. Right? So now if I look into my input data set for a second, if I go to my input data set under the raw, if I go to DM1, this is my input data set. For a second, if I open it, whatever is going to be a project Can I say this project is nothing but your study identifier? Correct? Murli, how do you say that? There might be a question, right? How do you say that? So for that, we can also do in another way. While explaining the AE, I have explained that, but still I'll go one more time. Suppose if I go to the documents, if I go to my ACRF, this is my annotated CRF, correct? And if I scroll down a little, all right, can you see the study identifier? Can you see this study identifier, STUDIDYID? It is NAABC 37813102. So where did you find it? This is the one, right? 3101 or 3102. This is the one, right? Can I say that this is the one that we are looking as my identifier, study identifier? You can see that the pretty much same we have also followed in your AE code also. Can you see this? Study ID is nothing but the project, correct? But already my dataset has study ID, right? So what we can do now in this particular case, I'll say that let's rename. So how do I rename it? My study ID, if the variable name already exists, we always gonna rename them, correct? So study ID 1. Right. In my output, I'm going to list up the variables, what variables I want to keep it. I want to keep study ID for now. So study ID. So what it is going to be? I'm going to keep study ID in the output dataset for now. From my inputs dataset, while reading itself, I'm going to rename my study ID. So here I'll say that my study ID is equal to, what is that? The name here in this one is nothing but the project. So I can simply say that it is equal to project. So my first variable is ready, right? So what is the next variable, next required variable? Domain. We always know domain here is going to be a 2 characters long abbreviation, which is nothing but DM. If you want, you can also see that in your specification Excel. You can see set to DM. Can you see that on the top? Set to DM. All right. Then unique subject identifier. Unique subject identifier can be calculated based on 3 things. One is study ID. Here it is. They are clearly saying that I want to calculate the unique subject ID. Concatenate study ID. We have already have that. Hyphen. Take first 4 digits from the subject. Then hyphen last 3 digits from the subject. Correct? Right. So can I say that we have subject ID after that? The subject ID definition is like this. Take first 4 digits from subject, hyphen, last 3 digits from the subject. Can I say, if I calculate subject ID and then if I concatenate study ID and subject ID, that is going to be my unique subject identifier. Am I correct? Yes or no? So anyways, my subject ID is also going to be my required variable. So I'll first start with subject ID. So how to calculate subject ID? The subject ID calculation is subject ID is equal to 4 digits from the subject. There is a variable called subject. Just check whether it is there or not. So that's the reason we have taken this. So we can see that there is a variable called subject. The label is going to be subject name or identifier. Go to raw data set. Search for subject name or identifier. This is the one. Correct? So from this, we have to take the first 4 digits hyphen last 3 digits. Correct? That is what the requirement is. How to take the first 4 digits? When I say substring of subject, comma 1, comma 4. First 4 digits are done. Right. How to take the last 3 digits? SUBSTR from the subject. I want to know the last 3 digits. So I'm going to calculate the total length. Total length of subject. Right. From there, let's say the total length is 7. I want to extract 5, 6, and 7. Correct? That is nothing but -2, right? So the total length -2, comma. From there, I need to get 3 characters. Done? Right. My subject may have some of the leading or trailing spaces. Can I use strip of that? Wherever subject is there, can I replace that particular subject with strip of subject? Like this. So that any leading or trailing spaces will be there. That will be taken care. Correct? Now, this is what my first 4 characters. This is what my last 3 characters. Between that, I need to have the hyphen. So can I use cat x? Cat x of the first 4 characters, comma, last 3 characters. But I need to give what is going to be the separator, the delimiter. The delimiter is going to be hyphen. Done? Can I take this whole thing and can I call that particular one as a subject? And I can use this subject ID and domain in my keep list. Can I run this now just for my reference? Let's see if there are any errors. No errors. Go to your work location, see your DM base. This is what you are expecting. I can see there is a study ID. I can see the domain. First 4 characters hyphen, last 3 characters. Done? Right? So what's the next thing that I want to do? Once I have this particular one, I would like to go with the unique subject ID. My unique subject ID is nothing but, right? Can I say the concatenation of, because this whole thing is nothing but subject ID. Can I say this whole thing is subject ID now? Can I concatenate subject ID hyphen study ID hyphen subject ID? That is going to give me my unique subject identifier. So my unique subject identifier is nothing but cat x of, right, my study identifier, that is hyphen my study identifier, comma, subject identifier. Done? Now let's look at this particular one. Simple. So 4 variables are done. Any questions so far? Anyone not able to follow, please ask me. Any questions from anyone? All of you are able to follow this? All right, I'm going with the next one. So we have done with unique subject identifier. We have also done with the subject identifier. So the next one is going to be site ID. If I go to my specification Excel and look for where the site ID is. So here is what site ID is. It is saying that site ID is nothing but, here you have site ID, which is nothing but study site identifier. Go here. Look for study site identifier. Oh, here I can see site number. The site number is nothing but your site ID. From where I can get it? This also you can get it from here. You can see the site ID. Site ID is there, correct? My site ID here. So site ID is nothing but, if I want to look at the site ID, it is going to have the details about, it's a site number. Okay, let's have a look how to get to this particular conclusion. So one is, you can see this is internal ID for the site. This is one. This is site name. If you look into this, whatever your site name is, the site name starting 4 digits is nothing but your site number. That is nothing but your site ID. Can you see that? 4402, 4403, 1001. The same thing is represented here as a site number. So we can come to a conclusion that my site number is nothing but my site ID. Correct? But the site, if you look into this particular name, the name is site number, right? The site number, I want to use it as a site ID. But in my input Excel, my input variables, there is already a site ID. So what should we do now? We need to rename it. So first, rename it. Site ID is equal to site ID 1. Then we are going to create a new site ID. That new site ID calculation is based on site number. We have a variable called site number. This is the variable that I would like to use it for calculation. I can directly use this, but the problem here is going to be site number is a number, numeric variable, but your specification Excel saying that it's supposed to be a character variable with the length of 8. Even for the remaining variables, we need to change the length, that we can do later, right? But anyways, here we are calculating, right? At the time of calculation itself, we will do this. That is, we will say that I want to convert this into a character format. Done? Because it's a character variable, I want to create it as a character. So now you can see site ID is also ready. Any questions on this? Why I have converted as a character? Why I have taken the length of 8? Anyone have any questions on this? All right. So then we have something called ARM. ARM code, actual ARM and actual ARM code. Yeah, these two together and these two together. Let's go with ARM first. If you look into the ARM calculation, here it is, go there. You can see the ARM code will be calculated first. The calculation for the ARM code is like this. Copy this and read it. It's clearly saying that if your number, modulus of your number is equal to 1, then ARM code should be LEF. If it is equal to 2, ARM code again LEF. If it is going to be 3 other than these two, 3 means other than these two, any number other than these two, which is equal to MOX. Correct? This is what the calculation is. Can we write the code now? The code is going to be if modulus of underscore n underscore comma 3 in, because anyways two conditions are going to be same, 1 or 2, equal to 1 or it is equal to 2. In both the cases, then your ARM code, this is going to be ARM CD, correct? Your ARM code value is equal to, what is the value? LEF. Am I correct? Else, in all other conditions, my ARM code value is equal to MOX. Can I say this is going to be the calculation for it? Right? That is what given in the control Excel, your control specification Excel. The same thing I'm going to use it here and I'm going to write it now. I'll say that if modulus of value is this, LEF, else it is going to be this. I'm going to check whether it is already present in this or not. I'm going at the top. I don't see under the A only 1 is there. ARM code is not there in my input variable. I'm safe enough to run this particular code. Any questions on this? Why I'm calculating like this? Because it's clearly mentioned in my specification Excel. Can you see that it is populated now? Done? Right. So how to calculate ARM code then? Sorry, how to calculate ARM then? ARM value is like this. If it is LEF, this is the value. Else, this is going to be the other one. So calculate the same. If ARM is equal to, because I need to calculate this. So if ARM is equal to LEF, correct? Then ARM is equal to this, right? Okay. Else if your ARM code is equal to this, then again your ARM is equal to this one, right? Done. So I'm also done with my ARM code as well as the what is the value of the ARM, right? Include this here. Now run your code and check your data. Done. Your ARM code is based on your line number. Your ARM value is based on the ARM code. Both of them we have completed. All right. Now, what are the next variables? My next variables are going to be, that is study ID, domain, unique subject identifier, site ID are done. ARM is done. And also this is done. So we still have 4 more required variables. So while calculating these 4 variables, if you go to actual ARM, this is what your actual ARM. But if you look at the actual ARM code, your actual ARM code definition is like this. It is saying that one is it is depends on ARM. We are fine with that because ARM is part of our data set. Correct? If ARM is equal to LEF, there are specific set of conditions. If ARM is equal to MOX, there are specific set of conditions. Again, if you look into it, it is depend on 2 more variables. One is EX start date, DAPD, ATC. These 2 are the 2 different variables which are coming from DA1 and DA3 datasets respectively. Correct? So what are my datasets now? I need to calculate them, means I need DA1 and I also need DA3. So from the raw dataset only, right? Right? Go to your raw, check your DA1. This is my DA1 data. This is my DA3 data. Again in these two, on what basis I need to calculate this? My calculation is supposed to be done based on the variables EX SDTAT, EX SDDAT. Correct? Go here, go to your DA1, check your variable names. It's time consuming. Yeah. Can you see this? This is what EXSDTAT, correct? So there are totally 5 variables which are representing this. What are them? Your EX start date in character, start date year, start date month, start date time. See, from here to here, these 5 variables. To check this particular one, which is nothing but your start date, right? Everything is dependent on the start date. Okay, so go to your start date. I'll tell you why. Here is what your start date. This is what your start date in character. If you look into these two are wrong only. Why these 2 are wrong? If you go look into the start date, my date format is correct. My date part is correct. Can you look at the time part? Time part are all zeros. Time part are all zeros. Correct? Again, if I go to the start date in character, I don't have time part. Time part is missing. Time part is missing. So what should I do now? Can I say, I have my date here. The year is there, month is there, day is there, time is there. Can we concatenate these 4? So that I'm going to get my start date. And you can also see the end date here. The same calculation is going to be worked on end date as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, because I required my end date here. Only start date. I don't need end date, only the start date. So now I go with the DA3. If you go to the DA3, this is what my DA3 is. In my DA3, if I go to the columns again, I just want to read the list of columns. I need to depend on DA, DP, DATC. Can you see here it is? DP, okay. DA, DP, DATC. This is what? Which is nothing but first oral dose. Look at the first oral dose values here again. You're going to have the pretty much same details. See, only the date part is correct. The time part again having zeros here. So here also, can I follow the same method? Right? I need to take the day, year, month followed by the time. And you know that the similar calculation we have already done in the AE. Can I use that? Somewhere I used it. Let me check. Have we used it or not, guys? Ah, we used it. We used it. We can use this. Okay, I'll tell you what is the logic, because the logic is already there. Let's use this. All right. So the logic is going to be my DA1. It is not required that all the variables will have the time. This time might be missing for the few. Correct? If the time is missing, what to do? If the time is not missing, what to do? So if the time is not missing, right? And for few variables, this time part is there, right? Here it is 0855. It may be 855. It may be 855 as well. If it is only 855, what we need to do? We need to concatenate 0 to that. Correct? That is the calculation we are doing here. The same thing we are going to do here as well. Let me show you how it is going to be. So first I need the list of variables for DA1. Guys, you understand what I'm trying to say here? Can I have a quick confirmation? I need the start date. You can see start date year, start date month, start date, date and day. And here it is what the time is. Copy. This is what my variable is. Time variable. Oops. What is the name of that? EXST. EX. All I need to do is replace AE with EX. Done. Then I have SDDTC. That SDDTC is nothing but my date variables. So here, wherever I have AE, I can simply replace that particular one with EX. 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 EH. Okay. So all we are doing is, if time part is there, again we are checking if I have column, again in the front of the column, if I have only one character, I'm concatenating with 0. If not, I have date and time in the character format. I'm simply going to compress that particular one, that is this value. I remove the spaces so that the concatenation will be available already, and I'm going to use it. So now take this whole stuff, come back to this. In the DM, it is not actually from the DM database. It is actually coming from the DA1 database, correct? DA1 domain. So now, from the DA1 domain, I want to calculate this. So here, data, this is DA1. DA1, I'm calculating this for EX SDTAT. Okay, or I can call it as a 1. Set raw dot DA1, and I'm going to calculate this. All right, and I don't want all the variables. I need only 2 variables here, because the base data set here is going to be each subject level. I'm going to look at this. So what I'm going to calculate, followed by, can you see there is a subject? Correct? Can I apply the same logic that I have applied here for the subject? Can I call it as a subject ID? I'm going to calculate the subject ID, and I'm also calculating the start date and time. Only these 2 variables I'm going to keep it in the output. So keep is equal to subject ID, that is the one variable, comma, EX SDTC. This is the new variable that I would like to calculate. See this? If I run now, see, are there any errors? There is an error. Let's see what is that. Oh, I used the comma there. Let's run again. Check the log. No errors. Now go to the address DA1_1. Is this what you are looking at? Am I correct? Is this what you are looking at? Right? Again, in this particular one, again, I have to do one more thing. That other work that I would like to do here is, I need to make sure there should not be any variable that is missing. Correct? Because it is clearly saying that if not missing of these values, right? Some of the variables which are missing, right? Some of the time values that are missing, right? So I'll say that whatever the final variable that I'm calculating here, that should not be missing. If this value is equal to missing, right? Or if not missing of this, will it work? Oh, this is, let's see what is the value of it, because it is not directly calculating it. So let's do this particular one, and I'll say that if we also need to see what is the value of it. This is character, because it's date and time, right? It's a character, correct? So we will simply say if compress of strip of XCDTC, while doing the strip, we want to remove dot, is equal to this, then delete. Delete all the blank values. Now you can see only the non-missing data is here. This is what we are looking at. Am I correct? So for each subject ID, we have the value for DA1. Anyone, any questions on this? Why we are doing it? What is the purpose of this particular one? Because I need to have the details like this. If not missing of DA1.EXSTDAT, then only I need to set my actual ARM value as LEF. Is that understandable to everyone? If it is missing, I should not enter this. So same exercise I also need to do this for DA3 data. Correct? So now what I can do is I'm going to do the same for DA3 now. So under the DA3, I'll implement the same. Copy the whole exercise. I'll say DA3_1. I need to calculate this from DA3. Subject ID remains going to be the same. There is no change at all. Under the DA3, right? This one, the variable name I'm calling it as DADPTTC. Copy this, use this particular one. This is the one. This is the second one. So both of them I have already replaced it. And look at the time variable. My time variable is going to be here, time of oral dose. My time of oral dose, I'm calling it as this one. Close. Come back here. This is the time value, time value, time value. Here also it is time value. Here also it is time value. Okay. If yes, what I need to calculate? The variable name that I'm looking here is this. What is this? DA, this value. 1, 2, and 3. Done. That is the value that I would like to have it here. Let's run and see. See, DA31 is also available. So both the values are available to me now. So what I can do now? I can merge now. Both the values, I can merge it. So how to merge? On subject ID, correct? So first thing I need to do is rock sort data is equal to DA1 underscore 1 by subject ID and run. Similarly, the same exercise I can do for DA31. Similarly, the same exercise I can do for DM underscore base as well. All the 3 data sets, I'm sorting it out. Once I sort it, I'll say DA data DM underscore base underscore 1 merge DM base, that is my base data set, in is equal to A. And then DA underscore 1, this is going to be my second data set. And then DA3 underscore 1, this is going to be my third data set. I'm going to merge all of them based on subject ID. After that, what I'm going to calculate, since I'm merging it, okay, let's merge all these 3 first. Oops, I need to run this. Done. So now I'm going ahead with the same data set, which is nothing but my DM base one. This is what my data set is, correct? So now you can see my variables also available, right? Only the ones which are common, I can see them. Where the variables are not available, I can also see the missing values for that. Let it be. Let it be. Okay. So now what I can do, the next thing I can do is, while doing this itself, I'm going to write this code. What is the code that I would like to write? I'll proceed with this one. Right? 2 are based on this and the other 2 are based on the LEF. So 2 are based on this one and the remaining 2 are based on the other 2. So let's copy this code. What is the code that we are suggesting here? If ARM is equal to LAF and not missing of, what is the variable that we have calculated? This is the variable that we have calculated, right? The new variable. If not missing of this, then what I'm going to do? Then all these things I'm doing for calculation of actual ARM or actual ARM code. Take this. Right? Is equal to F. Then the same exercise I can do for the other one as well. Here is the same thing, second one. So I'll take this one as it is up to this. If ARM is equal to MOX and not missing of this particular one, this. Correct? So maybe I can also put these two as well. Okay, so here what are the additional stuff will come? The last two are not going to be these values. The last two are based on this one. Correct? Now run your code again. Look for the errors. I don't have any errors. And check your DM based one. Now scroll right. What happened? Give me a second. What is going wrong here? If ARM is equal to LEF. Oh, okay. It is ARM code. These are CDs, right? Now it will work. Now it is populating for everything. Correct? Done. So once you have ARM code, what is the next thing I can do? Actual ARM code I have. Can I calculate actual ARM? So how to calculate your actual ARM? The actual ARM values are like this. These two. Can I follow the same method that I have used at the top? Remember this? Copy these two. Enter them here. If my actual ARM code is LEF, or if my actual ARM code is this, then my actual ARM is here. Done? All of you? This is what the data that we are looking at. Yes or no? All right. Anyone not able to follow this? Can I have a quick confirmation, please? Anyways, this DPTA, DC, XTDTCR, these two are the variables. I don't want them in my output data set. But everything requires a start date. If anywhere, if I don't have start date, I can delete that particular record. Am I correct? So I can say that if EXTDTC is equal to null, then delete. I don't want this. This record is not a valid record. Everything requires a start date. If anything doesn't have a start date, then that is not a valid record. That is very clear. Am I correct? And these two dates are not going to be part of my DM data set. These are required only to calculate these two variables. So what we can do now, can I say that I don't want these two variables to be part of my output. After all my calculations are over, I can say drop is equal to this as well as this, because these two are not my required variables, not my expected variables, not my permissible variables for the demographics data set. Done. Once I have this particular one, I can also do one additional stuff. I can remove all the duplicates. Let's say proc sort data is equal to this. I'll go with no do key on what? By underscore all underscore. On all the variables, I'm going to remove the duplicates. Let's see, are there any duplicates? Yes, all the duplicates are removed, and this is going to be my final data set. Perfect. Any questions from anyone? If you look into your DM base, right? If I go to the properties, I have 459 rows, right? And again, when I come back to this particular one, after taking care of all the duplicates and everything, I'll end up with 430 rows. Any questions from anyone? Are you guys able to follow it? I'm not getting any questions from any of you. I'm just wondering, are you able to understand or not? Questions, guys? Team? Okay. Guys, DM is a bit difficult, but not too much difficult. Here, all what we are doing is, if you see, simply we are following the specification Excel. We are not doing anything other than this, right? But only thing is, we need to, while doing it, we need to understand what are the various actions that we are doing and why we are doing it. So there are two more variables here under the required. So what are them? One is sex, another one is going to be country. Can we finish that as well? Right? So quickly we can finish it. So sex is the variable which is already present in the input data set. You can see here. But the sex variable should be under the, as per the control terminology. See the control terminology now. It must be only, there is a variable called sex and it should be F and M. Only two options are there. So what we can do now, we can write one. Can I say here itself, can we write one? So user defined formats. So what are the user defined formats I'm going to build now? Maybe I can copy from here if I have it already, just to save some time. Yeah, you can use this. So the user defined format that I'm going to write is for the sex variable. I'm going to use the same name. If it is going to be female and it is going to be male, then I'm going to write F and M. That's it. So run your proc format over. So now I can come back to this. Here itself I can include it, or I can include it the down, anywhere I can do it. It is coming from the DM dataset, right? So now here I'll include that particular one. If sex variable is already there, I will rename it. That's the first thing I'll do. I'll keep that in the output dataset, and here I'll say that sex is equal to put of sex1, $xcx dot. So that is, I'm applying the user defined format here itself. And I'm just going to the DM base. I'll go to the last and I can see already sex variable has been added here with F and M. Correct? So what is the one last variable that is still pending under your this one? Country. For country, the list is already given. So last time when I was checking it, I missed it, correct? I was able to get this particular one. So country, you can see here, populate from country sites list. There is a list and the list is here. Is it in the desktop? I don't know whether I missed it again. Okay. Anyways, we do this by tomorrow. I might have kept it somewhere. I'll check that and I'll share it with you. So all we need to do here is, there is an Excel with the countries list, right? It has the information about, the Excel has information about country. It also have the investigator first name and also have investigator last name, and also it has subject ID. These are the details it has. So what we can do is, we can bring the subject ID, country, investigator first name and last name. All these three we can, with these we can create a data set. Again, we are going to merge it based on the subject ID, and then we are going to get the country details. Again, the country details, we need to go with the format. There is a specific format, that format we should use. Okay, So what is that format and all? I'm going to give it. Okay. This we can do by tomorrow along with the expected variables and permissible variables. Is that clear, guys? Anyone, any questions, please ask me. I'm happy to answer that. Anyone? I'm just checking, is there any recent Excel I have opened it? Okay. Any questions from anyone, guys? Please. Please explain in MH domain, MH term variable from MH2. Just give me a second.
Yeah, hi Murli.
Hey, hi. Tell me.
Yeah, Murli, that MH1 dataset is getting error, Murli.
Which
When
error you
I'm
are
creating, when I'm creating any duplicate to the MH1, so that dataset is not creating actually.
No, I'm asking what is the error.
So I didn't capture that record actually.
Okay.
Can you do? It will be taking less than 1 minute. Now, can you do?
Okay, we'll do it right away. So raw data set. Which one you're talking about? MH, right?
MH1.
Yeah. So it is there opening now.
Yeah, it's opening, but when I'm creating data.
Okay, you are trying to create a data set. It is not. It is
Yes.
not accepting. Okay, just give me a second.
Yes.
Maybe you are going to get encoding issues if I'm not wrong. I think Ankita or Priyanka Reddy might have got the same error. Yeah, this is the error that you are getting. Some character data was lost during the translating. This is the one, right? Yeah, this is called encoding error. All you need to do is open your this one. That is encoding issues. You can call it as a encoding issues. There is a fix for that one as well. I'll try to do that. So there is, it might be in ANSI or it might be in some encoding. That's UTF-8. So there are various encodings are there. So to avoid that, we can also do one thing. Just give me a second. Now it is getting open, and you can see there is no error.
Yes.
Yeah.
Murli, and one more thing, we are last week we discussed about the which data set we need to. That will be confusing.
Yeah, that today I started with that only. Today I told to you while starting the class itself, one way I can give you that. The other way is going to be, you can simply check that one here, right? For an example, today we started with the, you want to do MH1. That is MH, right? Go to your specification Excel. Oh, even the specification Excel, you are not clear about it. That's what you're saying, correct? Even here, you are not clear about this. But you can see here, you can see MH1.
Yeah.
MH1 is the data set that you need to use. Okay. For records from MH1 raw data, collect it from MH1. For records from MH2 data, transpose MH2 with these two parameters and get it. If you are not able to do it, anyways, we can do it in the class again. Your data is coming from two different data sets here, MH1 as well as the MH2. Both of them you need to process.
Okay, Murli, we will check another domains also.
Sure.
If it is anything there, definitely.
Yeah, here it is there in two different data sets. You need to process both of them throughout. So that's the reason I'm saying to you, follow your specification Excel as is.
Okay.
Perfect. I think this is the answer that Ankita even, yeah, Ankita, this is the answer for your question as well. Did you get it, Ankita, what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Try it. If not, anyways, we can discuss that in the class. I'll go with this domain as well. Not a problem. Or I will share the code, my code, I will share it with you. You can just compare the code with me and you can try it as well. All the options are there. You try whichever is feasible to you. Perfect. Okay, see you tomorrow and discuss on the, we'll complete the DM domain by tomorrow.
Thank you, Murli.
Thanks a lot, guys. Guys, please practice it. Please do DM domain tonight and make sure by tomorrow's class, before you come to the class, you must be able to understand all the variables we discussed today. If not, tomorrow start of the class, ask me the questions. Get it clarified. Then we can proceed with that. DM domain is very, 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 very important domain. Don't neglect it. Yeah. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.